distill that down into one computer that's running at low power in a humanoid robot or a car. That's actually very difficult. A lot of hardcore software work is required for that. So since we're kind of like solving navigate the real world with neural nets problem for cars, which are kind of like robots with four wheels, then it's like kind of a natural extension of that is to put it in a robot with arms and legs, and actuators. Like the two like hard things are like you basically need to have the robot be intelligent enough to interact in a sensible way with the environment. So you need real world AI, and you need to be very good at manufacturing, which is a very hard problem. Tesla's very good at manufacturing, and also has the real world AI. So making the humanoid robot work is basically means developing custom motors and sensors that are different from what a car would use. But we have I think we have the best expertise in developing advanced electric motors and power electronics. So it just has to be for a humanoid robot application, not a car.
Still, you do talk about love sometimes. So let me ask, this isn't like for like sex robots or something like that.
Love is the answer.
Yes. There is something compelling to us, not compelling, but we connect with humanoid robots or even legged robots, like with the dog and ships with dogs. It seems like, there's a huge amount of loneliness in this world. All of us seek companionship with other humans, friendship, and all those kinds of things. We have a lot of here in Austin. A lot of people have dogs.
Sure.
There seems to be a huge opportunity to also have robots that decrease the amount of loneliness in the world, or help us humans connect with each other. So in a way that dogs can. Do you think about that? We test about it all, or is it really focused on the problem of performing specific tasks, not connecting with humans?
To be honest, I haven't actually thought about it from the companionship standpoint.
What up,
but
H2?
I think it actually would end up being, it could be actually a very good companion.
What's up?
The whole Kanye and the whole Nazi thing.
What about it?
I want you to know that there is nothing against the Jewish people, and that that this whole movement is actually for equalizing the field. And there is something very, very important. If you go to Gematria, gematrix.org, you'll see you can insert phrase. Now I'm going to post this screenshot. If you type in "my heart is pure" into this, there is the same number that is 1068 in English gematria and Hebrew gematria.
Okay.
Our hearts are pure, and I believe that this is the equalizer. This is the I'm gonna put this in general I don't have permission to put it.
No one does, because people spam me with like really gory stuff. So just I'll look it up when I have a moment.
I'm gonna DM it to you. I'm gonna DM it to this account that I'm speaking to on.
Okay, don't do that. I'll send you the account on which I want you to do.
Okay. So I'm going to send you the screenshot. That's really the juice. And then I'm going to send you the link to the website if you want to mess around with it. It's really interesting stuff.
I've been to the website.
But yeah, so there's going to be a lot of Nazi stuff going on with this whole... But really what I believe is what it is not against the Jewish as much as it is for even speech, where the speech has been restricted. We're going to be able to have conversations that we're not... This is just growing. There's going to be some growing pains, and I don't want you to fear. I don't want you to have any fear in your heart or in your head, because love will conquer all. Our hearts are pure, and that's just really the whole sentiment of what I wanted to share with you today.
Okay, no.
I love you, Rabbi.
Love you too, H2. You take care.
I'll see you soon.
Peace, bro.
I'll keep bringing people to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You're the king.
Thanks, big man.
and you develop like a personality over time that is like unique. Like it's not like they're just all the robots are the same, and that personality could evolve to be match the owner or the I guess the owner.
Well,
Whatever you want to call it.
the other
The companion,
the other
the
half, right? In the same way that friends do. See, I think that's a huge opportunity. I think.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Like, because like there's a Japanese phrase I like, the wabi sabi. The subtle imperfections are what makes something special, and the subtle imperfections of the personality of the robot mapped to the subtle imperfections of the robot's human friend. I don't know. Owner sounds like maybe the wrong word, but could actually make it an incredible buddy, basically.
In that way, the
Like
imperfections.
R2D2 or like a C3PO sort of thing.
So, from a machine learning perspective, I think the flaws being a feature is really nice. You could be quite terrible at being a robot for quite a while in the general home environment or in the general world, and that's kind of adorable. And that's like those are your flaws, and you fall in love with those flaws. So it's very different than autonomous driving, where it's a very high stakes environment you cannot mess up. And so it's more fun to be a robot in the home.
Yeah, in fact, if you think of like C3PO and R2D2, like they actually had a lot of like flaws and imperfections and silly things, and they would argue with each other. And
were they actually good at doing anything? I'm not exactly sure.
They definitely added a lot to the story. But there's sort of quirky elements, and that they would like make mistakes and do things. Like it was like it made them relatable. I don't know, enduring. So yeah, I think that could be something that probably would happen. But our initial focus is just to make it useful. I'm confident we'll get it done. I'm not sure what the exact time frame is, but we'll probably have, I don't know, a decent prototype towards the end of next year or something like that.
And it's cool that it's connected to Tesla, the car. It's
using a lot of, it would use the autopilot inference computer and a lot of the training that we've done for cars in terms of recognizing real world things could be applied directly to the robot. But there's a lot of custom actuators and sensors that need to be developed.
And an extra module on top of the vector space for love. That's me saying. Okay.
We could add that to the car too.
That's true. That could be useful in all environments. Like you said, a lot of people argue in the car, so maybe we can help them out. You're a student of history, fan of Dan Carlin's Hardcore History podcast.
Yeah, that's great.
Greatest podcast ever.
Yeah, I think it is actually.
It almost doesn't really count as a podcast.
Yeah, it's more like a audiobook.
Yeah. So you were on the podcast with Dan. I just had a chat with him about it. He said you guys went military and all that kind of stuff.
It's really. It was basically. It should be titled Engineer Wars. Essentially, like when there's a rapid change in the rate of technology, then engineering plays a pivotal role in the victory in battle.
How far back in history did you go? Did you go World War II?
It was supposed to be a deep dive on fighters and bomber technology in World War II, but that ended up being more wide-ranging than that. Because I just went down the total rat hole of like studying all of the fighters and bombers in World War II, and like the constant rock paper scissors game that, like, one country would make this plane, then make a plane to beat that, and then Russia would make a plane to beat that, and then and really what matters is like the pace of innovation, and also access to high quality fuel and raw materials. So, like, Germany had like some amazing designs, but they couldn't make them because they couldn't get the raw materials, and they had a real problem with
bottleneck? Wasn't the bottleneck? It was.
Yeah, like the U.S. had kick-ass fuel that was like very consistent. Like the problem is if you make a very high-performance aircraft engine, in order to make high performance, you have to the the fuel, the aviation gas, has to be a consistent mixture, and it has to have a high octane. But like high octane is the most important thing, but also can't have like impurities and stuff, because you'll foul up the engine. And Germany just never had good access to oil. Like they tried to get it by invading the Caucasus, but that didn't work too well. That never works well.
Friction. Germany
was always struggling with basically shitty oil, and then they could not. They couldn't count on high quality fuel for their aircraft, so then they had to have all these additives and stuff. Whereas the US had awesome fuel, and they provided that to Britain as well. So that allowed the British and the Americans to design aircraft engines that were super high performance, better than anything else in the world. Germany could design the engines, they just didn't have the fuel, and then also the quality of the aluminum alloys that they were getting was also not that great. And so, yeah.
Is this like you talked about all this with Dan?
Yeah.
Awesome. Broadly looking at history, when you look at Genghis Khan, when you look at Stalin, Hitler, the darkest moments of human history, what do you take away from those moments? Does it help you gain insight about human nature, about human behavior today? Whether it's the wars or the individuals or just the behavior of people, any aspects of history?
Yeah, I find history fascinating. There's just a lot of incredible things that have been done, good and bad, that they help you understand the nature of civilization and individuals. And
does it make you sad that humans do these kinds of things to each other? You look at the 20th century, World War II, the cruelty, the abuse of power. Talk about communism, Marxism, and Stalin.
Some of these things do. I mean, if you like, there's a lot of human history. But most of it is actually people just getting on with their lives. And it's not like human history is just non-stop war and disaster. Those are actually those are intermittent and rare. And if they weren't, then humans would soon cease to exist. But it's just that wars tend to be written about a lot, and whereas like something being like, well, a normal year where nothing major happened was just get written about much. But that's, most people just like farming and kind of like living their life, being a villager somewhere. And every now and again there's a war, and so. I'd have to say, like, there aren't very many books that where I just had to stop reading because it was just too dark. But the book about Stalin, The Court of the Red Tsar, I had to stop reading. It was just too bad, dark, rough.
Yeah. The 30s. There's a lot of lessons there to me, in particular that it feels like humans, like all of us have that. It's the old Solzhenitsyn line. That the line between good and evil runs through the heart of every man. That all of us are capable of evil, all of us are capable of good. It's almost like this kind of responsibility that all of us have to tend towards the good. And so, like, to me, looking at history is almost like an example of, look, you have some charismatic leader that convinces you of things. It's too easy based on that story to do evil unto each other, unto your family, unto others. And so it's like our responsibility to do good. It's not like now is somehow different from history. That can happen again. All of it can happen again. And yes, most of the time, you're right. I mean, the optimistic view here is mostly people are just living life. And as you've often memed about. The quality of life was way worse back in the day, and it keeps improving over time through innovations of technology. But still, it's somehow notable that these blimps of atrocities happen.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, life was really tough most of history. Really for most of human history, a good year would be one where not that many people in your village died of the plague, starvation, freezing to death, or being killed by a neighboring village. It's like, well, it wasn't that bad. It was only like, we lost 5% this year. That was, it was a good year. That would be par for the course. Like, just not starving to death would have been like the primary goal of most people throughout history, is making sure we'll have enough food to last through the winter and not get freeze or whatever. So, now food is plentiful. I have an obesity problem.
Well, yeah, the lesson there is to be grateful for the way things are now for some of us. We've spoken about this offline. I'd love to get your thought about it here. If I sat down for a long-form in-person conversation with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, would you potentially want to call in for a few minutes to join in on a conversation with him, moderated and translated by me?
Sure, yeah. Sure, I'd be happy to do that.
You've shown interest in the Russian language. Is this grounded in your interest in history of linguistics, culture, general curiosity?
I think it sounds cool.
Sounds cool, not looks cool.
Well, it takes a moment to read Cyrillic. Once you know what the Cyrillic characters stand for, actually, then reading Russian becomes a lot easier because there are a lot of words that are actually the same. Like bank is bank.
So find the words they're exactly the same, and now you start to understand Cyrillic. Yeah.
If you can sound it out, then it's much. There's at least some commonality of words.
What about the culture? You love great engineering, physics. There's a tradition of the sciences there.
Sure.
You look at the 20th century from rocketry. So some of the greatest rockets of the space exploration has been done in the former Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So do you draw inspiration from that history? Just how this culture that in many ways, one of the sad things is because of the language, a lot of it is lost to history because it's not translated, all this kind of stuff, because it is in some ways an isolated culture. It flourishes within its borders. So do you draw inspiration from those folks, from the history of science and engineering there?
In the Soviet Union, Russia, and in Ukraine as well, and have a really strong history in spaceflight. Like some of the most advanced and impressive things in history were done, by the Soviet Union. One cannot help but admire the impressive rocket technology that was developed. After the sort of fall of the Soviet Union, there's much less that happened. But still things are happening, but it's not quite at the frenetic pace that was happening before the Soviet Union kind of dissolved into separate republics.
Yeah, there's Roscosmos, the Russian agency. I look forward to a time when those countries with China are working together. The United States are all working together. Maybe a little bit of friendly competition, but
I think friendly competition is good. Government's so slow, and the only thing slower than one government is a collection of governments. So,
yeah,
the Olympics would be boring if everyone just crossed the finishing line at the same time.
Yeah,
nobody would watch.
Yeah.
And people wouldn't try hard to run fast and stuff. So I think friendly competition is a good thing.
This is also a good place to give a shout out to a video titled "The Entire Soviet Rocket Engine Family Tree" by Tim Dodd, aka Everyday Astronaut. It's like an hour and a half. It gives a full history of Soviet rockets. and people should definitely go check out and support Tim in general. That guy is super excited about the future, super excited about spaceflight. Every time I see anything by him, I just have a stupid smile on my face because he's so excited about stuff.
Yeah,
I love people like
Tim
that.
Dodd is really great if you're interested in anything to do with space. He's, in terms of explaining rocket technology to your average person, he's awesome. The best, I'd say. I should say, like, the other reason, like, I switched us from, like, Raptor at one point was going to be a hydrogen engine. But hydrogen has a lot of challenges. It's very low density. It's a deep cryogen, so it's only liquid at a very close to absolute zero. It requires a lot of insulation. It's so there's a lot of challenges there. And I was actually reading a bit about Russian rocket engine development, and at least the impression I had was that Soviet Union, Russia, and Ukraine primarily were actually in the process of switching to methalox. And there was some interesting test stand data for ISP. Like, they were able to get like up to like a 380-second ISP with a methalox engine, and I was like, "Whoa, okay, that's actually really impressive." So, I think you could actually get a much lower cost, like in optimizing cost per ton to orbit, cost per ton to Mars. I think methane oxygen is the way to go. And I was partly inspired by the Russian work on the test stands with methalox engines.
And now for something completely different. Do you mind doing a bit of a meme review in the spirit of the great, the powerful PewDiePie? Let's say 1 to 11. Just go over a few documents printed out.
We can try it.
Let's try this. I present to you document numero uno.
Okay.
Vlad the Impaler discovers marshmallows.
Yeah, that's not bad.
So, get it? Because he's impaling things.
Yes, I don't know, 3, whatever.
That's not very good. This is grounded in some engineering, some history.
Yeah, give us an 8 out of 10.
What do you think about nuclear power?
I'm in favor of nuclear power. I think it's in a place that is not subject to extreme natural disasters. I think it's nuclear power is a great way to generate electricity. I don't think we should be shutting down nuclear power stations.
Yeah, but what about Chernobyl?
Exactly. I think people, there's like a lot of fear of radiation and stuff, and it's, I guess the problem is, like, a lot of people just don't understand. They didn't study engineering or physics. Just the word radiation just sounds scary, So they can't calibrate what radiation means. But radiation is much less dangerous than you think. Like, for example, Fukushima, when the Fukushima problem happened due to the tsunami, I got people in California asking me if they should worry about radiation from Fukushima. And I'm like, definitely not. Not even slightly, not at all. That is crazy. And just to show, like, look, this is how, like, the danger is so much overplayed compared to what it really is, that I actually flew to Fukushima, and I donated a solar power system for a water treatment plant, and I made a point of eating locally grown vegetables on TV in Fukushima. Like, I'm still alive. Okay.
So it's not even that the risk of these events is low, but the impact of them is
The impact is greatly exaggerated. It's just
It's
great.
human nature.
It's people don't know what radiation is. Like I've had people ask me, like, what about radiation from cell phones causing brain cancer? I'm like, when you say radiation, do you mean photons or particles? And like, then I don't know what do you mean photons, particles? So do you mean let's say photons? What frequency, wavelength? And they're like, no, I have no idea. Like, do you know that everything's radiating all the time? Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, everything's radiating all the time. Photons are being emitted by all objects all the time, basically. So, and if you want to know what it means to stand in front of nuclear fire, go outside. The sun is a gigantic, thermonuclear reactor. You're staring right at it.
Yeah.
Are you still alive? Yes. Okay, amazing.
Yeah, I guess radiation is one of the words that can be used as a tool to fearmonger by certain people. That's it. And
I think people just don't understand. So,
I mean, that's the way to fight that fear, I suppose, is to understand, is to learn.
yeah, just say, like, okay, how many people have actually died from nuclear accidents? It's like practically nothing. And say how many people have died from, coal plants, and it's a very big number. So, like, obviously we should not be starting up coal plants and shutting down nuclear plants. It just doesn't make any sense at all. Coal plants, like, I don't know, 100 to 1,000 times worse for health than nuclear power plants.
You want to go to the next one? This is really bad. It's that 90, 180, and 360 degrees. Everybody loves the math. Nobody gives a shit about 270.
It's not super funny.
Yeah,
I don't know, like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
This is not, LOL situation.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
The United States oscillating between establishing and destroying dictatorships. It's like a metric. Is that a metric?
Yeah,
What's
metronome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's out of 7 out of 10. It's kind of true.
Oh yeah, this is kind of personal for me. Next one.
Oh man, this is Leica?
Yeah. Well, no, this is
Or it's like referring to Leica or something?
as Leica's husband.
Husband. Yeah.
Hello, yes, this is dog. Your wife was launched into space, and then the last one is him with his eyes closed and a bottle of vodka.
Yeah, Leica didn't come back.
No, they don't tell you the full story of what the impact they had on the loved ones.
True.
That one gets an 11 for me.
Sure.
The Soviet
Let's go.
shut Oh yeah, this keeps going on the Russian theme. First man in space. Nobody cares. First man.
Well, I think people do care.
No, I know, but
Yuri Gagarin's names will be forever in history, I think.
there is something special about placing, like, stepping foot onto another totally foreign land. It's not the journey like people that explore the oceans. It's not as important to explore the oceans as to land on a whole new continent.
Yeah.
Well, this is about you. Oh yeah, I'd love to get your comment on this. Elon Musk, after sending $6.6 billion to the UN to end world hunger, you have 3 hours.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, $6 billion is not going to end world hunger, so, I mean, the reality is at this point the world is producing far more food than it can really consume. Like, we don't have a caloric constraint at this point. So where there is hunger, it is almost always due to it's like civil war or strife or some it's not a thing that is it's extremely rare for it to be just a matter of like lack of money. It's like, it's like there's a civil war in some country, and like one part of the country is literally trying to starve the other part of the country.
So it's much more complex than something that money could solve. It's geopolitics. It's a lot of things. It's human nature. It's governments. It's monies, monetary systems, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, food is extremely cheap these days. It's like I mean, the U.S. at this point, among low-income families, obesity is actually not a problem. It's not like obesity it's not hunger. It's like too much. Too many calories. It's not that nobody's hungry anywhere. It's just this is not a simple matter of adding money and solving it.
What do you think that one gets? He's getting
2.
He's going after Empire's World. Where did you get those artifacts? The British Museum. It's a shout out to Monty Python. We found them.
Yeah, the museum is pretty great. I mean,
Yeah.
Admittedly, Britain did take these historical artifacts all around the world and put them in London, but it's not like people can't go see them. So it is a convenient place to see these ancient artifacts is London, or for a large segment of the world. So I think on balance, the British Museum is a net good. Although I'm sure a lot of countries would argue about that.
Yeah.
It's like you want to make these historical artifacts accessible to as many people as possible, and the British Museum, I think, does a good job of that.
Even if there's a darker aspect to like the history of empire in general, whatever the empire is, however things were done, it is the history that happened. You can't sort of erase that history, unfortunately. You could just become better in the future. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, how are we going to pass moral judgment on these things? Like, it's like, if one is going to judge, say, the British Empire, you're going to judge, what everyone was doing at the time, and how were the British relative to everyone. And I think the British would actually get like a relatively good grade, not in absolute terms, but compared to what everyone else was doing, they were not the worst. Like I said, you got to look at these things in the context of the history at the time, and say what were the alternatives, and what are you comparing it against?
Yes.
And I do not think it would be the case that Britain would get a bad grade in when looking at history at the time. If you judge history from from what is morally acceptable today, you basically are going to give everyone a failing grade. I'm not clear, so I don't think anyone would get a passing grade in their morality of, like, you go back 300 years ago, like, who's getting a passing grade? Basically no one.
And we might not get a passing grade from generations that come after us. What does that one get?
Sure, 6, 7.
For the Monty Python, maybe.
I always love Monty Python, they're great. Ryan and the Quest of the Holy Grail are incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those serious eyebrows.
Brezhnev. How important do you think is facial hair to great leadership?
Well,
you got a new haircut. How does that affect your leadership?
I don't know. Hopefully not. It doesn't. There's no one competing with Brezhnev.
Number 2.
Those are like epic eyebrows. So, sure.
That's
Give it a
ridiculous.
6 or 7 on it.
I like this, like, Shakespearean analysis of memes.
Brezhnev, he had a flair for drama as well. Like, showmanship.
Yeah. It must come from the eyebrows. All right. Invention. Great engineering. Look what I invented.
Yeah.
That's the best thing since ripped up bread.
Yeah.
They
They're
invented
just.
sliced bread. Am I just explaining memes at this point? This is what my life has become. I'm a meme. Like a scribe that like runs around with the kings and just like writes down memes.
I mean, when was the cheeseburger invented? That's like an epic invention.
Yeah,
Like wow. That was
versus just like a burger.
or burger. I guess a burger in general. It's like
Then there's like, what is a burger? What's a sandwich? And then you start getting what's a pizza sandwich and what is the original? It gets into an ontology argument.
Yeah, but everybody knows, like, if you order like a burger or cheeseburger or whatever, and you get like tomato and some lettuce and onions and whatever, and mayo and ketchup and mustard. It's like epic.
Yeah, but I'm sure they've had bread and meat separately for a long time, and it was kind of a burger on the same plate, but somebody who actually combined them into the same thing. And you bite it and hold it, makes it convenient. It's a materials problem. Like your hands don't get dirty and whatever. Yeah, it's good. That is not what I would have guessed.
But everyone knows, like, you like, if you order a cheeseburger, you know what you're getting. You know, it's not like some obtuse, like, I wonder what I'll get. Fries are, I mean, great. I mean, they're the devil, but fries are awesome. Yeah, pizza is incredible.
Food innovation doesn't get enough love.
Yeah,
I guess is what we're getting at.
great.
What about the Matthew McConaughey Austinite here? President Kennedy, do you know how to put men on the moon yet? NASA, no. President Kennedy, it'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Pretty much. Sure. 6 or 7, I suppose.
Right. That's the last one.
That's funny.
Someone drew a bunch of dicks all over the walls, Sistine Chapel, boys' bathroom.
Sure, I'll give it 9. It's really true.
Alright, this is our highest ranking meme for today.
I mean, it's true. Like, how do they get away with that?
Lots of nakedness.
Dick pics are, just something throughout history. As long as people can draw things, there's been a dick pic.
It's a staple of human history.
It's a staple. Consistent throughout human history.
You tweeted that you aspired to comedy. You're friends with Joe Rogan. Might you do a short stand-up comedy set at some point in the future? Maybe open for Joe, something like that. Is that
Really? Stand-up? Actual just full-on stand-up?
Full-on stand-up? Is that in there, or is that...
I've never thought about that.
It's extremely difficult, if at least that's what like Joe says and the comedians say.
Huh. I wonder if I could.
Only one way to find out.
I have done stand-up for friends, just impromptu. I'll get on like a riff, and they do laugh, but they're friends too. So I don't know if you got to call, like a room of strangers, are they gonna actually also find it funny? But I could try, see what happens.
I think you'd learn something either way.
Yeah,
I kind of love both when you bomb and when you do great. Just watching people, how they deal with it.
Sure.
It's so difficult. You're so fragile up there. It's just you, and you think you're gonna be funny, and when it completely falls flat, it's beautiful to see people deal with like that.
I might have enough material to do stand-up. I've never thought about it, but I might have enough material. I don't know, like 15 minutes or something.
Oh yeah. Do a Netflix special.
Netflix special, sure.
What's your favorite Rick and Morty concept? Just to spring that on you, there's a lot of sort of scientific engineering ideas explored there. There's the butter robot.
It's great. It's a great show.
You like it?
Yeah, Rick and Morty's awesome.
Somebody that's exactly like you from an alternate dimension showed up there. Elon Tusk.
Yeah, that's right.
That you voiced.
Yeah, Rick and Morty certainly explores a lot of interesting concepts. So like, what's the favorite one? I know the butter robot certainly is. It's certainly possible to have too much sentience in a device. Like, you don't want to have your toaster be like a super genius toaster. It's gonna hate life because what could just make his toast? But it's like you don't want to have like super intelligence stuck in a very limited device.
Do you think it's too easy if we're talking about from the engineering perspective of super intelligence, like with Marvin the robot? Like, it seems like it might be very easy to engineer just a depressed robot. Like
Sure.
It's not obvious to engineer a robot that's going to find a fulfilling existence.
R.I.P.
Same as humans, I suppose.
Text keeper.
But I wonder if that's like the default. If you don't do a good job on building a robot, it's going to be sad a lot.
Well, we can reprogram robots easier than we can reprogram humans. So, I guess if you let it evolve without tinkering, then it might get sad. But you can change the optimization function and have it be a cheery robot.
You, like I mentioned, with SpaceX, you give a lot of people hope, and a lot of people look up to you. Millions of people look up to you. If we think about young people in high school, maybe in college, what advice would you give to them about if they want to try to do something big in this world, they want to really have a big positive impact, what advice would you give them about their career, maybe about life in general?
Try to be useful. Do things that are useful to your fellow human beings, to the world. It's very hard to be useful. Very hard. Are you contributing more than you consume? Like, can you try to have a positive net contribution to society? I think that's the thing to aim for. Not to try to be sort of a leader just for the sake of being a leader or whatever. A lot of time, the people you want as leaders are the people who don't want to be leaders. So, if you live a useful life, that is a good life, a life worth having lived. And like I said, I would just encourage people to use the mental tools of physics and apply them broadly in life. They're the best tools.
When you think about education and self-education, what do you recommend? So there's the university, there's self-study, there is hands-on, sort of finding a company or a place or a set of people that do the thing you're passionate about and joining them as early as possible. There's taking a road trip across Europe for a few years and writing some poetry. Which trajectory do you suggest? In terms of learning about how you can become useful, as you mentioned, how you can have the most positive impact.
But I encourage people to read a lot of books. Just read, basically try to ingest as much information as you can, and try to also just develop a good general knowledge. So you at least have like a rough lay of the land of the knowledge landscape. Try to learn a little bit about a lot of things. Because you might not know what you're really interested in. How would you know what you're really interested in if you at least aren't doing a peripheral exploration and broadly of the knowledge landscape? And you talk to people from different walks of life and different industries and professions and skills and occupations. Just try to learn as much as possible. Man's search for meaning.
Isn't the whole thing a search for meaning?
Yeah, what's the meaning of life and all, But just generally, like I said, I would encourage people to read broadly in many different subject areas, and then try to find something where there's an overlap of your talents and what you're interested in. So people may be good at something, or they may have skill at a particular thing, but they don't like doing it. So you want to try to find a thing where you have that's a good combination of the things that you're inherently good at, but you also like doing.
And reading is a super fast shortcut to figure out where are you both good at it, you like doing it, and it will actually have positive impact.
Well, you got to learn about things somehow. So reading a broad range, just really read it. More important was as a kid, I read through the encyclopedia, so that's pretty helpful. And also things I didn't even know existed. Well, lots, obviously. And
it's like as broad as it gets.
The encyclopedias were digestible, I think. 40 years ago. Maybe read through the condensed version of the Encyclopedia Britannica. I'd recommend that. You can always skip subjects, so you read a few paragraphs and you're not interested, just jump to the next one. So read the encyclopedia or skim through it. But I put a lot of stock into it. I have a lot of respect for someone who puts in an honest day's work to do useful things. And just generally to have not a zero-sum mindset, or have more of grow the pie mindset. Like if you sort of say like when I see people like perhaps including some very smart people kind of taking an attitude of like doing things that seem like morally questionable, it's often because they have at a base sort of axiomatic level a zero sum mindset, and they, without realizing it, they don't realize they have a zero sum mindset, or at least they don't realize it consciously. And so if you have a zero sum mindset, then the only way to get ahead is by taking things from others. If it's like if the pie is fixed, then the only way to have more pie is to take someone else's pie. But this is false. Like obviously the pie has grown dramatically over time, the economic pie. So in reality, you can have so overuse this analogy. You can have a lot of there's a lot of pie.
Yeah,
pie is not fixed.
Yes.
So you really want to make sure you're not operating without realizing it from a zero sum mindset, where the only way to get ahead is to take things from others. Then that's going to result in you trying to take things from others, which is not good. It's much better to work on adding to the economic pie. Maybe so creating, like I said, creating more than you consume, doing more than you. Yeah. So that's a big deal. I think there's like a fair number of people in finance that do have a bit of a zero sum mindset.
I mean, it's all walks of life. I've seen that. One of the reasons Rogan inspires me is he celebrates others a lot. There's not creating a constant competition. Like there's a scarcity of resources. What happens when you celebrate others, you promote others, the ideas of others, it actually grows that pie. I mean, the resources become less scarce. Mm-hmm. And that applies in a lot of kinds of domains. It applies in academia, where a lot of people are very see some funding for academic research as zero sum. It is not. If you celebrate each other, if you get everybody to be excited about AI, about physics, about mathematics, I think there'd be more and more funding, and I think everybody wins. Yeah, that applies, I think, broadly.
Yeah, exactly.
So last question about love and meaning. What is the role of love in the human condition broadly and more specific to you? How has love, romantic love or otherwise, made you a better person, a better human being, better engineer?
Now you're asking really perplexing questions. It's hard to give a. I mean, there are many books, poems, and songs written about what is love and what exactly, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
That's one of the great ones. Yes.
Yeah.
You've earlier quoted Shakespeare, but that's really up there.
Yeah. Love is a many splendid thing.
I mean, there's because we've talked about so many inspiring things, like be useful in the world, sort of like solve problems, alleviate suffering, but it seems like connection between humans is a source. It's a source of joy, it's a source of meaning, and that's what love is: friendship, love. I just wonder if you think about that kind of thing when you talk about preserving the light of human consciousness,
right,
and us becoming a multiplanetary species. I mean, to me at least, that means, like, if we're just alone and conscious and intelligent, it doesn't mean really as much as if we're with others, right? And there's some magic created when we're together. The friendship of it, and I think the highest form of it is love, which I think broadly is bigger than just romantic, but also, yes, romantic love. Family, those kind of things.
Well, I mean, the reason I guess I care about us becoming multi-planet species and space-faring civilization is foundationally I love humanity, and so I wish to see it prosper and do great things and be happy. And if I did not love humanity, I would not care about these things.
So when you look at the whole the human history, all the people who's ever lived, all the people alive now, we're okay. on the whole, we're pretty interesting bunch.
Yeah. All things considered, and I've read a lot of history, including the darkest, worst parts of it, and despite all that, I think on balance, I still love humanity.
You joked about it with the 42. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? Is there a non-numerical representation?
Well, really, I think what Savage was saying in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I'll tell you what, welcome to my office and talk there so we don't talk about your friend's business. It's an urban legend that never happened. I go to the office, he has a cowboy hat. Not a chance. Here's the problem. He is because nobody knows who you are. You were correct. It's fact. I go, excuse me? He goes, nobody knows who you are. I go, well, Cecil Dials, this thing is not so bad. It happened. Yes, I'm close. This is what took place. Yes, you got two things we're going to get you. Sooners are playing. That's the best religion around here. That's big fiction. So Sooners are playing. Ain't nobody coming to your show for the Sooners. And then he goes, and then also you had that tornado. That ain't helping either bunch. Not a chance. I go, oh yeah, no doubt, dude. And also nobody knows who you are. But he goes, in LA, New York, I'm sure you'll fine. Here, nobody knows who you are. Yeah, he keeps saying that, dude. Yeah, he said sold out online. He goes, we do that to come with regulars. We want tickets to the show. I go, 2,000 tickets? He goes, this thing was a movie. We had to do something. A similar story occurred in the state of New Jersey about 20 years ago. Wow. So I go, I go, dude, look at that. There's like 18 people over there. This is a giant fucking theater. And he goes, here's the other thing you're dealing with. We have Native American time. So I got to start on time. It's a total fabrication. I go, dude, I can't come out there for 18 people. Yeah. I go, just bring them back. I'll do the fucking show. Dude, please don't make me go. Yeah. He goes, I'll tell you what you can do. Let's scout it out. Bigger fiction. You can go out there, email the show. That's what you can do. Yeah. I go, yeah, no doubt, man. It's fucking, and he goes, you do well, I'm gonna have you back. That's me, I'm gonna have you back in a few years. Yeah. Did you need it for the 18 people or for you? I got you. So as my openers on stage, from the tornado, people start coming in, but it still wasn't like, my feelings hurt. Nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows. He kept saying that. Nobody knows who you are. Dude, that'd be a t-shirt I wear. Nobody knows who you are. So is it possible this story is true?
Is that the universe is the answer, and what we really need to figure out are what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe.
Yeah.
And that the question is really the hard part. And if you can properly frame the question, then the answer, relatively speaking, is easy. So therefore, if you want to understand what questions to ask about the universe, you want to understand the meaning of life, we need to expand the scope and scale of consciousness so that we're better able to understand the nature of the universe and understand the meaning of life.
And ultimately, the most important part would be to ask the right question.
Yes.
Thereby elevating the role of the interviewer.
Yes, exactly.
As the most important human in the room.
Good questions are, it's hard to come up with good questions. Absolutely. But yeah, it's like that is the foundation of my philosophy, is that I am curious about the nature of the universe, and and obviously I will die. I don't know when I'll die, but I won't live forever. But I would like to know that we're on a path to understanding the nature of the universe and the meaning of life, and what questions to ask about the answer that is the universe. And so if we expand the scope and scale of humanity and consciousness in general, particularly the silicon consciousness, then that seems like a fundamentally good thing.
Elon, like I said, I'm deeply grateful that you have spent your extremely valuable time with me today, and also that you are giving millions of people hope in this difficult time, this divisive time, in this cynical time. So I hope you do continue doing what you're doing. Thank you so much for talking today.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for your excellent
The
question.
games of practice are the bare
Thanks for
minimum.
listening to this conversation with
Everyone's
Elon
doing
Musk.
practicing
To
games.
support this podcast,
It's the
please check out our
bare
sponsors in the
minimum.
description.
So whatever,
Now,
let's say
let me
there's
use the
10 million
words
kids
Elon
playing
Musk.
baseball. All of them are going
If
to
something
practice
is
playing
important
games.
enough,
If you
do
want to
it,
get to where the
even
fuck
if
you
the
want to
odds
go,
are not
we're going to have to
in
do
favor.
way more than this. Yeah.
Thank you for listening. I hope to see you
Right.
next time.
Practice? We're talking about practice. All these idiots practice. Yeah. All these kids. Yeah. What? Me in sports. Tighten the fuck up.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, the following is a conversation with Michael Malice, his 5th time on this, the Les Friedman podcast.
Being the
supporter-
strongest is
check out our
although it's
sponsor in the description.
admirable and although
Now,
it's
here's my
something that a
New
kid
Year's
looks up to,
Eve 2021
it's not only that.
conversation.
No, it is. That was the gifts I was given.
Yeah.
And so they have it too. So it's
And it's awesome, dude, and that's great because a lot of people don't have shit, but you have that talent, you have that
The one and only.
that
Mr.
brute strength you were born with.
Malice.
Now your kids are gonna have at least some.
Привет, товарищ.
So yeah, for sure. So
The DSD wrote in The Idiot, my favorite books, through the main character, Prince Mishkin, that beauty will save the world.
that's hilarious.
Красота спасет мир. These words seem naive and ultimately, at least to me, profound. What do they mean to you? Beauty will save the world. Naive? Really? I don't think they seem naive at all. Well, Solzhenitsyn actually, for his 1970 Nobel Prize speech, talked about this line a lot. And he thought most of his life that was a silly line. It was just words thrown out there because with all the suffering that's in the world, what has beauty actually ever done? Oh my God, I hate this so much. I talking trash about Solzhenitsyn. Yeah, I am. Okay. And this is perfectly sets up this theme. You know why I said let's do this episode, start the new year on a positive note, give people hope, give people joy. You and I both have friends who are models, right? And it's a silly profession to some extent, of course. But you are actually a model. You are my friend. That's right. That's true. I am a model. I was trying to be subtle. But for those people who actually, deserve to be models, when you look at someone who is a model and in some of their photos, and these people look perfect. Now, in real life, they're not perfect. They have flaws. They'll be the first to admit it, so on and so forth. But when you look at beauty, it is almost impossible to maintain a sense of cynicism and hopelessness. Because if there's even one moment when some element of perfection has been actualized, if there's one moment where a beauty has been realized and captured, you can't say, well, it's never going to happen again. So I think beauty is hope. I hate that cynical idea of I appreciate Solzhenitsyn's broader point. Now, a lot of times people, there's something called naivety, where people throw words together to sound profound and then just take it apart like this is just complete gibberish. I don't think this is an example of that. I think beauty inspires, and more importantly, it proves to you this is something that can actually happen on this earth. Plato, right? The Platonic theory of form. Like, this world isn't perfect, but these perfect forms exist in another dimension, and that's where our concepts come from. He was an early person trying to figure out where our concepts come from, and epistemology and so on and so forth. But that is something that is real in here. So I completely disagree with his analysis of that, and I don't know if it'll save the world, but it's certainly a prerequisite. And what's the point of fighting for your values if you don't want to make the world a more beautiful place? There's also how you define beauty. Beauty could be just aesthetic beauty, could be art. Of course, art could encompass a lot more than just literature and paintings. It can encompass
I hope I never know what it is, but I feel like it's coming around the corner. I'll know what it is.
but then beauty could be something just
What is this here?
deeper, like whatever the hell you
He likes
feel.
like
This is based on like the real gas. Like the real gas. Yeah, there's no gas, all gas here.
Here, and you like look up at the stars. Like, for some reason, when I see rockets go up, I mean, it's like science. The way it's accomplished that is human.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. You want to talk about
there's
fucking
lots of
jumping
different
cars?
schools of thought, like
gas,
these people versus these people, and baby vegans versus steakhouse people. I think in terms of the sciences, and I guess you and I are on opposite sides here. You have the astronomy people versus the zoology people. Like the big question is, would you rather spend 10 minutes on the moon, or would you rather spend 10 minutes in the deep sea? And for me, it's clearly the deep sea. The zoology that's down there, there's something I would encourage people to look up called deep staria, which is a jellyfish. I mean, the scientists, what's amazing when you watch these deep sea dives on YouTube is that the scientists they're nature dorks like everybody else. They went into this field, and there's none of this maybe Solzhenitsyn style cynicism of when they see an amazing animal in its natural environment, exhibiting these crazy behaviors, they lose it. They're on the mics like, oh my god, and like it's so exciting to watch. So I'm not a rocket person, but I'm definitely a zoology person. So animals and plants and the sea, and also it's so mathematical. There's so many forms. There's this plant called Areospermum titanopsoides. I don't know how to pronounce it because they're always in Latin. You never hear them pronounced. You said sperm. Areospermum, yeah, because it's a woolly seed is the genus. The leaf, it's just always puts out one leaf, but the leaf is covered in little magnifying lenses to make it maximize the sunlight. So it looks like this little crystal seashell. It's tiny. It's like 2 centimeters, but it's just this amazing thing that grows out of the sands in South Africa.
Just to defend Solzhenitsyn for a second, so if I may read a couple of his lines from the speech.
Sure.
He said, one day, I'll introduce it, one day Dostoevsky threw out the enigmatic remark, beauty will save the world. What sort of a statement is that? For a long time I considered it mere words. How could that be possible? When in bloodthirsty history did beauty ever save anyone from anything? And then later he goes on to argue with himself in speech as an older, wiser man now. But perhaps that ancient trinity of truth, goodness, and beauty is not simply an empty, faded formula as we thought in the days of our self-confident, materialistic youth. If the tops of these 3 trees converge, as the scholars maintain, if the 2 blatant, direct stems of truth and goodness are crushed, cut down, not allowed through, then perhaps the fantastic, unpredictable, unexpected stems of beauty will push through and so forth to that very same place. And in so doing, will fulfill the work of all 3. In that case, Dostoevsky's remark, beauty will save the world, was not a careless phrase, but a prophecy. Which of these 3 things are your favorites? Truth, goodness, or beauty? What do you call truth and goodness? The blatant, 2 direct stems of truth and goodness. Versus the fantastic, unpredictable, unexpected stems of beauty. That's how I see your Twitter account.
I don't think there's certain dearth of beauty to be had in my Twitter account, that's for sure. It's certainly no goodness.
Or truth.
Yeah. It's clear there's no truth to be found. I will answer the question. I will, of course, point out that having this kind of distinction between the 3 things is I think kind of synthetic. I think they very heavily overlap, if not inside. I could probably make the argument they're synonymous. In fact, I do believe that they're largely synonymous.
Goodness. That's such an interesting word, goodness.
Which of those 3 is my favorite? I think truth is overrated in the sense that if something is a good story, the story doesn't have to be true or real in order to motivate you and move you.
a lot of times
Adam Sandler's
can
believe that was
ourselves
1992.
about somebody,
God, that was so
and
long.
that might actually serve a purpose to some extent. You know, if you have someone who's maybe a family member and you kind of ignore bad things that they do,
That's what they make
there might be a reason for that.
Yeah, nobody owns it.
Just reading what you're
Besides Adam Sandler, still Transylvania.
Well, I just
think
loved that dude. You know what? As I look
I
at
would
this,
say
I go,
the most important
all
is
these were like,
goodness, because
you know what I mean?
if you don't appreciate goodness, then beauty is just empty. It's just
You like that show. I
it's
didn't
just a
know.
picture. It's nice. Bad people appreciate beauty. You know, bad people
around the
often,
other day.
you know, seductive or have a beauty about them.
In terms of action, I think it takes a lot of skill and work to create beauty or to create truth or to express
And that's also
truth or
why
express
his attitude's
beauty. But I
that
think
way.
goodness
Part of
is
it's on me. I go,
it's
this
like,
fat kid, slow
the
fat kid gets
easiest
hit off you, this is
default
for you.
state of being.
That's
Just being good to
What,
others.
me? It's sports.
Yeah, like, you know, like,
Tighten the fuck up.
there'll be things where
That's why I'm his dad.
these
That's why he's
videos
real.
where,
You know,
like, one
I
dog
think
is
you can be
drowning
ruthless.
and, like, another
Off
dog
the
jumps
field,
in and
very
saves
nice
it from
dog. And then that kid
the
doesn't hear it.
like, that
Of
to
course,
me
but T
is
knows.
just
Big
really
chunky slow
amazing
kid.
stuff, and it's very
He gets it off
moving.
you. Oh,
So
we got work
just
to do.
to me, goodness
that
means
speed's gonna be a little slower, so
integrity,
everything you slow down the pipe.
and it means
Oh, light his,
kindness.
I'll surprise him to light his ass up.
And yeah, I think of the three, that's not
You'll say that from
the one I picked.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
And I think people,
baseball's
sorry,
no
Josh,
joke,
I think people also have this
Light his
idea,
ass
which
up.
is inculcated to them,
Oh, yeah, I get pretty hard.
especially by corporate
You're kind
America,
of baseball
that
dad,
as you get older,
to the full.
it's okay to do the wrong things sometimes, blah, 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 blah.
You sound like
I don't buy that,
light his
and
ass up.
so I think
Yeah, I
goodness
just
gets
told
rarer
T
and
to
rarer,
How old's that kid?
and I think people know better, and they tell
See, I was trying
themselves
to explain
lies.
to T, like,
Yeah.
yeah,
But
whatever, 4
once
practices
you
a week.
allow
You still have
yourself
to hit outside
a chance
that, buddy.
to
The games of
be
practice
good.
are the
I
bare
think
minimum.
it makes for a better life.
Everyone's doing
Yeah,
Because
practice
it's not
again.
that much work.
It's the
Like, it's not like
bare
going to the gym and
minimum.
working out. That's a
So
lot of work.
whatever, there's, let's
It's
say
great
there's 10
afterwards.
million kids playing
But like
baseball.
goodness is easy
All of them are
once you
going
get.
practice. Where the fuck you want to
There's a
go?
lot of stuff.
We're gonna have
You
to
make
do
it a
way
habit.
more than this.
Yeah.
You're not
You're
even
going to get the rewards of it,
Right.
and
Yeah.
you want to be.
The rewards of goodness, I think, are more
All
immediate than
these
the
idiots
rewards of working
practice.
out.
You know the law's not a big
As
draw.
opposed to the hard drugs.
Yeah.
He's just
If
not.
you
I
mentioned
love
this
the
quote
guy.
on one of
I think he's
your
on Saturday.
life
It's just
streams,
not
I
a big
think
draw.
if you save one
Sweet.
life, you save the world.
Yeah.
That's such a cool line. I remember reading about Paul Farmer. I think his name is. He's a doctor that really, doctors in general, they kind of don't care about like what they're doing as a broad policy across hundreds of thousands of millions of
You're
people.
going to
They
ask
just care about
conditions
the
what
human
would be
in
a
front of
funny
them.
to spread
Which
mod
is so interesting. They don't
Rabbi
care if it's
jokes.
going to cost, like in his case, to save one child, it will cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars. They don't care about that. They can't. They know very well that what their actions cannot be scaled, but they can't help but help the child in front of them. And it's so interesting.
Yeah,
That's
but
such
I
an
need to
interesting way
tell,
to
ask
live.
my Jewish friends what
That's the
would
way
be
I
funny
kind of think
to
when I
spread
try to do
mod
something
rabbi
positive
jokes.
is, will this help one person? And I just kind of imagine a specific person, depending on the thing, that would help with. Like when I'm trying to create something.
Oh, you
Whether
gotta.
it's a piece of hardware or
Or
a
1,000
video
people
or
who
anything
just
like
saw that.
or educational material, lecture, that kind of stuff. I don't know. What do you think about this quote? Like, what is it profound or is it just poetic?
I think it's more profound than it sounds at first. The example I think of is Michelle Bachmann. She was a former congresswoman from Minnesota. She clearly had crazy eyes. Something weird's going on with the husband. But she adopted like 20 kids. Terry Shepard's another friend of mine. He's like either Navy SEAL or Marines. Whatever it is, Terry, I apologize. I'm not trying to be funny. And he adopts like elder dogs. So going back to Bachmann, it's like, yeah, you can say she's crazy, you can make fun of her politics all you want, and all that stuff's legitimate. But if you save a kid, give them a home, and you save them from the foster system, and you put a roof over their heads and make them feel loved and appreciated, it's really hard for me to sit here and call you like a totally bad person. I think that kind of thing is, like Cersei's another one who adopted a kid. As I said, I think you're a hero. Like if you, there's something, one of the things that's very hard for me in life, as you know, I talked about this, I just did this book, The White Pill, but writing about
Let me
when
see what this
people
dumb
do
is saying
hurtful
now.
things to children,
Holding my ground
it
as
really
far as
is
I can.
hard to watch, and it's hard to, because when you're an author, you have to kind of empathize with the character. You have to, where's this character coming from? Explain their point of view, and that's the one that's the hardest for me to wrap my head around. Like
Cruelty to children.
yeah,
Magic running through my veins.
and
That's right,
yeah,
time
sadism
for
to
MMA
children.
fighters
It's just
in the
like
wild.
this
Here's
is
Barack.
this is something even animals know not to do. You know what I mean? Like dogs
Your
do that
passion.
when you see them around kids. They're very protective. Like if the kid pokes their eyes out, the dog doesn't do anything.
Drunk, sleepy
So
mess.
it's like if you can't even get to that level, what kind of person are you? So I think that quote
I'm actually super into cats. I got 4 of them.
is a profound one, and it's an important one. It also means we're not all called upon to be Superman, right? You only have a very finite ability to move the needle. But at the same time, if you have actually, saved a life, you can go to meet your maker. You did your part. You left the world a little bit better than you found it. And that's all you could ask anybody.
Also, I think from a policy perspective, it seems we just do better when we focus on doing a small thing, helping one person. Because it feels like when you start talking about communism and all those kinds of things, when you start to believe you can do good by a lot of people, that's where your mind somehow stops being able to do good by a lot of people. That's when you start to think about utopias, and somehow utopias goes to feeds power into the brain to where it deludes you completely, and then you start, it's okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, kind
Now,
of
I just
reasoning
jump
you
into.
out the trouble. It seems like it's much better,
Yeah, if you're gonna
even
shut
when you have the
I'm
power
not
and the money
pumped.
and so on,
Let's do the
to
math.
achieve scale, to focus on one, and then
Or locally, yeah.
locally, yeah.
Because then also you have the feedback.
Exactly.
Right. So if you have some kind of program, in Austin or Brooklyn or something like that, and you can watch, oh, this is working, this isn't working, then you can port it out to other places. But top-down helping is, at the very least, it's going to be inefficient. And also, I think it's a lot more useful when you're helping people when it's a one-on-one relationship, because then it's less, I don't know, embarrassing, but certainly less something to receive help. And you also feel it's one thing if you get a check from the government, food stamps. It's something if someone's like, hey, I'm going to buy you groceries until you get back on your feet. You have this kind of motivation, I think, for most people to be like, you know what, this person believed in me. I'm going to make it worth their while that they believed in me. Because I didn't believe in me.
Yeah, when I was giving lectures at MIT, there was one was scared shitless. And everybody, how students are and all that kind of stuff, they're kind of bored.
Yeah.
And they don't understand that you're a human too. Or this is could be just me.
I don't understand you're trying to pass this.
I know. But there's one gentleman in the audience. He went to all the lectures. Older gentleman. He was a faculty at MIT, and he just, without very kind of nonchalant, just said after the lectures, he would kind of nod at me and say, "You did great." And before, like one time, he said, in a non-creepy way, I know this is going to come off as creepy, he said, "You look great today." Like, he said that in the way, so he's like 60, 70, whatever, like, in this, I don't know, it's in a wise, sage way. Oh, because I was wearing a suit and tie. Like, I looked like, when you dress up like a young kid, you dress up for something.
Yeah.
So he was just like, all right,
Yeah.
You're all dressed up. You look great. You got this. I don't know. That has a lasting impact. Kind of pat on the back. But I agree with you. Cruelty towards other adults is somehow understandable because it's a world full of conflict. But cruelty towards children doesn't quite. I can't understand it. I can't understand how you could act in a way that directly causes suffering to a child in front of you. Yeah, that is like that. I don't think I've ever talked to you. This might be a good time to ask you about this. What lessons do you draw about human civilization from Jeffrey Epstein? From Ghislaine? How everybody thinks about different things. When you talk to Eric Weinstein, he thinks about intelligence and Jeffrey Epstein is a front for something else. That's what he thinks about. I think about the weakness of grown men in the face of charismatic evil, which is like, for me directly, is MIT. I didn't know. I guess I was at MIT when Jeffrey Epstein was just at the very end
he must have been there. I didn't know any of this, but it really bothers me that nobody was able to see through this man, because he's obviously, what is also obvious to me is that he was very charismatic. Like, I try to think about human nature from this perspective is directly, like we said, help one life. Would I know a Jeffrey Epstein if he was in my life? Would I know evil when I saw evil?
Even if it's sitting across from you.
Even, I mean, you. So exactly, the evil laugh. Thank you. The thing. Well,
It's a Necronomicon.
Well, the thing and I'm sure we've talked about it. Maybe not. Doesn't really matter. We see things, you and I, Michael, very differently about a lot of things, politically and so on. The reason I like you a lot, the reason I like the people I do in my life is there's a warmth, there's a kindness, there's a humanity underneath it all. I don't really care what you believe. I don't care. I don't care what your Twitter says. You know, it's easy to mistake your Twitter to indicate that there's not a deeply human love for humanity in there, and that's what I'm detecting. That I think I would be able to detect that Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm just imagining the T-1000 skits. Yeah.
Detected. Yes. I imagine, I hope I would be able to not detect that Epstein lacks that completely. Even if he's charismatic in the humor he has, even if he is charismatic in the expression of curiosity for science, which he did. He was curious about, like, not just like boring minutia of science. He was interested about the big questions in science, which I could see that become exciting to scientists. Like, oh wow, here's a person who's thinking big. That's always exciting when somebody goes into a room and thinks about, like, how do we solve intelligence? How do we travel faster than the speed of light? That's exciting to people, especially people with money, because it's like, all right, great. So we might be able to actually do big things here. But you could see through the bullshit, the deadness in the eyes. I don't know. So I think about that because I feel like I have a responsibility for me as an individual to detect evil.
So, do you know who Michael Alec is?
I was not ready for
Okay, this is going to be in Lex clips, but this is a whole long story. So there was a scene in New York in the 90s called the Club Kids. And they would go out to different nightclubs at night. They would all dress in really kind of crazy costumes. And the costumes were all like goofy and like dressed like an angel. This was dressed like a nurse. There's a juvenile aspect to it. They're all taking, ketamine and ecstasy till all hours. This is kind of rave culture was coming up in there. And the head of it, and in fact, there's a clip on YouTube, I think it was the Jane Whitney show, of the Club Kids and Gigi Allen. Gigi Allen's a, kind of punk rock performer, hard rock performer, who passed away. And the audience, and Gigi Allen was very aggressive and like a crazy person. My friend once saw him in a concert, and he took a dump on stage, smeared it all over his face, grabbed the girl from the audience, gave her a big kiss, and as she walked by him, she just went like this, like, excuse me, like went to the bathroom. So the audience is screaming at Gigi Allen because he's very visibly over the top, whereas you got a bunch of these kids dressed in these silly costumes. You guys are just having fun. Well, the head of the Club Kids, Michael Alec, ended up killing someone. There was a kid called Angel Menendez who hung around with them. He would always have angel wings and boots. One time they were at Michael's condo with there was a drug dealer named Freeze. They got into a fight. So Angel got hit in the head with a hammer. They kill him. What are we going to do with the body? They put it on ice in the bathtub. They had a party. So everyone's going to the bathroom while Angel's body's there. They're like, all right, we got to take care of this. Michael got extremely high in heroin, had silver cutlery from Macy's, saw the body in pieces, put him in a box. They took him in a cab. The cab driver helped them throw the body into the river. And then Michael starts walking around Manhattan wearing Angel's boots and would tell people, oh, I killed Angel. Now, because he was a super effeminate, over the top, like he would pee people's beer kind of guy. Everyone's like, "Oh God, Michael, like like you and your stupid pranks." But it was true, and he got caught, and he got sentenced to jail. So I was in a store in Manhattan in Soho, and it was one of those stores where you have like all sorts of things for sale. And I saw a painting, and it said Malice, and I'm like, "Wait, what?" And it was M. Alec. It was a Michael Alec painting he had painted while in jail. So my mom bought it for me for my birthday. I don't know what birthday it was. And I started writing him in prison. He was going to write a memoir called Aligula, which is clever. And then I actually went to visit him. Like, I want to see what this person's like, because on one hand, he's king of New York nightlife, this goofy person. And it's also kind of ironic that Gigi Allen is like, maybe he's gross, he's not killing anyone, he's probably an accountant off the stage. And Michael Alec actually did kill someone, and then bragged about it, tongue-in-cheek. So, but meeting him, he passed away last December, on Christmas, actually, Christmas 2020. He was clearly a sociopath, and I'd never met a sociopath before. Now, a lot of times we'll read these, like, you'll take a BuzzFeed quiz, like, are you a sociopath? And it's like, oh, my feelings weren't hurt when I was mean to someone. It's not a thin line between, like, me and you and him. It's a thick, thick line. Because when you're talking to someone like that, at least in this specific case, he was being very friendly. He wasn't, and it's not like he was going to kill anyone or was a threat to me. But there's that sense like something's really off here. And he was talking to me about how after he had killed Angel, he would just talk about it because he felt so much guilt. He just wanted to get caught. It's like, no, wait. He was describing wasn't guilt. He was describing just he didn't like the knife over his head, like waiting to get caught. I'm like, you don't even know what guilt is. So it's kind of like, oh wow. So as for Jeffrey Epstein, but the thing is, Michael Alec was in a very low social position, and the thing is, when someone is powerful, very high status, and they do something, we are, as kind of hierarchical animals, we kind of defer to their norms. So if you're at a party with, let's suppose, or either of us, and it's like a Jeffrey Epstein party, and everyone at the party is doing some sort of weird drug we've never heard of, we wouldn't really feel comfortable judging them because, like, their norms kind of become the norm for that space. The lesson for me about Jeffrey Epstein there's a lot of because I think to me the biggest moment was the Amy Rohrbach situation. Amy Rohrbach was caught on a hot mic saying that they had all the goods on him, they had all the names, and that Buckingham Palace called them. They killed the story because they weren't going to get a Meghan Markle interview out of it. So that the willingness of those in power to do the wrong thing for the flimsiest pretext, which I think was a big important lesson. Also, the fact that no one at ABC had any consequences for this. In fact, the only person who got in trouble for all this was someone who used to work at ABC, went to, I believe, CBS, and they got fired from CBS because apparently they had access to footage at one point, even though they weren't the ones who had leaked it. So whistleblowers are like the only, like, for example, the case in Eric Garner, the guy who was selling Lucy cigarettes in New York City, who was arrested. He had a heart attack or whatever it was on the way to jail. He died. The only person, so the cops had a situation there. The only person who got in trouble because of that was the guy filming it. Like, he went to jail. So I think there's a lesson in terms of, we look at Julian Assange, right? There's a huge amount of power exercised by elites to make sure that what is done in the cover of darkness remains in the cover of darkness. And also Kevin McCarthy, who is currently the House Minority Leader of the Republicans, he wrote a letter to ABC News, like, you had this guy, maybe you couldn't call in the authorities, but you could have leaked it to somebody. Why hasn't it come forward? Nothing happened as a result of this. We also have to keep in mind that the longest-serving Republicans to go out in history, Dennis Hastert, went to jail for the ability to pedophilia and things like that. So, as Russians, and this is something I think you and I mentioned before, Americans are very naive, often increasingly so, about the nature of evil. They think the evil person is someone who's just getting kickbacks, or like the Cuomos are colluding, something like that. I would hardly even call that evil. No, this is the sort of things that are so depraved that you would never think about it in a million years in your own home. You don't think in these terms, and I think they get off on doing things that if the average person heard about it, the average person would be shocked, because that gives them this sense of we're above them, we're different from them. The rules don't apply to us.
There's a lot to say here. So one is the norm thing you said at a party. It's really interesting for an anarchist to say that.
Well, no, it's
No, well, I know. I'm not sorry. That came off as criticism. I meant it as harsh criticism. No, I think about that a lot. Like, I found myself in situations where I'm invited to these kinds of parties where people have nice things, and I find it deeply uncomfortable for that reason. I don't want to be sort of an activist that goes in and ruins a party. I think that's not the courageous act. Neither is it courageous when everyone's doing some weird drug that you mentioned to join in. I think courageous is more being remaining yourself, sticking to your principles calmly in that room where everybody is doing the drug, and just don't do the drug. Don't make a scene about it, but also don't do it. And I think that little act of courage over time is the way you resist Jeffrey Epstein. That exactly the thing you said is probably the situation where charisma works. So one charismatic person gets the little crowd going, and the crowd is everybody sort of establishes a norm at the little crowd, and yes, there could be some dynamics that allow that norm to be established. Like you said, like rich and powerful people might enjoy being rich and powerful and better than everybody else, kind of thing. But like especially for scientists, I thought they should have integrity and courage enough to see through that. Not again as an activist, like so you can tweet about it, how courageous you are, but just literally see there's something off here. There's something off here, and I'm not going to participate.
I'm going to defend these scientists because something off. First of all,
you're always defending academia. It's disgusting.
It's my favorite thing. I think that first of all, this is going to sound like a joke, and it's not. I bet you 90% of those MIT scientists are on the spectrum. So everyone they're going to meet is going to be a little off, right? So I'm sure part of their brain is like, okay, this person's weird. This is just them being on the spectrum.
Like the light spectrum, I couldn't even finish the joke. Okay, go ahead.
Number two is off. We tend to. There's this poem. I forget who wrote it. It was like Nick Cave or something, and it was describing like I think it was Goebbels. Hair normal, height normal, weight normal. What do you expect? Horns, right? So when you meet someone you think something's off, there's going to be a bell curve of what that could be, right? It could be that they're twitchy, or maybe they're completely asocial, and then you have Jeffrey Epstein over here. You're going to need a lot of evidence to be like, oh, I feel something off there for this guy's the head of an international, sex trafficking ring. So, yeah, you might be like, okay, but at the same time, if their extended relationship is this guy is interested in my work, he's going to fund my work, and I don't have to give him anything in return. He's clearly intelligent. He's appreciating it. And being a scientist is a thankless job. I know what it's like as an author. When I was writing To Reader, the North Korea book, my friends are sick of hearing all these North Korea anecdotes because at a certain point, it's like, okay, we get it. Just save for the book. And, you got to be in that lab. You're looking at the springtails, whatever it is you're looking at. No one knows what a springtail is.
I just disagree with you. So that'd be interesting to draw a distinction between science and writing, because the scientific process itself is fun as fuck. It's you're solving little puzzles.
Sure.
So like in itself, it's fun. So like it's rewarding. Like the reason you go into science is you can continue really without a boss to continue having fun in solving puzzles. That's literally so like unless you become cynical and tired of the whole thing. So the people, the administration, or when you're running a large lab And what you get sick of is the emails and the meetings and all that kind of stuff. The actual act of being in the lab is still fun as fuck. If you allow it to be. Writing, I feel like, there's more priority to publishing. Like, would you enjoy a tree falling in the forest? Would you still enjoy any of the books you've written if they never got published?
Not to the same extent, even close.
Right. I think that the thing about science, it's almost like you get a peek into the mysterious.
Yeah, but this is okay. So this is where I'm coming from. Since moving to Austin, I've bought over 150 plants.
Okay, you're doing the politician thing.
Let me be clear. All right. It's not.
Oh, you are running in 2024. This is very interesting.
I bought 150 succulents for my house. They're thriving here in Austin as they wouldn't have in Brooklyn.
You have a great video about it.
Yeah, one of those plants I have is the photo I took on my Instagram. There's no other photos in the whole internet. None of my friends care. Or they care, like, ostensibly, but, like, oh, it's cool. Like, I have a better plant collection in my house than, like, almost any botanical succulent collection than any botanical garden in America, than probably the Huntington, and no one cares.
This is what ego looks like, by the way.
I can prove it to you.
No, I know, but you don't have to rub it in.
Well, they have a big budget. I don't. So if I can put it together, they should be able to.
Right.
So I can only imagine that a scientist who studied, those spiders that look like ants, like and this species does this with the gender dimorphism, their friends are only going to care so much. So if you meet someone who has a lot of money who now cares about ant spiders, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it will be very exciting. But I just wanted to push back on I think the act itself should be the biggest reward. I think you're always safe. We're talking about goodness being a safe default. I think it's a good default for plants and for writing and for science is to just enjoy the act, even if nobody cares.
Okay, this is where this. Okay, now I'm wondering why I'm pushing back so hard. I realized what it was, because I've made this point several times, and I'm glad I can make it again. There's this window of time that happened in my life, and I know it happens to a lot of people, when you're in your 24 to 27, 28, right? So 21 to 24, you still have your friends from college, so on and so forth, right? But then it's kind of like a poker game, and every so often people cash out. They're like, I'm out. They get married, they get a job, they move. And if you are someone who is a young, ambitious, creative, that window is a very rough one, because you're doing the right thing, right? And you're not being, drug addict, you're a philanderer. Not that those things are wrong, but just you're playing by the rules. You're creating your stuff, what you want to be known for, contribution you want to make to the world. And no one cares, and it gets very lonely. And there's this very emotional disconnect about how is it that I'm creating and I'm working hard and I'm making something happen, and it's just radio silence. So that I don't think it's that easy when you're the scientist, not me. When you don't have any kind of external validation, humans only have so much fuel.
Nothing worth having is easy, Michael. By the way, yesterday, talked on the phone with a person. He said he was deeply moved the first time you mentioned this age group of 24 to 27. He's like, he's 26, he said, and he feels the full responsibility of that and the excitement. So he left his corporate typey job to pursue something that he's really passionate about, and that was you were an inspiration to him, which I was deeply saddened by that.
I also inspired Michael Alex.
The amount of mass murder those that were inspired by you will eventually lead to is truly horrifying. What were we talking about? So, Jeffrey, one thing I wanted to ask you. So, let's put scientists aside. What about world leaders? Bill Clinton, your favorite person. Why would he fly with Jeffrey Epstein? Why would he interact with that guy?
I mean, don't you think that that's kind of the deal? That I'm the president, and and I get big and powerful people flying around their jets, and that's a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, but don't you also have a good BS detector? Like, don't you have a good detector for people who just want to be in your presence? Like, I already understand that there's people like this out there. Like, there's people that kind of want to use me for stuff. And
You mean Tim Dillon?
Tim Dillon. I love that guy. You guys met?
We haven't met yet here.
We haven't met. Okay,
Yeah.
wow.
We met before in New York, but we had not since Sunday.
Yeah, so you should be able to detect that there's those people, and there's the people that have kindness in their heart, even if they can benefit from the interaction with you, but they're good human beings. I feel like you run into a lot of trouble if you surround yourself or have any people that are manipulative.
But I think
Like that.
like that example, because like let's look at Clinton and let's look at Obama, right? So Obama, even though their politics are very close, I'd say in many ways, Obama is apparent. We don't know. I don't know either of them. But to me, it seems very apparent that he's very similar behind closed doors as he in front of the camera.
Yeah, he's Barack to me.
Oh, yeah.
He's good.
Yeah. Clinton seems very clearly to be much more of a performer. He's in front of the cameras, he puts on a role, but behind the cameras, he very much has a temper. He's known for that. He's much more of a lech.
What's that?
A pervert.
Oh, lech with an E?
L-E-T-C-H, yeah.
Oh, cool. Lech. Is that that's a cool term. I could use that on the internet. You're a lech.
Yeah, you can use it on the internet.
You're a dirty lech.
Well, it's a dirty supply.
So it's okay.
Yeah, so...
Being redundant.
Yeah.
But it just feels like it needs an adjective to give it more power. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So Clinton is a lech.
Right, so you can see how there's people who want to meet, the surface Bill Clinton, and I'm sure that gets old for him because he has to be on. But then there's the good old boys where he could be a pervert, and this guy's like, yeah, I know what it's like. And then he feels like he's himself. But we're all speculating. I mean, I don't know what Bill Clinton is like, what was in it for him. He certainly could afford private jets if he wanted to. There's no shortage of people who want to fly around the world to give speeches,
But can't he satisfy the lech within without hanging out with the Jeffrey Epsteins of the world? Like, can't he get? I mean, this is the Monica Lewinsky question to me. I'm confused by all of this. Can't he get women in a legitimate way of like not using his power, not hanging out with these shady rich people, but just like having a normal mistress like JFK had?
Well, JFK had a lot.
I know, I understand that, but in a normal way, or I don't know enough about it.
I don't understand the Clinton psychology. First of all, the fact that you're hooking up with someone who's close to your daughter's age, to me, I think is inherently disturbing. But she's an adult, so okay, that's not that beyond the pale. But also the idea that, if I don't physically fornicate with you, it's not cheating. Like that, whatever you tell yourself, or like if I don't ejaculate, it's not cheating. Like these rules.
That it maybe at least some kind of slippery slope. Like you start not having the rules of.
But it's who you fool. I mean, if you told your wife, like, listen, it wasn't cheating. She only, performed on me. You're gonna say this with a straight face. Like, at that certain point when something is so brazen, you wonder if the person even has to believe it because who are you fooling?
But like we started this conversation with, there is a line between young women older than 18 and young teen, like 12, 13 kids.
Have you ever? When's the last? Oh, because it's different for you because you're at MIT. I was hanging out with Blair White, and she had a couple of fans of hers, and they were like 22, 23, and they were like children to me.
Yeah.
Like I'm like to me as someone who is in his late 60s, to look at these people as adults, like they look completely like kids. So that,
now, of course, there's exceptions. Like I've interacted with a young 20-year-olds that are like, you're way more mature than I'll ever be. Like the wisdom that comes out of them is quite fascinating.
Visually, the energy and the way they look so young to me, and the way they carried themselves. It was the idea that my instinct was let's tuck you in and read you a bedtime story, not let me like touch you or something. It was just like it was just wouldn't enter my head. So but the thing is it possible that in order to want to be the president, you have to be a crazy person?
That you have some kind of weird view on power. It could be a power thing too.
Yeah.
Like you can get away with stuff.
Like if I was Clinton's age, nothing about Monica Lewinsky to me would be attractive. And also, I would just feel bad for her because I know she's going to catch feelings. And it's kind of like...
feeling. Yeah, it's true.
It's just like, why would I do this to this kid? For what? Just because I want to get some like, momentary pleasure? Come on.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I'm sure she looked gorgeous to him in the moment. Well, let me ask, we started talking about beauty. Who are you wearing? So as a model, you usually don't have a shirt on when you're modeling. So it's nice to see you dressed up today. Nice and warm.
This is because, so for those who don't know, Russians don't celebrate Christmas. Obviously, with the Soviet Union, Christmas was illegal.
No Thanksgiving, basically no major holidays where everyone gets together. This is the one holiday
Yeah,
New Year's.
New Year's.
The one holiday.
And I remember as a kid, instead of Santa Claus with Ded Moroz, it was the same thing, basically.
It's like Android and iPhone. It's like a cheap version of Christmas.
He's got this girl with him. She's like Snow White or whatever. And Russian kids, they go to sleep on December 31st, and they wake up January. They have a present under their pillow. And I remember as a kid, this happened once, and it just blew my mind. You know what I mean? It's just like I went to bed, and my dad's like, "Oh, you know, you're gonna have Dimmador is gonna bring you a present if you've been a good kid." And I'm like, I think I was a good kid. Like, but you don't even remember a year of your life when you're 4. You remember like 2
remember those moments.
Yeah, and then I woke up and there was a present under my pillow, and it just blew my mind. And that building is still there, 1461 Shore Parkway in Brooklyn. So, and it's just also funny, like, what I really like about kids, you know, being an uncle now, is kid logic. Because they have very little bit of data, but they're using logic to make sense of it, and sometimes it gives them the completely wrong conclusion for the completely right reasons. I remember, you know, my bedroom as a kid was right off the kitchen, and I'd be scared in the dark a little bit, so they'd leave the light on the kitchen while I went to sleep. And at the same time, my parents had told me, you don't leave the lights on the house, it costs money, wastes electricity, right? So I would be worried, because I'm like, oh my God, my parents leave the lights on the kitchen all night, and now it's costing them so much money. Not realizing that, you know, 5 minutes after I'm out, obviously they're turning the lights off. But like in my kid logic, this was a concern of mine.
Yeah, and memories work that same way. I have a collection of memories that are stitched together logically somehow, but they also don't really make sense. There's a few defining things. So I grew up in Russia and experienced a lot of New Year's in Russia. There's a lot of incredible things about that tradition that just warms my heart. So one, as a kid, you mentioned these kind of stories. That's the one night of the year that kids are allowed to be adults. In the following way, like in kid logic, you're allowed to stay up all night.
Oh yeah, okay.
Those as late as you want, which actually ends up being you're not used to.
Right, you're out.
You crash, but no, you get to 2, 3, 4 at night. You stay up, and what you get to witness is almost like Alice in Wonderland goes into this world.
Yeah.
You get to witness what is the adult world really like. Now, obviously, it's not an actual adult world. Merriment, like laughing, fighting, arguing, but also like in our case, like singing and arguing, like philosophical stuff, but also like how would I describe it? This is also probably a little bit of Russian culture, but like flirtation in all of its forms, meaning like men and women just being like, because they dress up.
Yeah.
It's like it's joy. It's like you get to show off like dresses, whatever you got. you show it off. This is fun. And then the men too, just like friends, laughing, like arguing, just showing off the best they got with delicious food. Obviously, that there's a Thanksgiving element there,
Yeah.
where there's just so many. Just you bring out all the traditional stuff, yes, salad, just everything, just the full thing with the desserts and obviously the vodka, a lot of vodka, and at the time, so this is the Soviet Union. Like the biggest stuff, and this is so sad that these are the things I remember, is like Coca-Cola.
Oh yeah.
Like American, like that. I'll probably kill somebody for Dr. Pepper. Yeah. It's so fascinating that you take it for granted, sort of the results of capitalist society, the material things that are created. But that was the ultimate happiness, is to experience this new thing, sugar. I don't know.
There's like
under scarcity.
There's like communist Coca-Cola in Czech Republic. So basically, they try to rip off Coke.
Yeah.
And it's just like they just threw whatever they could together, and it was a very poor knockoff, as you can imagine. I forget what it's called, and all the Czech people right now are getting very angry at me because I can't think of it. But they have it now, and the slogan is "Good or Weird." So it's like this. So they kind of reclaim this kind of hipster soda. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. It's almost like a parody. That's
right. Yeah.
But I think the thing I really remember is the camaraderie, like the love for each other and neighbors too. Like you and I are neighbors now. We don't see each other that often. I hope that changes, but a lot of it is also me. I'm just a deep introvert.
You're also the hardest working person I know.
Yeah, so it's time, but like it's not like I'll go in the middle of the night at like 4 a.m. and go to 7-Eleven and just sit there sipping a Slurpee for an hour thinking about life. It's not like I'm always working. Yeah, I don't know. What I mean is like you get to meet your neighbors and you get to experience their highs and their lows, and you get to bitch about life, about government, about corruption, about the unfairness of life together.
Well, it's also, I think, what people don't appreciate as Americans is it's very rare in Russia to have a safe space.
Yeah.
So you know that January 1st, no one's going to snitch on you. They're not going to be informants probably. So you can vent, and that's the thing with people in totalitarian countries. You have to have the public-facing persona, and then behind closed doors is very different.
It all comes out. I also remember the arguments, and I've been going on Clubhouse recently into Russian rooms, just to practice Russian, and it's so beautiful to watch. I mean, Clubhouse is a very specific collection of Russian people. Maybe it's a little bit political, and they're a little bit older. And it's interesting to watch how much they love to argue.
Russians love to argue.
And so, like, it'll be literally, you can think of it as a nonlinear dynamical system, okay, from an engineering perspective. Whenever any positive topic comes up, you can feel the skepticism. Wait a minute, this is not good. And they'll start, like, perturbing it until you're like, they'll find some way to say, like, come on now, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And then it goes back into argument. It's so fun to watch because in one sense you can see it as negative. In another, you can see it as free to express yourself because it feels like you can solve a lot of problems by allowing yourself to just be emotional, both emotional and say hard truths and all those kinds of things without patting yourself on the back about it, but also it just sort of those Russian rooms make me realize how constrained American speech is, how careful people are in the way they express it. Even the Michael Mouses in the world, you're constantly being like nuanced. There, they just say crazy shit.
Oh yeah,
and then they correct themselves and make fun of themselves, and they completely shift opinions a minute later, and it's chaos.
Yeah,
and it's beautiful. So I love that culture. It's funny given the current regime in Russia, like how that's coupled with how people are talking, and yeah, I don't know. And I have those memories of childhood of friends that I had, of just having that true freedom of talking, and somehow that leads to deep bonds together. When you're poor, when life is has a lot of elements that are unfair, when the government is corrupt, it's just especially in the Soviet Union, there's uncertainty about the future. All of it, you just get closer together, like penguins huddling together in the cold, like that March of the Penguins. That I don't know. The friends I've gotten there, like I get emotional every time I kind of think about those friends because it was so close. That friendship was so fucking.
But I just really hate the Russian cynicism.
I know you do, and I actually disagree with you about it. You see it as cynicism. I see it as waves on top of the water, like surface cynicism, and the depths as I see the beauty of the Russian soul. So yes, that cynicism can negatively affect a lot of people. Like I think you've talked about, like as a parent, like being cynical about the world, and then you have the dire negative consequences on your children. They become cynical. They don't ever take big risks to take on bold things. And I have those arguments because the cynicism is exhausting. It's destructive. It's anti-creative. But so in their perspective this is what the Russian folks would say. Well, yes, that's our role. Like being cynical is being reasonable about the world.
But it's not. It's completely unreasonable. It's a complete lie.
No, I know. But their argument is, yes, but we're giving you this force, and it's your job to resist again. That's it. So it's a test.
I love the idea that if you're going to be creative and innovative, you don't have enough up against you.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly
it. I don't. It's not hard enough already that I want to be an author. Now you got to be like, well, let me just put some fire ants on top of it.
So I just want to separate. I agree with you that cynicism is bad and destructive, but the idea that life is suffering and thinking from that as a first principle, I think there's a lot of people need to be discovered through that. So there's a cynicism, and then there's
horrible message. Life is suffering.
No, not. Well, yeah. I mean, Camus.
Camus doesn't think that.
Now we're going into definitions of suffering then, because absurd.
Life is absurd and life is suffering are not even close to the same concept.
But then you're just defining the terms differently.
So that's because they're different terms.
Yeah, well, so is love and beauty, but let's define terms. Okay.
Wait, you're saying if your baby's in the crib, like with a fever, you're like, oh, that's absurd. No, it's the kid's suffering. It's not the same.
So yes, starvation. See, you've been for the white pill researching a lot of actual specifically defined suffering.
Sure, but also a lot of wonderful things.
Right. Yeah. But the word suffering can encompass more than just specifically starving, and it can encompass, like a lot of the philosophers talk about it. It encompasses like philosophical suffering. The fact that if you're not careful, life can appear meaningless. You could fall into a nihilistic view. Like it's difficult to have the responsibility of freedom to act in this world, because you can fuck up in so many different ways, and then life is seemingly unfair in the sense that good things happen for no apparent reason, and terrible things happen for no apparent. Like it's the old religious question of why does evil happen in the world, or why do terrible things happen in the world?
There's this book called 6 Word Memoirs, right, where all these different personalities.
Which are awesome.
Were you in it?
No.
I'm in it with. So you have to basically write your autobiography in 6 words. 6 words. And mine was good things happen to bad people.
You see, there you go. There's humor.
Yes,
that's your way of dealing with the suffering.
But I don't think life is inherent. If life was suffering, we wouldn't be able to have happiness.
No, out of suffering, happiness is born. So like it's the ups and downs of life. What it means, like
I don't agree at all that you need to suffer in order to be happy. I agree you have to work hard, but that's not the same thing.
Yeah, all right. So the way I'm using suffering, I think a lot of them use suffering is the way you use like gravity. So in order for the roller coaster to work, you need gravity. there needs to be a force that bring you down.
Sure.
In that same way, there's like you have to resist the natural pull of nature that wants to destroy you.
No, nature wants you to. Nature's indifferent, but we have the capacity because we're blessed with minds and we're blessed with friends.
Yeah, to transcend
Yes.
nature. Yeah, no, I know, but I think it's a word that captures something about life that there's no reason to it, that is absurd. I think, to me, oftentimes the way I think about the word suffering is synonymous with absurdity.
This is not suffering, but this is absurd.
I just noticed there's a box with a big bow on it next to you. What's in the box, Michael?
It's your present. So it's your present for New Year's.
Can we open it?
Yeah, sure.
What's in the box?
It's gonna take.
And he brought up suffering. This is going to be very unpleasant.
Here you go. I packed it myself. Yeah, there's a whole process in there. So there's 3 presents in there.
But I'll read the card first.
Okay.
Something about opening presents, like tearing stuff, makes me feel like, because like I just tore the sheet of paper,
Yeah.
so it'll never be the same again.
It's entropy.
It's entropy times. You've got a powerful voice. You've got a powerful voice. To Lex, thank you. Maybe I should read the other card first. You've got a powerful voice. Listening to what you have to say always puts me in a hopeful place. I feel like this is building up to something. You show me how change can happen when you face the world with pride, confidence, and a voice that can't be silenced. Keep speaking up. The world is listening.
Yeah.
There's no cynicism in this card.
No, this is New Year's. This is all about hope and joy. What?
To Lex, I'm seeing the binary. To Lex, thank you for setting the path for me to move to Austin. 01001 001 011 011 000111001. Michael Malice.
Yeah.
Brings tears to my eyes. Thank you, brother.
My pleasure.
Let's get to the present. Okay. It's a PC box. This is very promising. It better not be sex toys.
There's nothing. There's nothing inappropriate at all. Why would it?
Why would sex toys be inappropriate?
Because
That's
you're
sex positive.
because you're a virgin.
You gotta bring a knife to a party. How clever is it to put it in a PC box?
Well, I had it. I just got a new PC. Okay. Yeah, there's also a can.
Yeah.
Open the can first.
In the can. You wrap yourself? That scared the shit out of me. Go get back in the can. That actually stayed in there. That's magic.
Just gotta cut the string.
No. You're the most beautiful troll of all. I love you so much. This is awesome.
Did it not work? Pick it up. No, it didn't work.
There's a terrifying, springy feeling to this thing. I don't want to open this. I need to move stuff aside. I hate you so much.
What?
What? Oh, is it the other way?
No, just pick it up.
believe I fell for that. Thank you so much. Wrenches are my favorite. I can't believe I fell for that. Okay. And there's box number 3.
It's like a matryoshka.
I can't believe that worked.
Yeah. I wanted the box to open all these gears to fall out, but you can't get it.
Can't get them.
Yeah.
Does that really grind your...
You're grind your
Why am I scared? Okay. There's another box. This leads to my death.
No, this is there's a story behind it. I can't believe that worked.
Oh god, that's so good. Alright, no springs, no weapon.
No wrenches. Okay, so let me tell you the story behind that toy.
Tonka robots that turn into vehicles.
So when I was a kid, you had Transformers, but for us sport people, you had GoBots, right? So the GoBots, there were 4 main characters for the good guys. It was Leader 1, Smallfoot, Turbo, and Scooter. And what was annoying is when you had the action figures, you couldn't find the ones that were on the TV show. And I was a big GoBots fan as a kid. And I went once to the Toys R Us in Caesars Bay in Brooklyn with my grandfather. My grandfather was always very lucky. Like, just good things happened to him every so often. And I went there, I remember very vividly, they must have just unpacked, just loaded the shelves. And how they had the shelving, it would be like a grid, you know, you'd have it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows and 5 by 5. And I remember it was 2 up, and then you have to sit by the side and kind of sort through them. And with the GoBots, each package had a picture of a different figure. So the packaging wasn't uniform. And they just had Scooter there. She was just sitting there. And I was like, holy crap. So that feeling when you're a kid and you find that just sitting on the shelf
Scooter's right there.
it was such this.
Wait, is that Scooter?
No, I have it though, but that one is for you. I thought if you want to put it next to your other robots, open it up.
I can open it up?
Yeah, it's for you. And that way, it's that symbol of joy when you're a kid, when you find something you really want. I think it just is really so when people look at it, they'll be like, don't be hopeless.
I'll open this carefully later.
No, do it. Just
should I do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no way to open it carefully. Kids don't open stuff carefully. You rip that crap open.
But then you break it and you cry. That's what happens when you're a kid.
I never did that.
Okay. Me neither. I never cried. I never got presents either.
That is so cool.
My Scooter. You symbolize childlike discovery.
Right?
The poor man's robot.
The poor man's Transformers. I think there's instructions on the back how to transform her.
To her?
I only found out as an adult that it was supposed to be a girl. Yeah.
Wow, this changes everything.
No, give me here. Let me show you. It looks better when she's transformed. What?
No, there's levels to that statement.
Oh. I can do like this. Let me see if I remember how to do it. Because I had this as a kid.
Arms out.
The thing is, these are easy to break, I remember. Is it like this?
No. Oh, the front comes out.
Oh, let me see this. Oh, this comes up. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that. The arms go.
I'm having visions of, baby Michael.
I can't do it. Okay, I can't do it. I can't figure it out.
Wow, you're right. She looks so much better transformed. Oh. Alright. I'm going to follow the instructions in a bit. And I'll leave this failed project of yours. Oh, there's a wheel out.
Well, I don't like this in between form.
Well, this is how it's going to be
Okay.
because we're going to be accepting of the transformation.
Okay.
I saw this
Oh, it's this.
little thing when I was walking on Congress. And it says resist, the bracelet. It made me think of you. The reason I got it is because there's two bracelets. So one said lucky fuck, and the other one said resist. Now I first saw resist, and I'm like, and then I saw the lucky fuck, and I realized I'm a lucky fuck to find a relevant. It makes me think of you.
This is very nice.
This is powerful.
That's true.
I saw this somewhere. Yeah. This has to do with, in terms of resist. You often bring up the book Machiavellians by James Barnum, and so I was looking through, I was reading different parts of it. It's a tricky read. It's a little bit, but there is a ebook Kindle version now that I've been working through. I think there's actually an audiobook too. Anyway,
Yeah. I just bought some. The Machiavellians is James Burnham's analysis of four thinkers that he regards as the Machiavellians. There's Gaetano Mosco, Vilfredo Pareto, Georges Sorel, and I'm blanking on the Moscow, Pareto, Sorel, and Georges Michel. And I just got Pareto's autograph in the mail this week.
so he talks about freedom or liberty. This is an interesting line that I'd like to get your opinion on in terms of resist and in terms of liberty. There's no one force, he goes, quote, there's no one force, no group, and no class that is the preserver of liberty. Liberty is preserved by those who are against the existing chief power. Oppositions which do not express genuine social forces are as trivial in relation to entrenched power as the old court jesters. So, I mean, the question here is, are you comfortable with that definition or that view of liberty, of freedom, that it, at its highest ideal, is expressed through the resistance to the powerful, as opposed to existing in its own?
I think his point, broadly speaking, which I agree with, is the only thing that can work to mitigate power is other power. That it's talk is cheap, and persuasion, it has very limited efficacy. It's like if there's a burglar, right, and one person will give you a speech about property rights and you shouldn't be in this person's house, and the other person has a gun, it's clear which is going to be more persuasive.
Yeah, but can't you just be free without this struggle, without this conflict? What I'm uncomfortable with this view is how closely it links freedom and conflict. Like, why does this world have to have conflict for you to be free? It's and part of it is just emphasis.
So you're just saying suffering is what leads to joy?
See, and now you're in agreement. Thank you. I just did that just so you can come around and agree. I win. Next topic. Wow, I'm playing 3D chess here. Okay. This is New Year's. This is now December 31st. I think that's how it works, but in 1973.
Okay.
We recorded this before you were born. Oh no, years after you were born. 60. You look great for 60. Is it the early 60s or?
Sure.
Okay. What 5 things, let's say, or moments in 2021 are you grateful for? Or people? Just, I don't know, things, moments, beautiful experiences, profound essences of the year. Like, looking back, what are the cool things that just...
Personally or socially?
Do you exist, like, in a platonic way socially? I mean, in your personal life?
Yeah.
Anything. You're both. You're now Michael Malice. You exist as a social entity and a personal human being. All of it, the whole thing. Like, what stands out to you about 2021?
The fact that for the first time in my life, other than college, I moved to a new city. That was a very big one, and there's no part of me that regrets it or misses New York. So that was a very big deal for me.
What do you about this move? About Austin itself, or maybe the move itself? Maybe just the act of moving. What's great about it to you?
The fact that I had forgotten what it's like to have a huge social network, which I had in New York, before people started falling away, and then it really escalated as a result of de Blasio and the COVID restrictions. So to have a big crew here is something that was very validating. The thing that's also exciting about Austin is that Austin is not a particularly big town. It's not a particularly great town. But everyone here, at least in the circles I travel in, is kind of a refugee from their towns. So there is this sense of camaraderie. There is this sense of we're building something together. Back in New York, when you meet someone, it would be like, who is this person? Why am I talking to them? Like, are they ignoring me? Are they going to be weird? And here, there's very little of that. I think there's much more sense of trust with one another when you meet new people. So that's something that's really exciting about. Like, I've been introducing all my friends to each other, and everyone's been hitting it off like gangbusters. It's really great. So I really enjoy that about Austin. I'm enjoying the weather, the space.
You're in Kerouac and his stuff.
I hang on the road. I read a biography of him.
I don't know if it was on. I think it was on the road. Where he talks about that feeling when you go into some place, you're leaving a place and you're going somewhere else, and the place you're leaving disappears behind you.
Yeah.
And all the people and all you just think about that life, and it's forever gone. And there's some inkling of that where you get to realize your almost mortality, because okay, that's a chapter, and there's not many more. I know it's a beautiful chapter, but now on to the next chapter. Is there a melancholy feeling there?
You know, it's the opposite. I feel like I've been dealing with this on life. Because I didn't realize to what extent there was this subtext of hopelessness in New York. And also people who, in New York, you don't appreciate. You appreciate it consciously, but you can't escape it emotionally, how much the winters get to you psychologically. It's tough. It gets dark so early, it gets cold, you can't walk around. Like, that's the thing that's fun about, or was fun about New York, is that, you know, when the weather's warm, you walk for an hour and just enjoy the sunshine, and there's a lot to see and do. But in the winter, you don't have any of that. It's just brutal. And here, it's just, so that is something. There's no melancholy at all.
Well, that's because there's. Can we say something beautiful about New York? Not the way it is now, but the way it.
I could go on for days about how great New York was.
What did you learn about human civilization, just life that was beautiful from New York?
I learned that there's a lot of really unique, special people out there who are doing their little part to move the envelope and make the world a better place. And that when you have a city where they're all there together at the same time, that really moves the world. And I'm thinking of Paris in the 20s, and Harlem in the 20s, and New York in the 70s, and LA in the late 60s, and San Francisco especially late 60s, things like this. They really punch above Detroit, certainly at its heyday. They punch above their weight, and just really kind of Philadelphia in 1700s, things really start happening, and that ripples throughout the world.
Do you think Austin has a chance to be a Paris in some way?
Yes, because again, it wasn't all of Paris. It was the left bank of Paris, and Stein and Hemingway and all of them in a little area. So, you know, when you read these history books, these scenes, it's like 50 people. Like, again, like a 10-block radius. These aren't these huge, like, Davos conventions.
Okay, so the move, the big move.
Yeah.
What else? What else stands out to you? Again, both personally and socially, like zooming in and zooming out.
I did a book with a UFC fighter, and I was making the point that he was a 9-time world champion, that I would never be as good at my job as he was at his.
Yeah.
And then when I dropped Anarchist Handbook in May, and it was the top nonfiction book on Amazon for like most of the day, I'm like, oh, I'm the top nonfiction writer in America just for today. was like, oh crap, okay, so I guess I was wrong. That was a major deal. I was still shocked and delighted.
By the way, congratulations, and I'm truly happy for you, man. I'm so proud.
But it's also, I'm proud because these are people who had points of view and they didn't have it easy and they fought for what they believed in. And insofar as I get to rescue them to some extent from the dustbin of history and say these people really mattered and they really are worth hearing, I love stuff like that. I was talking to a friend of mine, Topher, like a year ago, and because we're in a weird position with what kind of jobs we have. So, like, I'd be talking in my live streams about people like Candy Darling or Wallace Thurman, and like these are not household names at all. And then I'd be like proud of myself that I'm the one who brings them to some sort of more prominence. And then you want to tell yourself, well, get over yourself who you think you are. But it's like, but no one else is talking about these people, or very few. So to be able to kind of give them some kind of stature and platform that they deserve, I think is I love being able to do that.
So you have a strong voice yourself, and to sort of join them, and it's like John Lennon joining in with the Beatles is like a chorus of very different views on anarchism. It's celebrating the individuals, it's celebrating the idea, and you are, I think, will be remembered as a powerful philosophy yourself, but I think you're almost taking just the humility of being in a room with powerful minds together in one book. It's cool.
Yeah, and that these people mattered, and they had a unique perspective. And as I said in the introduction to the book, I remember I was in college and we were studying bioethics, and there was like a graph in the book, and one part says antinomianism, which was the view that at one side said legalism, right? The two extremes. Legalism is what is legal is defined by the government, or what is moral is defined by the government. And one said antinomianism, which is nothing stands above moral law. And then there was like, well, since no one believes in this, the answer is something to the other side. It's like, well, why is it on the charge no one believes? If it has a name, someone believes in it. So, anarchism is a word that's bandied about and in a dismissive way. And it's like, you don't have to like me or agree with what I'm saying, but you can't pretend that they weren't. Tolstoy, you're going to tell me Tolstoy doesn't know what he's talking about completely? He's in there. He was an anarchist, so it was a big accomplishment.
It was really cool to get a chance to do the audiobook. For you did an incredible thing, which is got a bunch of really cool people to read, a lot of interesting, varied people.
So what I did for the audiobook, which I don't like the idea that hard work is inherently good. Because sometimes being lazy is actually the right choice.
Yeah.
So I'm like, wait a minute, why am I reading all 23 chapters when it's 23 different authors? Doesn't it make sense? So I hit my Rolodex, and I had different people read different chapters to make it sound literally like you have the different voices in the book. Thank you very much. You did because I was going to read my chapter. But wait a minute, like all the other authors are being read by somebody else. Let's have Lex read mine. The one chapter I am most moved by is Lauren Chen. She's a podcaster as well. She's expecting now, so we wish nothing but the best for Lauren and Liam and Abby. There's a chapter there by this guy named Charles Robert Plunkett called Dynamite, and he's advocating for making bombs and killing people, killing the forces of capitalism. And Emma Goldman was publishing her essay while she was on lecture tour, and she was just like, "Why is this in here? This is just really going to make us look bad," so on and so forth. And when you're dealing with any kind of, H.L. Mencken has that quote about every rational man must at times be tempted to spit on his hands, hoist the black flag, and begin slitting throats. So I wanted to sound like the seductive aspect of violence. Like, that's the problem. Like, when you're dealing with terrorism, when you're dealing with political violence, to be able to understand how people can fall for this, how people can be persuaded to think, this is a good idea, that I'm going to make some dynamite and throw it into this crowd and kill, police officers and innocent people possibly in service of violence. It's easy to say, oh, they're all crazy, but they're not, even not, most people who are crazy don't do these things, So to have a woman read that chapter, and I told her kind of read it like a phone sex operator, because I wanted to have that siren song of like, so you can understand why this calls out to people who are in the rope, the people who are like marginalized. And she did such a superb job with that chapter.
That's such a beautiful vision. Yeah, because violence, violence is part of human history to a degree that it must be seductive. There must be a strong pull. Like, it's not insane people. There's something probably deeper than our nature that craves violence. And then when there's charismatic leaders that inspire that, and revolution plus violence, that I can see that being extremely seductive to us. Like when you're truly suffering in your current situation, whatever it is, you being oppressed by governments or being oppressed by the powerful, violent revolution is probably, there's something deep within us that longs for that.
And also, this kind of the Ghislaine Maxwell to Jeffrey Epstein, right? You need that woman to be like, no, this is okay, honey.
Yeah.
Come along. It's not a big deal. Don't listen to what your parents told you. They're just prudes. It's a siren song.
What do you think about Ghislaine Maxwell and the trial and so on? Again, maybe the interesting story there is about the coverage of the trial. So, like, the story is more complex and interesting than the actual horrific acts themselves. So to me, maybe I'm not knowledgeable enough, but to me, she's also truly evil. I don't know where to. Maybe you can help me to figure out who's more evil. Just like you said, no, the person that says it's okay, that helps the evildoer, or is it the evildoer themselves? I don't know, but I think she scares me more than Jeffrey Epstein somehow.
Yeah,
there's people like that in the world.
I had a Twitter poll. Do you think it's more evil or less evil to kill someone because you've been paid to do it? And people, the winning answer was more evil, and I said it was less, because I think in that case you can kind of check out. You could be like, this isn't I'm just doing a job.
Yeah.
I don't, you kind of can. I think in a sense, if you have a certain mindset, like intellectually remove yourself from the situation. I'm just a conduit. When you're talking about, like, I haven't been following her case that much.
It's because you mostly watch CNN, and CNN's not covering it.
Well, I think my broader point would be the people who are untouchable and who know they're untouchable do much worse things than those of us who aren't that way can appreciate. Like, I was just talking about on Twitter about Rosemary Kennedy. She was one of JFK's sisters. It's not clear whether she was developmentally disabled or had like depressive mental illness. There's something really off with her to some capacity. And the thing with the lobotomy is you have to be conscious. You're one person be counting backward. Your scalp is in your mind, and they stop. They too far. She became a 2-year-old. Never had medical. They couldn't talk. And when that happened, they just threw her away. They didn't tell brothers or sisters where she went. They'll reveal to 1987. And they pretend, she's, it's with special needs. And it's just like, that to me, very, very scary. Someone, do this. First, I substitute for father, that was, cutting edge technology. But I don't think that was, clearly, we hear more about it. Lobotomies, understanding his lobotomies are very hard. They would want to do something a mass murder or like really bad. The person who has an invalid, like, situation. But when you're dealing with something like this, she's not killing people, she's not assaulting people. She's just difficult because she's making her family look bad. So, what does that take off of you? You can do okay. I know it's a joke. What I can say, so I can't empathize because I don't it's like rooting for his son to be the president and the other son. That's so to be so wealthy. Like, you can't do credit because a lot of these like was too loud. Irish people and people it's like high society. He was up against a lot of pressure with that. And he's like, I'm gonna these people are gonna be recognized. They would be recognized. So that's for that. But I can't relate to people. Yeah. But I think like this is terrifying. Like, I think the big reason for that is like when you have someone who has that sense of power for somebody else, a lot of times they're gonna do bad things and have no consequence.
Just that case, in case they were like probably too far away from reality. They actually was to put people in compromised situations so that you may basically get more and more power.
Yeah, I think that's the Vanity Fair piece that you're referring to, or I referred to.
I'm sorry, I'm just referring.
So there was an article that broke because this article is either Fortune, I don't know, a major figure was talking about it, and it was the victims of the tournament. They ask around, and they go, "This guy's a billionaire, or at least no one has ever traded with him. Where's the money come from? There's no big deal." So they're like, "Okay, it's not trading up and off, and where's the money coming from?" And it's also like, why are all these people Epstein being the business manager when he has no was he would get people compromising situations we still did and he would accordingly. Well, that is the worst. I know it makes sense. Feel that he's just very clear about it. So
And I've also seen
some connections get made. That business get made. How where's the money coming?
oh they people with just like so
I'd argue that like I like to business person.
I like or love.
Love.
This escalated.
I'm gonna hand over 20% of my state fund. Where is the money for that 20%? Trading, right? So I can understand. Oh, I see. Over 20 state funds. 20. Yeah, 20. Yeah.
Clearly, we'll try. To me,
No, moving here.
so moving here for me. Get your comment. So the first time so just that's the police people too. It's the actual act of also the decision. Give it my life away everything. So give away the but keep it primarily is the social mind. So, zero. The conflict zero. And in San Francisco, elsewhere. And a lot of people about it. So, about the cities, like, go there, parents and everything. So it's not all like that. It's also a problem. It's less less future and lots kind of identity problems that you can say it is to me the most important thing is to do things and conversation. So that's it.
Yeah,
the opposite. And you have people like if I talk to I said technology and Joe Rogan just I mean specifically comedy, but he's just really just exciting. And I've seen people that probably that I that engine that far wanting to create something. But all people are second of all, yes, so all that between yeah, yeah, same period. If you were to sound whole thing. That's it. You just you know, doing it. Uh, I don't know. Very linked because if you think that life, you know, it's destructive because like you've been saying, every single stage, uh, that's very important. But yeah, it's about the that what I think is the first thing you are so it's actually otherwise maybe it's second assault. You don't take it personally. Yeah, surrounded by people. Yeah. You don't need to say the full sentence anymore. You can just say most of them understand well, they have conversations agents but have context thing for me talking I have to fit sentences. I have to actually fit which is a big problem. There's no where you finish. Your mind. That's great. Whereas in a lot of is no longer yeah. Just bring it to me. I love that. That's what I love. It's not just communication. I love it. What about you? It's also funny when you're writing how, and I guess this is a professional writer. My personal feelings don't match the characters in the book. Come up with a lot of topics. Well, I guess it's an old lady that was working there early on in the book. But the difference is like writing objectively, whatever, like they come up worse than my person. As you're watching it, I guess kind of like right. You can have a situation where you turn
president who says no, the indicator Reagan, so. Book I've ever done. Dear reader, I think vicious. That's both on history and it's written voice by persons of art. Like you mentioned, yeah, 6 research, yeah. Maybe sure, it's about hope, and it's a tale of good and evil. I think that's I don't tip my hand much. But people always like, how do you think life's so hopeful? And I'm not on an emotional level. I'm hopeful because looking at history, I think there's certain things not certainly not forget, but it's not plausible to happen. So I had books about life itself, how we conceived it. I wish I could see it as philosophy. Ron Holiday, who he has kind of industry. So I think that's okay. And then I was recently, but I was remember. I was like, good. I apologize. Very hard, that picture, which I find unusual. It's have to worry about, picture. Because if you you get the point. It's about love. It's about different roles that human beings also, it's an allegory. So you start to think about whatever you like the the way that story to me is exciting. There's much plot to it, like, there's a very cool plot and a complex plot. Like there's experiences that show you experiences reveal but
stories. So long that people don't really. So, become attention. Not take the life for granted. Just put yourself and put your boundaries and here's one thing that life has meaningless, which is bring community to it, to create meaning to life. Take care of the thing that makes us became something completely different. And how are you so optimistic and it's certain things that I started writing it all of a sudden. And I, again, I'm not optimistic because my temperament of mine. I'm optimistic because, people talk about how the U.S. didn't exist, China didn't empire, take over everything. Look at the British government. A lot of things to make sure geographically,
also trying to drive it. There. And I realized that's better because I want the reader to be in past the present. So about one people up. Extremely proud of it. So, building a, we had house. I was and she makes person in my head. So that role, like I don't episode of the podcast I'm proud of, and there's a lot of questions that what is a lot of questions because I like to go to better place. But it's not the same as that book on the shelf, especially when it's something that I think matters more than I do. Yeah.
There's a series laying down something like really good thought. Yeah, that's true. But I'm a huge fan of podcasts. You don't listen to podcasts. It's fascinating.
Yeah, like and I don't know how to be successful. slight bulk now. So I'm almost at my heaviest weight ever, but I could go to the gym this week and the weather was a little frustrating. So
what else is the goal?
So my heaviest, the heaviest I've ever been, and this is what he's exaggerating. He's not. Um, oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So the heaviest I've ever been when I was body fat because I couldn't gain weight as a kid. So when I figured out how you gain weight, I went 165. So I want to hit 165. And just stronger. He did. I've never looks like it's Photoshop. Your brain can't process it. You know, the human flag. Oh, right. That's right. Human flag push-ups.
Wow.
So he is horizontal power. You also do this while I'm not. There's only a cage here. It's like I can see the water that's something you want to see. No one's doing that. No one just like, yeah, it's cold. I want to say where. I'll tell you off, but there's just a trip. We're great. I don't like that. Except, except, if I have my headphones on and I'm doing them with I don't need you to come over my ear and start to critique about my phone.
It's actually happened.
Yes. I'm still good. Yeah.
Silly guy.
Things and Joe Rogan. Weirdo.
Send it. Just do the fucking drum thing. You know me. I see it. And then on space there. We all get
all sides of the political spectrum. Corporate news outlets.
2019 likelihood be good factors. And you know is ahead new cars and areas and have no break. Space step aside. I can tell the ways they won't space.
When I saw the Donald Trump, I don't think he's going to come as a compliment.
I want to make America. This is my.
This up. Okay. So you nation, if you will. I mean, if you had asked to your nominee 20 would be Donald Trump, was it? Every year. Yeah. Especially because there would be some governor so maybe some congressman might have some moment when there's somebody that's leaving the Republican Party to be able to
Well, you can tell by the way I use my software. You can tell when they're being kicked around. It's okay. Away. We can pass. Wanna say, no time, no more man. But it Dana, Dana, by the way I use my
Because people are trying to figure out. So I'm excited by it.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my kind of work. Time to go. Leave me alone, I've been in there for my okay.
That's my perspective. Basically, self-assertion.
You can stand it, yeah. No, you just love it when you want to get the best. All right. We can nothing. Go around the problems. I get along. I'm dancing. I just can't get it's all right. It's okay. You got time for one.
It was sad. Given the circumstances, I think I'll send you
Is
uh, he has trouble. I don't like clear that get them on the phone and having a conversation. Yeah, it's not the kind of manipulation or something. Because they're all politicians. Clear. Yeah. I love the president in that. The find good luck. There's lots of arguments against those who are completely stupid. Okay, well, I say I'm just there. Logic. It's not good. I'm not saying the right or wrong. You bring up Russia. That's exactly what like not just one America, like something more much bigger and individually work together. It's a step. It's a big step backward. Yes, I think in the short term it is absolutely a big step backwards. There's no question that establishing society that's going to transition to it, which is going to be costly. Starts viruses doing this, with that, so on and so forth. So that would be I don't think that the whole point of America, a large point of America is and there's much hatred and
Yeah.
Eritrea, populations, people who are the refugees. My argument is there's no way to peaceful that rate out well. So it's basically just replicating like in New York City and upstate, go downstate Chicago. So it was strong argument. You talk
Painful. Right, it can't be paid.
Man.
So I think it's a reason.
She looked good and everything was in the back. Working on this music. We were just young and desperate and old. To the back room as is good. We not thinking of anything like we cannot share. Lower device door. Close.
We weren't that long ago. It was only America. I don't know. No. For anything. But it's I said, yes, but I don't the metaphor applies across the
Room.
you know, whatever. Yeah, 'cause a lot of people get behind it. Often lost. One of them get still, he didn't want to. He said, you're not. Where's right?
My record trolls me.
phone.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Accidentally not.
actually Brett Weinstein tweeted. He texted me. And I was like, yep. Like, I was like,
Yeah.
think something was be compassionate publicly. So, yeah, I don't like the word.
Be cordial.
What I mean is like, it's more like you should radiate love, whatever, right? Even if you're wrong, you should still, like, respect love for that person, and then take it as a commercial reality. There's love like that. Too much ask for you. So, I think you and I have a different approach to this. Just on a surface level, different some things like a lot of institutions. I have maybe it's good. It's good. And then from understand the institutions, growth from within, without. And but like looking at this, there are many times when those I can see it in the future. I can see how we get back by my knowledge. And that's the first level of the anyway, you're heading out. I guess maybe it also goes to Joe disagree with important things. Close friends. I don't disagree with that's been the thing to people. Somebody who just enjoys it. They seem to be many folks. It's like suicide. Reading. No, it seems that's the church. Yeah, so like I could be a meeting with a friend, and they were like, "Oh, like, author, I don't care." I always say, I don't care whether because I'll have a lot of people who are like, "Oh, just because you don't have to be I many of my friends movies, watch I don't know, I'll drive very Chris Williams, Austin. I live today because he took the small and he figured out. No idea. Yeah, let's get. So, things like, oh, I friends. Really? So I don't like that at all. It makes no sense. It just I still like to have those conversations. I still have like I disagree with different things, but it's never. It's an arrogance conversation seems to have, like talking down. It's I love the debate. I love debate. It takes a lot to get me triggered. When the Babylon Bee was interviewing you, and he, well, I don't know. Yeah. And the guy, they're like, oh, we actually have an enemy here. And the example he used was football. You're you want the like, hey, I'm sitting there, the referee doesn't work in the state. Yeah. The referee is a private individual working for this organization. Yeah. And there's no reason at all that it's just something that can only be delivered to the state and the government would not. And that can really change. Just back stuff like that with the antiviral drugs that but do you have an idea like what's the best way for it? Is it just the market? Just let people it's close to the they don't know what they're dealing with.
long-term effects. I think it's very dangerous when Joe was under doctor's advice, and they kind of stopped the method. Because it was space, although veterinary medicine is why they
Music isn't available for someone comes
it's
from
like he's not dead. So, and he's also taking which are used in other circumstances, at the very least, pointless. If the drug is being allowed for pharmaceutical reason, the odds are quite low. They're going to have serious side effects in general. So, I think this kind of existence, there has to be one efficiently improved outcome for all doing that kind of future thinking. Anyway, so, I guess we're talking about CEO. And, collecting questions. I got a lot of questions. People solve the questions. Ask them. Like that. Yeah. All right. And then I'm going to myself there. That's the last time I was in Alaska. I'm like around. That's about it. And then I'm like exactly. But it's not like how you conversation that I thought of. Of course, enormous incentive for your company towards everyone.
Oh, shit.
Quite a lot. I just like making a lot of money. I mean, I asked a lot. Like, still, a lot of people for the same thing. Just, I don't know, I just want to about that conversation. They didn't see the question I'm asking. They didn't see the final. They questions I asked. Failed because of my own shortcomings. Also, review conference was a bit of something. What do I have to gain from exactly? Because if you yourself, because you make it difficult for something, you know, a lot of people otherwise, but something about it. I want some folks wanted me to do like criticize them. Real truth, like you that I want to think about something chaotic or the nature of the next that together like truth of something. Which is kind of open towards right. So bad. Maybe yours too. Just go back to the Union. That's a great of human nature and corruption. I said like it's not two things. It's both bad and two. And then push this with several questions. Like, So yeah, I got thing right. I think humility. Trump this. What? Your base. Trump little smirk he does. Where
That big zombie. But she is broken. And I said she is broken. But she ain't broken. I got one. Yeah,
knows how to I did with Google. Sorry, Jim. It's a problem.
Oh, shit. Oh, she ain't messing with no broken. I say she is broken. She ain't messing with no broken. Just remember that you get
think it was the 2008 cycle. He asked Hillary, why sorry, and she just goes, oh, well, like, and he cut her off. He goes, why did he? And she didn't think, I was really impressed with him. He didn't cut her off so much. And to me, it's right. Some people say that like they want him to stuff. Listen, I don't know, Tony, like all which she's not spending time. She's very good at but it's not rehashing Republican talking points. That like more. She said, "Here, let me tell you what I care about science and students, and I'm going to person, but he said me that was responsible for managing COVID. I think are more entirely responsible for my question for years this week. Incredible career.
Right. One step in my fall, trying to do what I did. I'm a on the overside. In the club, but the no love for the I'm the great.
the daily to really it's a giant conversation, but also responsibility. I don't know. Minutes, it's like, hey, not knowing. You're a good person. Maybe updated.
Um,
High school, college, and that piece of advice because you're already no one knows.
I used to sales now.
that's a really dangerous. I should have. Right? So, accomplishment, like what they did once. I'm very. So, that fire hammer. Doesn't matter. Molding someone that's all. I can't do it.
I think like, another
Yeah, yeah. Because if you're just like that's not
yeah, a little person to me. But think, take big risks. Like, you just have to give to a thing. It doesn't have to be time. Really give up. It's just like, I'm going to try. So I'll try. Try with a whole different. Like, really give yourself. So, words that if you fail in doing things that you commit to, it should hurt. So, like, when I can engineer to, you do like, don't say you have fun out there and so on. No, because that don't hurt. So, resist the pressure. I think
people will but you should have the kind of
Has three of
music enjoy.
just
Happy.
one thing you're proud to say.
What? I have I just have kids. I want to get married. This is that I have to kind of work out over this year. Certainly, you know, anyways, so I did the good children. She sat with my kids. I said, give me the
Pros and the cons.
well, the pros I knew. I love kids. But it's right. You're right. His youngest son. Chester's so cute. And I like very vividly what it was like to be a kid, especially tension. Especially the but style adjustment and one where I'm feeling like selfish enough that I do that and also have to like if you're making yeah. If you're on this kid, the work, life will free kind of like term which is love for kids. It's really sad, but not. about this with or just whatever happened? I have been so blessed for so long now that I'm at the point where I can think about it. Like, this happen every day. So the book. That's why. There's a part
And the rabbi leave me alone. I'm not good at it.
troubles me. Those who advocate for the death of often feel suffering that it results in economic loss of jobs, the pride, suicide, suicidal ideation, and general negative income rises. Homelessness, goods and profit goods, with the self-inflicted needs of very good. General is not affected by poverty. Jobs and places about which have over his right to it is very and in general for people like themselves. The landscape of suffering in the past must be fully considered, calculating the response to the pandemic, accumulating with rigorous, good-minded scientific debate. Jody and I, Will Collins, and Anthony Fauci, and Collins J. and his new co-author, Rich, an epidemiologist, and also called devastating published in-depth their idea. These words, Francis, my heart. I understand them. I can listen to them. Nevertheless, government, they show to be steady. Leadership in the pandemic is just why leaders are remembered in history. They are stand up and hope. So, it inspires me on my small vision to do the right thing. The fix of conformity, despite the one odds. I think the best is out. Knocked out from her yeah. I also thought it would to talk like great. Deceptive forces that challenge the mainstream narrative. Those who seek to power. I hope to highlight both strengths and weaknesses in their ideas with respect and empathy, but also with skill. The skill part will do over time. Truly, that conversation is the way out of this. Finally, let it pass a million months integrity power. Those latter are all ephemeral. They slip through the fingers of anyone who tries to hold on and leave behind an empty shell of a human being. Prefer to die a man by principle that nobody could ship, and a man who added a bit of the world. Podcast supported. Please check out our sponsor description. And now here's my conversation. Jay. To our best understanding today, how deadly and COVID do we put a measure for so the best evidence for COVID because the COVID comes from a whole series of zero prevalence studies. Zero prevalence studies of antibody prevalence in the population at large. Part of the one people don't know the small is prevalence. It's not like zero prevalence. It's zero virology antibodies. It's a survey. This can be people that use particularly would perhaps shows an indication that they likely have COVID, and therefore it's a way to study how many people in the population have been exposed.
Exactly. Yeah. So the idea is that we don't know exactly the number of people just by counting the people that are present themselves with symptoms of COVID. As it turns out, a very wide range of symptoms, ranging from no symptoms at all to this really fucking pneumonia that people. And like, if you just count the number of cases, the people with their symptoms often don't show up for testing, just they're outside of public health. And so it's really hard to know the answer to your question without understanding how many people are sick. Probably not because I've seen there's a controversy for that. But so the numerator is possible, but the denominator is much
you can come up with different sources, different kinds of death. It's you can't really trust the associated with COVID. It's just a giant thing that makes up this kind of stories about hospitals reported death.
So, just talk about these. So, in the United States, has that major hospitals they go bankrupt. Provided incentives to treat COVID patients, and thousands of dollars extra per COVID patient. And they gave up 20% off the Medicaid elderly patients who treat COVID. The idea is that there's more expensive. Literally. So that did provide an incentive to have a lot of COVID patients in the hospital. Financial success of the hospital. There's no lack of financial. Didn't have many patients. The death, the point of death is a separate issue. I don't know that there's a financial. There's this sort of diabetes, diabetes to heart failure, so then you get COVID and dies. What do you grab? Just kills you with failure. Difficult to like disentangle. And a lot of times what happens is signing music. With the end for this, there's been a couple of audits of death certificates, like where I live in California, where they carefully went through death certificates. Okay, it's reasonable to say it's actually COVID was COVID. Found about 25% of deaths were more likely due to COVID. I personally don't get excited about this. It's a philosophical question, like there's just not things to medicine. Like really, it's almost always real. Always it's you. The brain bleed. Would it have burst anyway? I mean,
The way you died, a proper question, also a psychological question, because it seems like you're a sick person. What happened the last few years? That's the first question that comes to mind. But not just because you're trying to be but just in your mind. I think that's a psychological reason. So, people spend their part of the century in the United States not worrying that much about diseases. But those who must be essentially comfort them. Something that happens in far more places than that. That's personally not the world. Friends are going up for decades and decades. And for the first time in living memory, we have disease that kill us. And I think we're effectively involved in that. Panic centers of our brain, this part of our brain takes over. And our central focus has been avoidance with. It's not surprising that people, when they're death because they're thinking about what led to the death, it's the most salient thing. That's probably everyone's brain would go to the top. And we can't ignore this very psychological thing. Consider what people say on the internet. People say to each other, what people learn things to be great, great, everything. The outside, COVID, every brought onto this world, everything changed the way people feel about each other, just the way they communicate with each other. I think it emotion. I think it made people brought out the worst. Of course, for a period of time, this was therapeutic. We need to get out like the doctors and to you. Just to say, if you're angry at something, I'm going to say it. I think that's the problem. Our deep primal fear we have not multiplies and deep aroused all the things.
Is that So I provide some action, and don't if I don't go to the it's made me get this much social attention I've never seen from the tweets. Started going other end simply sources of jerks rather than people that know people that enjoy it. If you college
You can wear a mask, you can stand for reach out to staff of participating in reach out to life experience. And just like I said, the people that put together, the way they each other, and I think they feel that the fabric that all of us is fragile. If you look down the street, if you ever had this experience where you walk down the street where you have people are off the sidewalk, you walk down, as in the data spreads differently outdoors, all really not outdoors, but it's not simply biological or infectious phenomena. Biological, it's a change in the way we treat each other. I do want to say the flip side, it's always mostly in Boston, Massachusetts when I broke up. And then I got came here from Texas to visit. My dad was the first person with political statement, anything. Just walk to it, they can go big, they and I can't how great it felt because I ended up realizing the absence of that connection like a couple of months. It's, but it's I just come yes, what kind of impact in the right of your
This is so fun. Thank you, Dove Bleeding Heart. Remember, it's just way too full. That's way too Rabbi, but they're pretty cool. No,
Have felt with a lot of very force.
Return to the because a girl surveys to determine rate of death, and we need to have strong footing in the number. That's approximately correct. What's your sense of statements?
oh
Can we
god.
stay with across the demographics? Maybe not with with the insurance, what have you.
Those guys.
What they say,
Not just the virus itself, but so the most important thing about it is this age gradient in family. So according to these senior prevalence studies that have been about 100 of them, but mostly for vaccination, this vaccine.
Join. Yeah, but
Zero
somebody feel like somehow.
the risk of death, say it would be 70, is very high. You have 5%. If you're going to your 70, it's lower. 5, but there's not a sharp cutoff. More like a use. So it's 50. The infection fatality rate of 2% before this 9.8% survival. If you're a severe chronic disease, version of these. It's like
And this is
focused on vaccinated
people that are listening to this. And it's just 389.
it's not because disagreement over this. Disagreement over this the quality of the levels. Really, investigator difference in probably epidemic. Very high quality. We from this test kits were eventually
Yeah. Yeah. The Undertaker. Oh, no.
And these days,
Come on.
is that
Somebody fucking point
cited scientist
it.
meta-analysis.
Michael Jackson. I went to the
Hardball
hospital.
are if you want a lot of infection to get everywhere, it's really set up. There are different studies, and in places like Africa, it's and from richer places, infections have there's a range of parts of the skin. This surprises people. No matter where it goes. But the virus kills the actual interaction with the host. And the host and the outcome of the virus. I was looking at it just if I give it most of the body is engaged almost so in place higher by 3% of Africa over 65. So that they have especially the early days of in city, the older population based on different policies that were adopted. In fact, policy that's there is some contribution from the environment, different regions, and different maybe interacting with the dynamics of the way they interact. If you have a situations where it's not very then societies that generations that were separated you have your that was in the early days, very likely higher likelihood thing is treatment. Right? So, response. not
That might be very damaging.
there's some findings, but damn sure that you got yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're right. We're right. So, we released the third study at the process server called NetArchive. Designed to release from scientists for peer review. The traditional peer review process published in the Journal of Association. Cases, 2.5% or 30% prevalent rate. We identify that the virus is not zero. And no matter how much we test and trace, like point to the virus. Your job. There was actually the same mortality rate that is unfolded over H1N1, test and your estimates of the H1N1 mortality were like percent really high. But of course, a whole bunch of serum
I think
It's like a small number. State of COVID is here forever. After infection.
I said, oh my God.
So sociological stories on. see something and I'm wondering if all my parents become a person. I don't I'm pretty sure sometimes I get asked. Well, I mean, I look at it, but yeah, G great decoration. So as opposed to a serious alternative.
So
Doctors, hundreds of it really struck a that everybody had this sense that really follow. And they were looking for people to give an alternative. Where are you? Seriously. Either this or seriously. Had a power that ain't gonna we were everybody saying that all of you democratic to deal with that challenge. To that, you know, I felt actually because I just email like that is not such a around the government this time. I mean, I felt the full of the propaganda. Yeah, newspapers, the same way over. And he is sort of marginal figure. It's such a root I felt the brunt of that all year long. In black and white, writing essentially writing. I've been doing it for years. Yeah, I looked to the late at night. So, in theater, and being sure with French, like but using French, maybe my private thoughts, like that about others, like a little bit too like that you don't really need him. But back to that, he recently this week, down. This is really yeah. I mean, I can't you know, it's like the arrogance there. I was honestly broke out there. This is I was wrong to not be open to ideas. Like
giving you money. What kind of example do they give to academic freedom? This is expressed one of the negative people that don't get positive. He's not just bureaucratic. He's also scientific. You live in whatever the discipline is. Larger scale. Being like, because they're often on the surface, also people.
to be right. I'm more frustrated. What science does science does right, exactly. Like, we'd rather have this than that. Like, because science is even tell it's not the old the old it's like, it's big, but it doesn't tell you the again, uh, we make sure that AI
Welcome. Hey, how are you guys? How did you find out about me?
Holy shit. How many people you got?
Oh, quite a few. How did you find out about me, my friend? Okay, very cool. You mind if I know it is. It's one of the exactly. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been streaming for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the King, and everything in between. I do so because I don't want war anymore on Earth anymore. I want to help people, especially end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, and perhaps even vertical farming. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter of Masonic Communion, worth about $100 million. And one of the projects that we have is to dig wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm going to keep that those positive acts going. Also, I'm a major advocate for the lifestyle program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How's that sound to you? Excellent. How many what? A lot. I can trace my lineage to 271,000.
Yes.
Exactly.
You're Jewish.
100%. Well, with that, I appreciate the opportunity that you guys here. If you ever need anything from me, I'm here to be a positive person in your life, to help to bring optimism and just to get people going. If there's anything you ever need, feel free to reach out to me. Okay? Stu, did you find out about me from email?
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, if you ever need anything, I'm here to help you. Okay? Excellent. Take care, my friend.
Those two. Francisco, I don't know if you had a podcast, maybe like I heard about Francisco. Like I said, he's a great scientist. Um, but I love that. Uh, because he just a lot of people. This is a man that really help and his all those kind of things that lead to this kind of the goal is to put everything people want to life. But there needs to be a devastating I really believe that very dangerous. And it's a lot of work if you're actually because like I said, it's some policy, like depending on how it thinks about the world, really die because and that's a lot of work to work with. I don't think those bad intentions. I think basically what it is for the position where this kind of is going to create this kind of reaction. Like the kind of humility calling for almost a concept that we have to do the role that we should have that's your science and also etc. It's really just like simple part that humility and humility I think in that the little tree great leaders that popular stuff. So if you like back just have to be careful but especially when you get older high position and I think incentive is pretty high. So there's a lot that you have to like if the if he is he's a great scientist, but it's so tragic to me that he did this. Ask a question about my conversation with my great advice. I mean, there's a lot of people but also you spoke to smart, good, and what I trust. It's difficult to know what you're doing. You're going to figure this out. I'm going to take you out. Here's everything. Chapter 9. I think because just the sound you have really much about it. You have to. I don't think you're going to ever after yes, go on about overload whatever. That podcast is really hard to watch. So I know a lot of the things that actually affected me. So when I ask him, Hitler, and I think about this a lot actually. People have to study a lot about the front of right. I think about like I put myself in that mindset. Like, how do you have conversations with people to understand who they are so that they can sit there and yell at them, right? But to understand who they are so they can inspire a great large number of people to be the best version of themselves. Like they have to make mistakes in the past. I believe that everyone is involved. They have good intentions. They have they're coming at different points. They don't. They have weaknesses. And if you can paint a picture in your question, a question of those strengths and weaknesses, and on the surface, that's really all I personally like to see in those kinds of gotcha. It's very understanding where they're coming from, understanding their thinking, understanding the strengths and weaknesses, and that's going to provide a nice level of practice, understanding of that person, and that I mean, I guess the hope is to discover and sympathetic God together, right? As opposed to discovering the positive thing together, you discover your thing, right? What's that person is right now? That's why I'm such a ridiculous. I'm not going to like it what Mr. shows me everything right. Right? I think I'm very good at that. How I can change my mind. Something that's terrible that I'm going to do show the both getting is I think the main trial itself was so that was fun. That was good. Your disease. Like the people who were for a very long time that had the vaccination and had great protection against disease if they get ill. Separating being critical for different kids. Kids people like say 5 years old or 13 years old. Oh, it seems like the reduction of the rate of fatalities and serious illness, something like 10%. That's a big concept. Focus protection, something like challenging, positive, I think it's quite challenging, much the vaccine for purposes when deployed, yes. By the way, we'll talk about really became clear as data history of early those themes are very highly so cartels how would it begin? So we kind of think we also yeah. And it turns out God has I think it's cool. Exactly. So you're right. But 6, 7, 8 points. Like yes. And then also infection in the time your vaccine is shorter, but the game high. Vaccinating versus deal with that. For sure, help getting they don't know. Don't people show they don't understand. They're better at arrogance and set of topics, ellipsis, sort of like a say when you don't have particular built that particular sort of to be built. And I think detect that bullshit. Whereas if you just tell me, well, I don't know. But you end up with a better.
Let me ask you about just had a conversation with providers on a therapy session for the price. Together, the division is a thing. And once again, I think a lot of people go to me, go to support, that a lot of people go to me, trying to understand the nature of criticism. So some of the criticism has to do with academics, strategies, the understanding of some deeply trust advising. So, actually looking at big market broadly, trying to understand why so naive that I just don't see it. Because yes, there's corrupt people and they agree with flawed in all walks of life. But
Speaking.
quite incredible
These are
job.
impressive.
Good idea. I don't know. It's obvious to me. I don't see where the manipulation. So here the people.
Hey. All right. They never tried there.
Especially politics. Here is that the policy of the vaccine connected to the fact that
Everything. Oh, no.
it's actually quite
better.
difficult to evaluate concern. You really have to be a pretty bad one.
I only got likes, but first of all, it's somebody else. Bad.
Really
It's the
don't
way.
like is being back to scale. Remarkable. Without coming, there is this
Morning. Fuck.
I'm inspired. No interest in works. People.
video can't be
not a good one. One and then second is directed other you have to acknowledge care about and then listen with inspired in a space of time, inspired by interesting well, I mean, I think there's actually a study funded by the NIH by some complex for the NIH.
How are you?
What do you
Did you say anything? Hello. What's good? Just chilling at the they're on like Instagram reels, spamming people in blue sky. So they tweet about me. Yeah, a breakdown of what people have said about me recently. This is 9 minutes ago, but just underscore king. All the bodies read like this or when they're streaming are going to be really funny. Ground. I've recorded so many already, and they keep popping up. Fair warning, follow them. I see your live at or that blue sky. Next one. This is 1 hour ago. Now these are all the ones just with REBI apostrophe S. We'll get into Rabbi and then all the other ones. Okay. I'm getting them now too. Is this Bubbles come or that like I don't know who the fuck Bubbles is, but okay. And no, I'm not clicking that in. Recorded and black, but Andrew said they keep respawning. Sure way to lock our accounts on here. Okay, so then this is the response to this other guy. Andrew says, yes, this fucking account keeps reposting random shit about it. And I've blocked them 5 times already, but they seem to keep making another account. This was Kaiser 3 hours ago. How many times is this dude gonna try to get me to join Rabbi's Discord server? That person 3 hours ago. Please join Rabbi's Discord server? Next person 4 hours ago. How many goddamn many accounts is this fucker gonna create? Next one, 4 hours ago, you're back to me to ask my Jewish friends what would be funny Discord mod rabbi jokes. I don't really understand what funny Discord mod rabbi jokes are, but whatever. Next person, 7 hours ago, were what? Next person, in Korean. Please join Rabbi's Discord. And then a bunch of Korean. We'll translate it. I'm not translating all, but I don't know if that's even translated. Nevertheless, next person. This was 8 hours ago. Can't do it. I joined the Rabbi's Discord. That was my initial thing. Next person, Doe. They're cool. They were so fucking funny. That was 8 hours ago. Next person, 13 hours ago. So, are you going to join Rabbi's Discord? Next person wrote, and I thought to join Rabbi's Rothschild podcast. This next person wrote Korean. I'm going to try to translate. They wrote, please join Rabbi's Discord. This kind of repeatedly posted strange repost. I think they're trying to direct me to a Discord URL so see it. Please report to me. This is the number account that I bought before. Thank you. Maybe it's showing. No, actually, yeah. Alright. Next person, Rabbi Discord and wait for Julie OnlyFans terrorizing the skylines. Wait for OnlyFans Julie is on. Next person, well, it was, and they just sent it to 16 hours ago. Next person, 16 hours ago. Next person, 16 hours ago. Join the Rabbi Discord now. Next person, 16 hours ago. What the fuck is this Rabbi Discord? And why have I had to watch this man about person, Bella, 16 hours ago. Please join Rabbi. Next person, 16 hours ago. Should I join Rabbi's Discord? Next person, 20 hours ago. Please find any and every account that has the name Rabbi's Discord. They can harass me for weeks. Next person, wrote 23 hours ago. Not sure what the Rabbi's Discord guest is, but that's the third one I put on my block list for my recent. Okay, this is yesterday. No, I will not join some Rabbi's Discord. This is the third account of yours I bought. Fuck off. Okay, so I'm not going to read ones that are older than the day, but like this is it's so just it brings such joy to my heart to just know that these things are working. Okay, so these are the ones that just have the word rabbi in them. Okay, this is 21 minutes ago, and I'm not reading ones that like are other rabbis or have anything to do with it. This is an introduction. Are these rabbi profiles driving they're blocking the second into those? And then there are a bunch of people who talk to that. I don't know because I have to translate. Wow. Anyway, and it was just 22. Next person. Did Rabbi please leave me alone? I'm not even religious. That was an hour ago. Next person wrote 3 years ago. Side note: fuck is the rabbi? Why do they have a Discord? Next person wrote 3 hours ago. Please join Rabbi very soon. Next person wrote 3 hours ago. Please join the server to the Rabbi Discord. Next person wrote be right there. Oh, I already read that. Next person wrote. Let's. Why is it every time I talk about Kuga, there's one Rabbi Rothschild, 7 hours ago? There's one that's so funny to me, made me laugh so hard yesterday. Next person, 8 hours ago. Let's see. Rabbi Rothschild, I think, is very weird, especially considering I actually watched their stream once, but clearly it's some guy with a weird exhibitionist king. Whoever the hell he is, keep getting off of the content like in my post. Next person who 11 hours ago, is this the 24-hour live stream rabbi from the other side? The next person wrote 14 hours ago, I don't care about this freaking YouTube rabbi, not joining the Discord myself. The next person wrote 15 hours ago, can the rabbi pass my game? The next person wrote 15 hours ago, why is rabbi using this podcast? Next person, 16 hours ago, that's the girl I was talking about with the rabbi. Next person wrote 16 hours ago, you would have to kill yourself. Next person wrote 16 hours ago, I had to join Rabbi Discord comes after me. The next person wrote, no kidding, 17 hours ago, no kidding, fucking Rabbi Rob's fan. Next person wrote 16 hours ago, petition to block him from Rabbi on his entire website. The next person wrote 18 hours ago, the rabbi trying to take over the world. The next person wrote, the rabbi has blue sky. The next person wrote 18 hours ago, I don't fucking care that rabbi is Facebook. Please get the fuck out. The next person wrote 19 hours ago, Bob took on to the strangest post. Like my post was about hardcore lesbians. Mr. Rabbi God, sir. Next person wrote 22 hours ago, I had that guy too. I like the idea that someone thought my post on here and thought that's the person I want in my secret rabbi technical Discord. Next person wrote 23 hours ago. Spanish. Yes, ma'am. No, I just person wrote, there's a big group of Rabbi Rothschild. Oh, I know why. Because when you come in here, it says you have to be 18 and older, so they think it's a poor Discord. Next person wrote, like this person wrote, there's a big group of Rabbi Rothschild bots. I think it's one Discord. Because normally when you come into a Discord, you don't have to be 18 years old. But in mine, you do because I don't want to talk to children. Next person wrote, 23 hours ago, thank you, Rabbi. Next person wrote, oh, where's she made one day ago, the Red Rothschild were asked to be invited to the post on the target. Found out everybody in the target. Next person wrote, I was expecting Rabbi when somebody this invite. Next person wrote, uh, oh, maybe. Okay, that's for some. Yeah, oh, I'm down the Red Rothschild guy who made, somebody wrote 8 seconds ago, fuck off, Rabbi. Uh, okay, let me see. There's this one girl. It was so funny. Let me see the post. I think she's coming now. It was, maybe not. Um, yeah, she's coming. She wrote retweet. I remember that. Oh, yeah, she's coming down. Okay, it was, yeah, she took that. Okay, it was so funny. This one girl just wrote innocently, she's like, I have a really hard period this month. And my bot went, everyone was that month. She's like, why did a rabbi come and becomes my about my period? So that's how I kept going for. I've been making Instagram making cool what I do is I just stuff. Oh, what do you call it? I just different stuff. But I kept going. What's been there next? Yeah, why is it a good question? Okay, that's good. That's good. I didn't know. Sometimes those sometimes that. Glad that you're here. All right. So I created this one. I can't stand Instagram. Do you use Instagram? Okay, you're good. You're good. It's just such a shitty app. It it is just not built very well, and I can tell that it's not. There's like poor quality appearance on it, and it's very bothersome to me because I spend a lot of time making what I feel. I mean, it's not. It's time consuming content, and then it doesn't always upload. And it's just it crashes a lot. In comparison to other apps, which is really bad. And I can't believe that Zuckerberg has a stranglehold on social media because it's just poor. I made this video. It was really good. It was Sting in the cleaned up the storage, and not so I'm just frustrated with it, but still not something went wrong. Like, tell me what went wrong. What's wrong? I don't get it. It should be like, oh, this went wrong, whatever.
That's your job.
It is my job.
Yeah, it looks like this has paid
Repeat that, please. Can you repeat what you just said, please?
But like it looks on Instagram, like he has like paid a post, and then I mean, I could be wrong, but it appears that they're gonna like actually see the photo. You know what that is? I don't understand.
No. I've never heard it before. So is it? It's separate. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of deep. Like I'm pretty sure it's Coinbase and I don't think of it. But if you just like type in Nord, you can download that app, and then I'm sure it's gonna like make them to all the teams and stuff.
like
I didn't go to sports media account, when like you can do it, and you know just like you can do Instagram, and it looks like the layout is exactly the same.
isn't that
It makes a lot of sense.
isn't that interesting that you can just like, share somebody else's app? I know when I was building apps, we were going to get a copyright on our, but it wasn't worth it because all you have to do is change one little small part of it, and people are able to basically or like think that's theirs. I mean, that's basically what TikTok did to Instagram, and Instagram is done other way. So I'll check it out. Nora, I there's this thing that happens. Um, this is very frustrating to me. I just don't understand why some celebrity isn't like, hey, this stuff. I guess they don't put that content. Um, it's what happened. I don't get it. So there's this thing called ad trash. It's basically like data that your device uses to not have to create another one. It's just like garbage data that your app stores temporarily, that your device stores temporarily, and there's this constant issue
Oh,
with Instagram. There's this constant issue with Instagram where it just continues creating apps and doesn't clear it. You have to remove it for it. It's just, I don't get it. I don't get it. So that's that. If anybody wants that thing, no, there are a lot of transgender people on this side. I'm telling you, it's like somebody's got a message to all the transgender people. Like, it's like 25%. Yeah,
does that bother you? Because
I'm transgender. How can it bother me?
yeah, right.
I meet everybody in the cut. I was transgender before it was cool. You figure it out. doesn't bother me that a lot of people on there are transgender. No, it's not normal. Um, it's just like a huge population that I
It's
didn't.
just interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't. It's literally like somebody sent a message to share people. Apparently, I didn't get the memo that said to get off Twitter and get off Facebook, which is fine. The only thing that I don't, it doesn't bother me, but I don't even know that. I guess, but it's fine. Thank you for whatever reason.
Wait, what? You don't understand why people love to see transgender people.
No. It's just like people make it better. They hire personality. Uh, I guess. I guess you like changing clothes and like stuff like that. Or wearing pants or growing a beard. It has a big part. But I don't know. There's just part of me that's like I don't even know how to explain it. But if people are proud of it, then I think that all I know is that the person who told me to fuck off is he is
Transgender?
I maybe their name is Zachary, the block, EWA, and they call themselves Sheep They Say, and see, whatever that is. Anyway, they're stuff. But that's not it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I know.
Wait, there's a person that what?
They told me to fuck off 9 minutes ago.
Oh, what's up?
No, it's fine. I'm really excited for some of these people to come in here so I can explain myself. When it happened previously, some of them was not here. I was able to explain myself, and they were like, "Oh, this is a really cool project," and I like what you're doing. Like now that I know about it, but I run into a couple of issues with not getting people in here. Number one, I'm like spamming everybody. Everything. Number two, the link that I'm sending isn't a normal Discord. I can't. I don't want to say I can't. I could probably change the link that I'm sending to be a Discord link, but instead I'm using the link shortener because
I think that I understand what you're saying. I would give you my opinion. I don't much.
well, but I get to my own approach. So people say that they're like afraid to like because they
That's why it's the thing where I'm sorry for interrupting.
because they're afraid to click the link that I'm sending them because they don't know if it's going to train them or hack them. I've heard people say that. And then they have two other links, one to my Linktree and one to my YouTube channel. And I'm not going to click a strange link. I don't care who sends it. Like I don't know what it is. So there's that. Then if they did click it and they get in here, it says that you have to be here. And so a lot of people think, oh, this is some kind of porn server because I have to be in here, and then they just leave. And then I get my approach though. I get okay. I'm like the most infamous scammer that this platform has ever seen, perhaps that the internet's ever seen. I am extremely persistent, and these bots just go and they upload or they'll like everything. It's not like I'm spamming them with anything. I'm not sending them a message. I'm not spamming them a picture. I've done that in the past. What I'm spamming them are likes. So whatever they post, it likes. But then they get a notification that says, please don't like this. So it gets annoying, I get it. But it's not even like a negative thing. It's like you're getting a like on your post that you just posted. So there are positive aspects of that. And then people think it's religious. So I get that too. Right? People are like, I'm not religious. I don't want to join your discourse. So I get that too. And then um, there are people, again, who think it's more, they think it's pornography because you have to be 18. They think it's religious because I'm a rabbi. And they have they're cautious because people inside that. So I get it. I get why it's difficult for people. But it's just a matter of time. I just have to keep things turning out. And we will be able for the first time in like months, I was able to program these bots to work overnight. And that's really good. Before they were only working like 16 hours a day, but they work 24 hours a day now. And that's a really, which is why. Okay, I think so. Please, let me hear you.
Great job.
Okay?
conducting something or have something benefit the job of being able to get on that. The age has incredibly slow in its evaluation. It's been left to its private activities. That's why we have to set big place because the data are not solid. Big place. I also get science here, study climate covered science. Yeah, no, but 40 days ago, the FDA put a tweet out telling people that they're sick. That was college. What's the stellar way that our activities interaction with non-states like the past cycle because that's the cool thing is you put young people in state they're good with detecting bullshit. They don't want to be part of that. That's why it's science. This idea of the information what the basics get described the information is the ideas of information, focus protection. What are your concerns about lockdowns? Just paint the picture. Sure. Sure. So the Great Bank why is it called the Great Migration? It's it just it's that big thing. The reason why it's called that is really less than that. It was because the conference, which is Yorkshire Professor Margaret, by the physician design the state system that the FDA uses for tracking vaccine safety. He previously just so that's he invited me to this conference in Cincinnati. Professor Eli Clark, in Harvard, and jumped in. Smarter than me, and talk about what the right strategy they know what it was. I asked the great barrier I had not that about some video however protection strategy and was actually come based on the same thing right way to stress on it. Science there's this massive age gradient in the risk. Much higher risk. The second, would be IFR 7 or what, never agrees on it. The second is also contribution. Lockdown focused have absolutely devastated on the health of the population. Let me just give you something. This is going on. So the UN that there will be tens of millions of people who starve as a consequence of economic distribution caused by that's hundreds of thousands of children in places like South Asia and nations. As a consequence, priorities like the treatment of patients with diabetes continues to stop because of the vaccination of DPT. Stop. Diseases that are actually
Is there just on a small tangent? Is it more restricted to you? What are the mechanisms of those things? Because it's with the supply chain, just literally because hospitals are closed, because there's to go outside, but you know they're deeply out.
all of it. But a lot of those, like especially with the vaccination, by best okay, it's a need. It provides vaccine and those efforts scaled back. Malaria world devastating. There's something directly that idea the lockdowns first instituted. There was never exactly migrant by with the money walk back to their overnight. Really walking back to their 1,000 died. Dying and there, but it's kind of like well, it's so severe. It was a zero prevalence study by Fred that the storms of there were 7 zero prevalence July or August of 2020, whereas the rest of them right, so it was incredibly the lockdown was protected, the wells were well off and spread the disease. So that's the development. In 2004, the context of lockdowns were also like that. Right, so talk about that isolation, depression. This is done in July 2020. And found that 1 in 4 young adults did suicide. The suicide rate spiked up so much that the deaths of despair and somebody who considers suicide itself should be a sort of great concern in health health. And this is one of the toughest things of our child well-beings. We're okay for measuring death and suicide, but not so good at measuring suffering.
Like people talk about
Maybe a lot of hard work, trauma, concentration camp, over tests, what we talk about the suffering, experience, but psychological trauma in the last 25 years. Again, just to get back to that, especially those things, now Because when a proving win, it is two institutions that mentioned versus other civilian leaders, just not care about that. I would blame the leaders. Because to me, it was obvious. And probably it's just studying history. Whatever I was mainstream news or anything, I realized it's very good at the top. The people that and so like it was go. So much. So many. resources available. The technology is and so all those right. Very often in a country like you're so in where really
Alrighty. Yep. Yes. Alright, these aren't that good. That was kind of funny to me. If I ever become viral, it's more content for people to be able to, with which to so, I wouldn't show these to everybody. They're just fun. I like a billion Instagram accounts of one like, why do you only have you're following your people and you're making fun? Yeah, I don't want people to follow me on this one because it's from making art. Basically. And then if you're wondering, so I created this app, app robot that automatically uploads my life on Instagram. So a lot of the earlier posts is hours long video. It's just so I can decide. And then some of them also the Zuckerberg sucks. That's one of my favorite things to say. And sometimes the audio isn't sync, but the I know that if it ever goes wrong,
What's okay with Hawk? I tried. There's this that you have to go through. Access that
well, I know. You got me. Yeah, tell me how much Zuckerberg sucks. He's such a loser. I completely understand. I locked out of my account. I was locked out of one for so long that, and like I don't know why they put me in this password or whatever. I didn't have access to the email, and they made me go through all my old friends and identify them, and they've all gotten married, and they're all like older, and I could barely recognize anybody. I was able to get back to my absolutely. Okay, buddy, I know you said you'd look at this later, but they don't take long. If you can, I sent you a link, and this is not what I'm working. It's basically just doing fine until more people talk about these stuff. But this is my art. all I want is compliments, no negativity. I don't want you to be like, oh, you could have been in frame or you didn't pronounce something correctly. I know these are just like my gifts to the world. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I want no negativity, only positive. Not that I watch it. But everyone that I've done that. You said you're free to click on it. Why you think I said you that or something?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I didn't give you a look, you know, sure what I have progeny, which means like really amazing kids. Yeah, progeny means like who's really good at something at a young age. Progeny is your offspring. And if you're like, why did you call it Rabbi Rothschild? I have a million of those. I wanted this not to be linked to me. I shouldn't say linked to me. I keep care less it's linked to me. But sometimes when I have too many accounts that are have the same name, then I can lose them and then I need them all. And I didn't want to do that. So I appreciate you doing that. Whatever you do, don't like them either. I know I said only positivity, but don't interact with them. I want them to be like a perfect. Yeah, I'm not expecting you to, but don't comment, don't like, just watch and be like, wow, this person really loves themselves. I've never seen anybody sing old school songs with such passion. I can't believe I shared this with you. But I think they're cool. I don't think I've been doing this for 3.5 years. I've been making these videos for 3 years. And I've never ever shown any of them to anybody. And I have so many of them. I've done like every nature song of all time. And I play air guitar. That's my thing. I play air guitar when there's not even a guitar.
what air guitar is.
Well, I mean, there's not even a guitar in the song at points, and I'll just be playing the guitar just because. No, I get what you're saying. No, I mean, like, they'll be playing some other instrument, and I'll just be like, I'm gonna throw the air guitar in there.
Okay, I want to say something about
Oh,
that.
oh, no. If you're gonna say something about something like that, well, you have to understand. I don't know all the lyrics to these songs. A lot of times they're talking really, really quickly. Sometimes the music doesn't always link up. I mean, these are like not polished. I just turn them out. I just turn out content, and but I love them. Okay, well then I have to give you all my excuses. Okay, sometimes the video, like, I accidentally drop the phone and the video stops, so then I have to like restart it, and you'll be like, what? You'll be watching this video and you'll be like, how did you get there? And I'll be like, I'll just keep on singing. That's something that happens. Sometimes I kick over the phone. Um, sometimes, a lot of times what happens, and this is such a shitty thing on Zuckerberg's app. It's happened on a few songs where I like to sing the whole song, but you can only do 90 seconds worth. So I'll do like the first part of the song 90 seconds, and the second part of the song 90 seconds in a different video. But the video doesn't sync, so I have to do some kind of editing. And on some of them it doesn't work, and it just uploads that way, and I just keep it. I mean, like there are some people who are um, very conscious of what they put on Instagram. I'm the exact opposite. I want content. I want as much stuff as I can put on there. And so I don't pay too much attention to like little things like I don't know, like that I'm perfect.
Quality.
Yeah, exactly. Quality over quality. That's a perfect word. Exactly. I'm about quantity, not quality, but I am about quality as well. But I really think these things are amazing, and I watch them all the time. And I'm just like, I just think they're funny. Most rabbis don't do this. I know one rabbi who raps, and but like most rabbis don't do this kind of stuff. And most people don't do this kind of stuff. They're not comfortable enough with themselves to just be like, let's put myself out there and just let's think. And I'm not always going to do the lyrics correctly, and you hear what I'm saying. So it's not like that. But the other videos get it. So like someday somebody's going to be watching these videos, and I can see what I think. You know, oh yeah, that lyric wrong, that lyric wrong. And I do something called word showing. It's where you like over move your mouth more than you normally do. I don't always do this sometimes, just because um, it's like something that I don't think it's the what do you say? Yeah, it's an over exaggeration of your mouth. It's an over exaggeration of it. And um, I don't know what else. The lighting isn't very good. I know it's not like bright lights really hurt my eyes. Um, what else about it? Um, I I sometimes put my glasses on, and I know it probably looks better with my glasses off, but I'm seriously so blind that I need to keep them on most of the time. I do this thing. I do some cool things though. I love I love when I like headbutt and like headbang, and I sometimes clip my yarmulke to just like a couple of hair strands, and it's flying all over the place, but yet still sticking on my head. I think it's very cool. What else? Did you download it? Did you? So most yarmulkes don't have clips on the back, but I buy this special kind of yarmulke that's like clip clipless, uh, and they have little clips on the side so that my yarmulke stays on my head. And so sometimes I flip it like the strings on my hair, and then it'll like fly around, but it'll still stay on my head. I don't know. Um, did you download? What did you miss out on it? You don't have to download Instagram. You can do it on your browser.
I don't know. I'm gonna hear the audio.
We should know that in 2020. And we should have thought about that as the straight. Instead, we thought about February, March 2020 as a little bit of history. Also, bad in definition of this. So we pull out trying to address that. It's straight. I'll just address that one. If that one constraint is going to go constraint is not glad position. Any of the reputations that as that's somebody who but focus of shift in priority with okay, the idea is to not look at
said.
You could just source that. So like the tech door, somebody, and threat. Like if you grocery shop, get like some of these sites, grocery out. Right, but they they would get shop some years. Well, later, well, delivery so that you have potential. These kinds of activities. Identify where they're helpful. It's really challenging. Most considerations. There's a lot of looking at people. They're little fights. They continue to sort of where he had great investment. So like it was very much a public health said that he had to turn negative. He gave the one clear idea of what's protected is people that are wrong and everybody else goes on their lives open up to not nature. Yeah, we're still here. There's trees and people and so good party. Well, life participation, making it safe, but because businesses because the church obviously should be closing, you should be forcing people to it's just really should just allow side over just grab just see it like that stop us spreading it right so you make the difference but this idea like well ideas cannot actually be implemented by society once you open it up, people will like the younger people will just forget the system. Caring about the maybe very why the heck am I caught up in this anyway? Because like money is good for like all this lapse. But like if you're really it's always all but think yeah, let's put this together just I think that one thing that we had that was used to like tell people to bring it happily from like stay in in terms of like where the all these things that we thought would be actually needed, especially if you remember since there was a feeling like we all work together, yeah, solve this, and that made me that stuff breaking down. Because unfortunately, my chance really emphasized, but it lasted a long time. I get to the second, I think there's some stuff that makes sense. There's like understand not just the
Yes, I have information.
What's that?
I love you.
Aren't they cute?
I only watched the other side because I did run into a problem. Like, I was like, oh, I'm just looking at Instagram. Maybe you Instagram with this phone number immediately told me my account was suspended. So then I go back to click on that and go there and it's like, oh my gosh, what's happening? So, yeah, I just wish that I was so
Thank you. That's exactly the reaction I want. I think they're super cute, and I really appreciate it. And I think it's cute. Okay, so let's go through the issue that you're having. Okay, you want to know how to create an Instagram account without having you want to learn how to do it?
I don't want to use Instagram. I would use it, the one that I have. But if I was going to make a new one, I would use it. Okay. But yeah, that's what I would do. I'm just going
No, it's not that. I can see all my content. Oh, it's super cute.
apparently I don't need anyone to do that. So,
Oh, you don't even have to be able to do my stuff.
no, no, I just like, I don't want to do that. See what I wanted to.
All right. Don't speak. Just look at the videos that I sent.
But it's stupid. I'm not using my account.
Okay, that's fine. So you're not able to do it too long. Like, how do I? Okay, so here's how you do it. You can watch. I think, all my videos.
I know.
Open up a new incognito window, and then just put that link in, and then you'll be able to do
It's like too much.
it. Okay, well, you saw one of them, and you saw how cute it is, and you were very nice, and I love you as well. So thank you. I think they're cute too. I watch them all the time, and I'm like, man, uh, I, just, I think they're funny. I've always thought that the thinking was funny, and especially the songs. I don't know. I like all the stuff. With the songs that I don't like. I like the song where that's what it is. Oh, that's the nicest thing you could have done. Thank you. I mean, I was embarrassed. The nicest thing the nicest thing that you said, I really, um, but I don't know. It's like, it's super embarrassing. Like, I'm not always right. Like, I can't go over the video and what I say on the video stuff, but I got, um, there. I don't know. Um, Instagram.
Oh,
I get what you're saying. Okay. Well, I really like that side by machine. So, it's, alright, so I mean, I don't want you to have to look, but all you do is copy the link that I sent you and put it in a new incognito. Not in your link. Stop that. I'm not gonna.
I'll tell you every single time that
You want one? Okay, that's all I want. And I just want you to watch uh, my music. all the other stuff is generally boring. I don't want to say all. I need a you do it.
So when it comes to us, just that's all the time.
Right. So it's oh, okay. So into that occurring.
Well, maybe if you put on the same thing.
I don't think there'll be much reason for that. Join on this, sign up. Okay. Well, that's okay. You'll you really appreciate it. I don't want to put it so I'm very um, somewhat shy about them because I kind of feel, but I think that is really good. So if you're wondering, like, what is he doing? Why is he like so many times on just mumbling for? Well,
checking to make sure that flexing, but I've got spectrums up to so there's a shift. Only tangentially related. What if we have energy? That that's and it was as every and we got that I had they were thinking of the what was
hey,
so
University kind of considering my perspective, simply true love, the value of it's also looking at the stages of risk aversion in university.
Your education. I don't know. I can understand.
Yeah, this is the part I don't get the discussion with. Okay, let's leave food protection aside here. Sure. Now the vaccine, psychological, with the shots, require or any the other. I just don't understand closing university. Also just I'm scared still. And I think great, but sorry to keep interrupting. University should be great here, not kind of scared, conservative, not myself, not making pathological, anything great. Let's be a place to space. The central problem is with the central problem called general goal is to be to stop the spreading rather than to reduce the harm from
And so we're rather than like letting college have that wonderful it's so much. It's just that's probably talking to avoid troubles, but once again, really power.
Welcome. How are you? Hello. How are you, Roger? Yo, dog, I can barely hear you. Are you talking to the microphone? Barely. Can you come closer to the microphone? Oh, wait, you're still talking here. How'd you find out about me? No way! I love you, Roger. Thank you so much for coming. You're amazing. You mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can turn. I'm gonna see if I can turn you up, Roger, because you are difficult to hear. You're all broken. Okay, Roger, can you hear me? You're good, dog. Okay. Oh, Roger, you made my day. Thank you so much for coming. Apologies for my spam. I'll be able to explain it all. Shout out to Roger, everybody. Roger's the man.
You are positive and enjoying.
Excellent. Roger, can you hear me? Sorry. Oh, you are so much clearer now. Whatever you did worked. Can you hear me? Well, you were clearer. Okay. Oh, now you're clear again. There. Oh, beautiful. Hear me now. Loud and clear. Oh, thank you so much, Roger, for coming. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Okay, hold on one second. I gotta hear you. Oh, hello. Hey. Hi. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Yeah, but I'm over you now. Let's see. Okay, take your trouble with sound here, aren't we? That's all right. When I would be having trouble with sound, I completely turned up. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, I'll picture my ear. So there you go. Excellent. All right. Well, firstly, Roger, thank you. Apologies for my bots. Thank you so much for coming. As you know, I spam people on Blue Sky to tell them what I do. My name is Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been streaming live since the pandemic, 24/7. This is more data than any person in global history. It's essentially a real-life Truman Show or a real-life Big Brother. Roger, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
That's yeah.
Excellent.
Well,
Beautiful.
many years ago.
Excellent. Well, in the same way that his entire life is on camera, essentially it's the same about mine. I have more than 18 different cameras on me right now, and I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere in the world. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm a part of a cryptocurrency. I'm sponsored by them. That's what all my merchandise is and all of my getup. And it's very hot about Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth $100 million right now. And one of the projects that we have is building wells in developing nations, specifically in Nigeria. I want to help those kind of positive projects. I'm a major advocate for the Lifestyle program. And most importantly, when it comes in terms of ending world thirst, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, essentially pumping good seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about some other things that aren't moved and discussed in society, things like antimatter festival, like travel festival, like communication, quantum computing, alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. There was a type of belt located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2020, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates. They most recently, you may have heard it in the news, introduced dire wolves. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I just think this is mind-blowing information on what people don't know about it. I talked about some other things that are going to help you directly, Roger. What?
That's a good thing.
Well,
Good thing.
it's a scientific advancement. I don't necessarily see too much negativity on it. The woolly mammoth went extinct.
I don't know. I'm kind of finding myself disagreeing with you. But see, as a scientist myself, I've seen a lot of good come out of science. So that's the priorities. But humans that it's kind of. Have you ever seen the movie cartoon Sorcerer and Apprentice?
Certainly.
So much of what is we're talking about is that kind of thing, and it hasn't really worked out real well. Right now, we're on the verge of an extinction crisis. A lot of the things we're talking about are happening in real time. Those kind of projects are taking tens of years at least to develop, and what we're facing right now is an accelerated warming of the planet with major extinctions of animal species ongoing. So kind of pie in the sky undeveloped, scams really are just, not very interesting to me.
Okay, well, they don't have to be. I don't know how these are pie in the sky. The dire wolf was recently brought back within the last month. And the Woolly Mammoth Project is something that is trying to go
To what end? To what end?
There are pictures of them.
What are we working towards? The creation of super soldiers?
Well, I don't think that there's really too much of a connection between the dire wolf and super soldiers. We could perhaps make that link.
What do you think that technology is being used for? What do you think that kind of technology would be using recombinant DNA to bring back the Woolly Mammoth and these other creatures? Why are they doing that? I mean, why come out in the first place?
I mean, at least the Woolly Mammoth went extinct because.
I think I've heard enough.
Okay, take care, my friend. All right, well, at least Roger found out about me from Blue Sky. how he can be anti-woolly rabbits, but he apparently is. That's fine. It just tells me that it's working. That's two people that got to hear completely. That is my. That makes my day. That's phenomenal. What'd you say? Yeah, I mean, you can't win them all.
So much momentum so quick.
Yeah, you can't win them all. And I certainly know that. And trust me, I didn't want to trust anybody. I'm happy that Rocky found out about me. And it just tells me that my plan is working. And, you know, if you were to connect direwolves to super soldiers, that's fine. I'm not creating them. I'm just letting the world know about this kind of technology. If he thinks that woolly rabbits are a scam, all right, well then pick it up with Colossal Bioscience. It's on their website on the front page as their current. So I'm not scamming anybody. And anybody who I think probably would have their fears of this thing, it might be someone like Roger. Maybe he's a fan of Machine Gun Kelly and Black Bear. Like karaoke, I get something for everybody.
Updated page. Oh, we have like examples. Roger was in mine.
No, that's cool. I mean, Roger's allowed to have his own belief. And that's the thing. I don't, people are honestly open to having any kind of beliefs that they want. I think people in here all the time. I had this guy in here from Rothschild, like, for the last 48 hours, and he and I just, we did not argue. And everything that I said, he wanted to counter it. And by the end, he was like, I think that you make a lot of sense. He's like, apologies. Like, am a scientist, and I just do my best to not believe everything that I'm told, but you're able to produce evidence for everything. So that makes sense. He was really nice. He actually sent me a link to help with the project. So that's cool. I mean, Roger could have come in here and, like, I had three guys earlier today who were just, like, very mean to me. Ridiculous. Like, I get all kinds of people in here. All I know is that Roger found out about me from Blue Sky. That makes my day. As much as what you said earlier was very nice, it was nice to have Roger in here as well. And I hope Roger can figure out his phone so that he's able to hear people and talk to people now.
Roger is such an asshole in your life.
That's what,
He is.
that's all that matters.
It's also a heck more.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was going to come from Roger, so that's fine. I get some people who come in here and they're fully naked. They just are masturbating. And I turn off the camera and I ask them to stop. And so I get all kinds of people. I get boys who do that. I get girls who do that. I get all kinds of people. So it is what it is. Oh, yeah. There are people who will, I think, masturbate to just about anything. And they want you to see it, and that's not what I don't want to see. I mean, the checks are cool. Like, that's fine. I get some OnlyFans models who come in here and do that. They're just like, all right, not keep them for open eyes. It's not like that. You're not going to see that. But I don't kick them out. surprising. Most people just like immediately kick people out. I just tell them to be respectful of the people. The only time I really kick anybody out is if you are using, you're just like, really loud, like if people come in here with a chainsaw, you come in here and people will just be like inward, 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 and literally that's what they say. It's not even like, oh my inward, oh my, no, that's fine if that's how you want to talk, that's cool. But if you're literally just in here just to annoy me with one word, then that's how you can say it. Aside from that, I mean, I people debate wanted to debate the Holocaust, and that with them, and then, I didn't even get I found out about it from the Discord. I'm pretty open about anybody. So someone like Roger who wants to come and have naked or have a friend come and have naked, that doesn't bother me. I just hope we get this far. Now, as for you, can you hear me? Excellent. I was talking to you earlier. I forgot to tell you. So sometimes I change the lyrics when I'm mouthing songs. Like I think Dustin Springfield's "Son of a Preacher Man." Like my religion doesn't get preachers, we do rabbis. So I instead changed the words to like "Son of the Rabbit." And so if you're ever like, why do you think the right words? Oh, and then like the N word. I don't say the N word. So rabbinate means it's just like a group of rabbis. It would be like saying priesthood. Um, and then um, I don't say the N word. So instead, sometimes I just use the word nature. And so, whatever. So yeah. So with that, I just made two more of them. What'd you say? Well, let's talk about important things. Were you able to get an Instagram account?
I think I was
Do you want to know how to get an Instagram account without any connections? Right? Okay, so you're just going to create a new account. I know it's going to work. Imagine all the cuteness. I have cuteness overload. All right. So the first thing you want to do is uninstall the app. Okay, it's not downloading Instagram. You had to take it to the schedule. Oh, that's fine. Well, that's cool. I got Rothschild here, and he did. I'm closing in on 700 followers, members, and we don't know how long it's going to take.
said I'm walking into my place where all these things for 20 minutes. Sorry.
So they got Roger. That's Roger. Roger, in the future, was not making super soldiers. I'm not scanning anybody. But I am very pro women. Hey, buddy, do you know what Snuffle Up Against is?
I love stuff like this so much.
Well, excellent. I got bad news.
This is good.
No. He's still going. But he's not a woolly mammoth. I always thought he was a woolly mammoth. He's not.
He doesn't look like this.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Oh, it's like you heard my conversation with the person I had last night. I just always assumed that he was a woolly mammoth. But no, you're right. It's like a giant ant. Which is like, I always thought he was a woolly mammoth. I learned all about I learned all about Snuffleupagus, so I did like this deep dive into him. And originally, he was only seen by Big Bird, and whenever Big Bird tried to tell people, like, "Hey, I've got this friend Snuffleupagus," everybody was like, "You're full of shit." And the Sesame Street people changed that because they were afraid that like people would believe kids when they told them about things. And then they had this like nice and welcoming time for Snuffleupagus to come. And I looked Snuffleupagus too. I always thought he was a little mammoth though, but he's not. Anyway, well,
So I think here's it, it's something you have to don't react with that one suggest the tendency the face of threat from infection is to exaggerate it and it by that's just exaggerate and you know that's so but we really acknowledge that fear and I don't know the amount of that talking about trust of government. I my small time in country because of this. Look at what this does. They're going to make a whole bunch of things. General energy costs. Working.
To me, bit the policy because the lot is I think it's a lot of has but twice as much you give them on the side. There's that's in here. Maybe not.
If you this is a wonderful profession. You're opportunity to so I had the kind of privilege and to get famous name and have some gifts of which is in this area. Just staring at that. Yeah, I mean, say hi, but like, always doing it, whatever you get why, the more you know, it's not just, that's it's status, because the journey and the result is, so I think that is the encouragement. This ugliness of this thing that happened over there. I'd say that there are people who need to come in and help this. It seems to me that behavior really, I actually would give them like his to try. They're acting, but you never act there. But the mistake they made is they're they come in with that. When you join the debate, you join it just you're trying to learn what you got.
and like the people that you know
It's like the thinking this is like generation. My God's given me any opportunity. Yeah, very healthy.
is there a decision you made at that time.
Sisters. In this, his dad died. He's put his faith in his kids, brothers and sisters, university. US, my dad was engineering, and so McDonald's. This like the Cambridge, yeah, that was transformative for me. I didn't realize so much. Wow, that experience. That was definitely what they built what.
What impact did you have in your life? What do you have a lot of
Scientists actually helped me decide on guidance. Died when I was 20, and I look at 73 goals, and breathe in. Um, always what could be. I love the rational. So how people do this and I'm like, so I can well, it's love. Wait, or power. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you. Special. Much.
That was more like relationship. And that kind of married life world. I tried. It was one of those. And then I there, a bunch of car that gets into a wreck, and closes. Yeah. Well, outside of all this stuff, I think we're moving away from that. A lot of the ladies, over recovery, like the idea of it, like I'm in college, and it's really going on wild. It's loving it. It's got this thing, you love it. He's the man where it feels like it's right. I don't know. Yeah. It's land, it's New Orleans, something there, and yeah. Yes. Let me know. Big home out here. See you back in crazy. Yeah. Oh, you? Not really. His feeling. Quickly turn into
incentivize that refinement, but like, of course, that type of thing, but it seemed exactly point. I think there's an opportunity to make better life yourself, give yourself a better version of yourself. Yeah, and I remember coming out crying with nobody. My mom, my parents were like liberal to, where they were like, they needed support in the neighborhood, and you're like, I don't know that my grandma, I would like to live in an area that's not just, riddled with that divisionism, but neighbors that are staying here, and they need to know very young people. I mean, I got to. Okay. So, here and there, it was just the outnumbered. Violence didn't really bother me. It annoyed. Yeah. Predatory. Let's get it. We can take it down. That's what kills the mental part. So yeah, I've been.
Get to the station. Shine the ball. Get to the station. Let it go for some. The beans in the pack.
That's what it is. Deep unfair. Yeah. You just can't. Probably out of a dumpster.
but there wasn't a lot of. I mean, you go to when I was a kid, there's like a picture of a teacher, and you're like, I don't know that. None of that. Smart, very smart people, but I don't know how well they were at there was somebody. What? Hold on, huh? Get there a little bit. But they would even think where like that, right to the ball. And it's after a while, you're like, you do so well. Once I were college, it's kind of family of it. All the guys over there, I don't know. It was not good. Finding all the beauty in the legs. Yes. Weird. Family. And I was killing it. And my dad comes up and goes, what do you want to cook? And I was like, and it felt like I was struck down. He just killed it. And I was like, oh, what do you over here? And I'm like, what do you think you are? He's trying to make people go to the so, something like that. He was. He was. Give but also, he doesn't tell me her. I don't know, it's this stuff. It's really hurt. I guess we'll be hear the movie. What you, comedy. Like, able to if you hate everything, like, better. But basically, just the absurdity. Murder.
Yeah, I think it's really changed a lot. There's a tiny corner for us weirdos. New York used to be where you went to make it as a painter or whatever, a comedian or a singer. And all these dives and shit boxes and like where you could go. And now there's berries and shake bags. It definitely lost a lot of its creative edge. It's just coming in and then you feel comedians looking at you go, oh, Denver or whatever. So, power you have where you gotta be here to make it. That's definitely gone. So that hurt the city a little. The city is way more than this. When I moved here, it was different. I was like above 3,000 number of years, but it was a hub of like felt like things were happening here. You know, it was the energy. It was like there's where Wall Street. So we got there is a little bit of that. Like, yeah, we're in London, but it's not as bad. That's why we're breaking it. I hope I know that, and I think it has to be a major where market is here. So all out.
Fucking yeah. You landed oh god, I got most of my told me where the fuck am I? So bullying. In a weird way, but that's why you gotta for like right on the road and treadmill's not on. If your treadmill's on, that was but you know, by the way, coming together and it makes butter.
Yeah.
But candy.
Yeah. Without the fake LA, without the kind of facade.
Yeah, like
In
I think one place you got love, one place you know that you're the other guys and gals over the show at the club. Learn from them and hang out with them and absorb some of them. Like, what am I on? I'm out of my way. I'm a big star here. I'm a big star to you. Oh, this guy was actually a big star. I got to outwork him. There's a lot of that. And I'm like, damn, that was funny. I got to be that funny. Damn, what kind of joke. And look, I don't want to speak for LA Comics because it's Anthony Jeselnik is brilliant. LA Comics. They're all perfect piece of New York. So they go to LA. Killer comic. New York. Started in New York. Moved to New York. There's something about it.
he doesn't. It was just the part of comedy. Yeah, like becoming funny, practical joke.
show was awesome. But I think like, that big
certain comic they were good. But the delicacy is going to be less talk about it, less house maybe than the mainstream.
it's like yeah, I think it was a show. Yeah, and he was somebody else. Yeah, he was. Yeah, oh yeah, because they like they put a couple times. Yeah, but he's the quickest guy. It's so much funnier. And him, yours, but your parents on with all legs just so fast. You're wrong with Ari and Gillis.
Yeah, that was fun. We're going back to doing everything. Wherever.
Yeah. All right. So I feel like psychology, like like
By the way, so like a no eye contact. You know, it's the valley word for it. It's comedy, you get my comedy, but even David Kelly, they're getting used to repeating over with something. I'm telling you, I'm talking about my pickup here, and they're fucking me, they call me in on the cheek, what the fuck like that, and bringing to make people happy, it's funny, but mom, you go, your person's like, yeah, you're like, fuck, you got it, well, you don't like those kids, and you start going in, like, maybe it's right. I do suck. I know I suck. I become a mailman, and and you feel alone, and you feel like you wasted your time, but then you're like, what am I thinking? I can be me. Any birthday, what am I doing? So, it's viral now. But I love that it hurts so bad. Mom, it fucking hurts. Because now everybody doesn't do it. I think a lot of people can do comedy probably and figure it out. But the bomb is so brutal that it keeps one time I went to Minneapolis, so it's a great city, and why is the city like half? And they're like, the winter is so bad, we love it. Everybody out. I feel like my comedy, the bombs are so brutal. Even bombs running, I'm in bed. You're feeling like, what the fuck? I think it's PTSD. I was in a arena with 20,000 people. I did 30 minutes to silence. I can just like watch the jokes. They are finally on. They recover. Yes. And one joke failed me very common. I don't even know that bomb. You can so many jokes, you can say the good one, and that was a good one. But when you bomb, it's almost like they go, we don't like you. Nothing you say will redeem yourself. And it's hard to get out of. It's like being pulled down by your hair. You can't get back. I get my like, no what? You can't get back. That like, I don't know, they're still gonna go. That was funny, but it sucks. It still sucks. That's the worst part. You're going, no, this is good. You guys still like me. You like me. Yeah, I know it's going to. First of all, I think the audience knows funny. So I have to do. Or like people don't seem to want to laugh at anything, and so because human nature and perseverance is best. Here's like really the small thing off the thing. Like, why would you do that? Like it'd be some weird, New Year's resolution. Yeah. For the most part, it's still funny. Like a lot of those years that people clearly quite funny. Yeah, like at least a year or two, maybe 5 years.
coming in front of an audience that would be sitting there, like almost like walking with your eyes, or maybe they still like a distance where everybody, they still have that pride, like the audience, that an audience. So I guess you have to do that. You know, you have to just so beautiful. I'm gonna try it. And also that awareness, well, like walk on, walk back, also. I'm like, you can't look at it. You think I can like,
Oh, and you look at your feet, you just zone out. You kind of go white, you just feel like go out. Just, you need a little to take the you can do this, you can have a view of it. You're up for this. And almost kind of like, you're proud of it. Your friend mom, okay, well, but I'll get it. And then, that human nature too is like, that's like everything. You need a little of that. If you want too much on it, then you're a psycho. But you need a little.
so it's like, that's true too. But I bet you offline, that's what I think about.
You need a coach.
Lovely. So, what advice would you give? Try to like the early steps of trying to go down.
Let's see how you're getting like the hard part. Usually the beginning of the easy part. Like level of Mario. Or like one whatever. And then like Jesus Christ. Coming at me. Common it's a gauntlet. It's a gauntlet. I watch these comedians on Netflix and go, this is all vomit up. Like they're feeling like it's Radio City. There's a vomit up like that's the weird part. So it's almost like you have to hell just to get the vomit. And I would say most of the shit out of it think like everybody just knows it's stupid zero. But you also hear the other part of delivering it out of confidence, likable, having who you are, with the audience. Say all this, but they go, that's the guy. Clearly gay. Why is he gay? That's all they're doing. You know how to and repetition. And Bob is not failure. You gotta really you do a killer hour every day. Bob. Fucked up. It's not failure. I gotta read. And almost like ingredients in it. Oh, that's not what you got to think like that. And look, when you pull a bad cake, fucked up. But it doesn't hurt your feet. When you bomb, it's fucked up. It hurts your feet. So you got to practice that. Your feelings can be hurt. And almost be if they know what this happened, and they could save you, and they didn't do it the way it worked. Yeah, no.
Sure. So, that people, like, my experience with that, maybe my but so
but I mean, perhaps that's why I like Mike's listening is because it terrifies me so much, that idea.
Yeah.
Scary. Even 1 minute, to be honest, is scary. I'm also watching up with Mike's to realize the 5 minutes. Not that he depends on your community, but if you're doing chaos stuff, 5 minutes is really long. I guess the long story was a long time because the story is you're building up to something. The story's gonna, you just spend all that time telling the story with completely right with nothing. I guess you do a series of jokes you can at least try to recover. When Mitch Hedberg, we were like, all right. Yeah. Well, we have to write for it.
Kick in and go, no, this is good.
See, I'm able to. It seems funny. It's the thing I'm looking for. Like, there's easy stuff that you think is hard, but to me, originality is that's what actually makes it hard. Like, or rather, if it's original, even if it's not, that feels like more a beautiful art. It's because it will open your personality. There's so many open mics this year. Like, oh, this person, yeah, so it's not to make fun of the fact that you're an old like they I you can do a lot of stuff when you're making fun of your parents in some way. Have some fun. Like, yeah, you can do that. You know, that takes actually it's way more to make realize good which way. Yeah, you can present very quickly enough to put that person down, right? You have to really know that like that. But again, yeah, I'm trying to find trying to that is enough to see like, oh shit.
Got a minute? Anything? You didn't write any one line or anything for this? Well, just in general, whatever you want. Okay.
No, I don't about that. The joke average comes to my mind place. Yard, work, great place to get there. Talk about there.
So it's a nightmare. But you are maybe you have to whatever you kind of do your voice.
I'm trying somebody else because it's just we're having but you're fine. I've embarrassed I already done something which is embarrassed myself for long periods of time. Yes. I think that was not actually about the fight. Right. Maybe the fight is not that full maybe the essential part of the music is just the event.
Yeah, that's more sure. In the beginning you're like, water bottle. What's the funny about water? I'm not a funny guy. I can make a funny about that. That's not it. You know, it's your shit. It's like a dark for me. I tend to gravitate towards dark, but in a weird way where, you know, people say, like, hey, don't identify with it. But then they go, hey, Jenna's beautiful. And you're like, well, wait. I know something's off here. Why can you objectify her but not this? So what's going on there? You know? Like the thing with that. Trying to jump right to that gender. Some women go, hey, check, you know, beautiful. I go, what do you look like? And I go, fuck you. And you're like, this is the truth there. But I like exploring that kind of way to try to get love around me or you're not yourself. What are we doing here? And I like that kind of conversation. You're lying.
Yeah. Like media. They give again. It's big ways people are All of that. That actually, why the sure that on the and all you do is shit.
I make school. How do you do that? I'm like, like I'm going. I gotta empathize with what you do.
Right, so now let's see if you're on that's right.
90s Christmas. I didn't know you. I was I comedy, but bigger flag of oh god, that was big. The north was the biggest guy on the planet. Him being the smartest guy in the world, I think that was great. So yeah, like so we're cutting to the earlier. Because you kind of go, well, I'm not crazy. That's what I thought too. You're the same. I thought that. And people are laughing. Maybe I'm not an idiot. So that's the whole thing. So it's
Observational. It's like,
with us, but I like to do it. Being able to do it about stuff like in your life, society, race, gender,
politics, all that.
exactly. Emotion, whatever it is, that's good stuff. It's like, 24 years at least of just not and it's point of view. That's supposed to be that.
It's like,
Yeah.
like I,
What was next?
walking away early. It's like, I should do that. Great. Should not tell them. With them. states in the direction of like my big stuff part of the board. There's something about this other part. Maybe if they take a laugh, if you just laugh, it's like it's not like you don't have to and care. Right, sure.
HR's up already. Irritating old tweets that might come back on it. What did I say? Down the interview. It's on Facebook. It's like, are you people that wasn't there before. It's the video. I went here and I got on the trainer job, whatever it is. I think the other now, like panel thing, like they have the clicks and the whole society. But comedy gets to come out and how people do it. We all had the fucked up thought, like, and like I said, looking at the guy that came back on your fat baby, but you can't say that in the office. You go, Bob, you're fat baby. But at the club, you go, that guy's fat as shit. The crowd goes, we just can't get down. It's kind of like how to beat a girl at like,
future. I don't care if it's off the board, it's a complete failure. And making comedy like I work over the years, I think you would very for comedy, yeah, in the United States. So just even like perfectly good is have that there. So
I think it's happening. That's the other thing. Everybody's moving on, and then they look at the
it's an opportunity.
Yeah, I like the hope aspect because I'm all for it. I hope it works out. I don't know if it will, but I don't know anything about economies and any, planning and all that shit. So it might be too early to say. I hope it works. There's no vagina there. There's no food there. There's no water there. I don't know. I get space travel. I think it's important. I don't know. Mars is really kind of the deal.
So, what are your thoughts about Elon Musk, SpaceX, and all the rocket space?
Good. Because you could say, hey, we just need everybody. Yeah, that's true. But he's got to give a ton of money for like shit nobody cares about. By the way, if we're like Nigeria with pockets with it, like, yeah, it's like get back to this place. But you're a Holocaust, by the way. Pretty good. But he's got your barista. So, I just think, I think space travel is good to learn about the place you're living in from space. You learn about this moment. You can say, what's the point of this other there? But it does something like that.
Yeah, doing the things in aerospace seems to be like that's almost like an accident. It's platform. Doing a thing into like people use like the instrument. And then you can all get it. Yeah. But
It's helpful a lot. You can find the knowledge of it. And before you know, you get these four. You were working on the four you wanted to buy, but you got the four. And I think that's kind of a good
I like how this is like pivoted to property advice.
Now I'm trying to get an analogy going.
All right, before you go up,
I'll take it.
what are your thoughts about since robotics person? I'm curious to see like what do you think about the space world? First vehicles with Tesla pilot, Wayne model, self-driving car. I'm sure you know those all the autonomous vehicles. Those are robots on wheels. Also, Lego robots. You can also get these Lego robots. If I was kind of, I guess they would wait to explore the nation of changes in increase across our own intelligence and also like our own like what makes it to other whether it's dogs, cats, or other humans. There's some magic that the thing of intelligence. Like the dog, some aspect that bring joy in a way it's I'm not sure if this is something that ethical, like protecting environments for this but it's kind of I mean it's just a source of joy. Maybe it's just a connection. That's like for me and it's just like other like would move that right. I suppose it's nice.
Yeah, it is. Like, your guy was working at the market. There's a lot. You got water. You got put it on. So, yeah, I think there's stuff there. I think you can see those creators that show them advanced technology, like these dog robots or these robots that you're like, what the fuck? You get it home in some way, whether it's fear or you want to fuck up clearly, whatever it is. But it does connect with you in some way. So, I'm with you. And I think this is why I don't think robots are taking over. Man, they're going to fight the dog. But look, if robots get human emotions, that is scary. They can get mad at us. Kill us. They don't need food. They don't need water. wiping out the horse and buggy. Isn't that just technology?
Yeah, so I for example,
I wrote in the
that's right. Yeah, there's several stages. I think it's the problem's way just make people less stressful. Or take it more boring because there's something car for you in the fall. This is the car for changing lane. It allows you to relax. You still have to read the words, but you become faster. More relaxing without being bored, energized. Change, understand the probably change your roads because now you and so no longer wait much that time. Yeah, but they're public make less road. Change the picture. And couple I don't mean to. Unless they're super.
there's no connection. It goes back to the dog thing. There's no connection. There's something there. It's in the room. And that's like some of our understanding problem. It's some kind of weird violence. You know, you ever have Cheerios on the wall? Cheerios they tend to go together. A cluster of Cheerios. They're just really hanging out on the other side. That's how people are in real time.
So they
I don't remember what it was, but it was. I think or crap with your like phone penetration. One of them
I don't know. I look forward to the phones. This show and watch it.
I guess
Yeah.
but yeah, some trucks. I think it's and these truckers.
There's a lot of company jobs. I don't actually take them anymore because it's such difficult jobs. It won't have a lot of people. Like it's there'll be other automation.
Fact, for sure. McDonald's, money when it's killed at that woman's color, for making that. When you can just break. But our human, that's part of life. So it's taken away from no longer fucking. Two types of people. You fuck in real life or you a fuck person? Real fucking sorry. No.
Like a little bit of stuck. So like
not just your gun. Across those 5. All the possible race. Shocking. Yeah, this is the way. All day long. Yeah. Well, so the fastest, it's but it seems like there's actual people on this, and I've actually. I believe you're able to provide some parameters chart how they change it. Your job is not having a we can do it. Transparent into probably do it around it. Yes. Trick your way out if you're short. Right. Get ready. You know, there's nothing. A lot of people look good. Get out. Has money. Satisfaction. Even if it's 5 minutes, you gotta use maybe 5 minutes. Like it's the fact that you the labor, the rotating, the grip, the placenta, the hymen, the part. That's what makes it look or money. Who like child stars, heroin addicts like too. They're just their sensors are burned out. Their pleasure that you have to earn it. I think earning is a big part of life. And always learn new things. Hey, I'm cool. Life's good. You will do it. Make effort. Failure, all that. I know it's hard to see. I think that's good. Life. Work hard at something you care about. And love the result. The hard work
I said but no, I'm not saying you're wrong. But anyway, I'm saying, work, and then young people shit early. Shit early. I know a guy, kind of in school or whatever, he had it out early. He's trying to get money, he's trying to ride it, and it all came crumbling down. But if he did it really like, yeah, I fucked up, I did that, whatever it was, he would have just kind of shit on for a month and everything was away. But that's all I did. And that sucks. Shit early, and I know it's hard to see what it's early. I'm in the present. But look ahead, look back, time will pass. Look at high school. High school is the biggest thing in our lives. Oh my God, this exam, Susie Q, the football player, I'll never recover. I mean, think about high school. And we did this thing. This is the family. We remember that and work towards something and work hard and care about the result. If the result isn't good, try it again. And failure, we look at failure as this end all. My life, but failure is really just that's all. Shit. Eat ass.
Happiness, contentment about you.
Yeah, I think a good conversation. Like I'll sit at the comedy cellar with friends, a little whiskey flowing, and when you really just vibe inhibit. Vibe and you're just able to you're saying crazy shit. You're not worried about things cool right now. I'm things like, well, you 100%. It's all coming out of you. And you're saying stuff, and you go back and you feel excitement. Well, they're talking about it. They like that. I love that. And I look at my real thing. We've been talking for 5 hours. So I love that. It takes time to love that. Also, I bought self-driving cars. I bought a 1973 BMW car, and it's classic stick shift, and it's bristly, and it's gritty, and it's a fucking bolt.
It's the type of town I could spend 2 days in.
So it's just weird thing. But I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. I guess it's kind of like when you're hungry, you just go into like their last moment. I gotta get food. I need water. I'm more free. You just go. You're not like something at the end or anything. So I think
You.
You get yeah, I get yeah, room.
You're also like
I get something a little funny. Oh, the like wild guys. And are like guys that was the hundreds of them, right? And look, this is what I talk about guys like the writing and the women. That's just fine. But he was on the other side of that coin. I'm sure he was in a lot of hotels. He was talking serious. So obviously he was dealing with something. So they, or you're hungover, or you're you never told me. Like, I gotta connect to the whole side. He's already, but he's already smoking. He's living. The other side. Living that crazy, awesome, bad life. There's a meat there. That makes sense. Yeah. Even could fearless. So living with the back end. Like, so, you know what I mean? Go hard. Quite all right. Yes, we're like working out the questions. All right. Let's see. Yeah. And, that was nice. Which I really appreciate. You know how much that means? You know, when we're like, oh, whatever, and you're like, no, but just get a hand job. It would make my phone. It's like, tell the kids smart or not. Most people, like,
Math teacher in middle school that inspired them in science. You,
that's not the nicest. I'm just saying. Let's see. I was with my dad. I zoned out and went away. And next thing you know, I don't know where I am. I'm in the neighborhood. This old guy finds me crying on a lawn somewhere. He goes, "Can I come inside?" I call my parents, and nothing. Eventually, they found me after like 9 hours. Cops were there. The FBI's out there. Helicopters. I guess a couple of hours just get me safe. It's something.
Yeah.
Oh, my train, like Danny, very kind. He, okay, this transvestite Nanny was, but it was in the thing. It was weird. My bike got stolen, and he, my parents didn't have anything to do. They're poor kids, and he was like, "Fuck it, I was like, taking high heels. Okay. And I'm like, what are you gonna do? And he's like, "No, we're not gonna get it." So we got in the van, drove around my neighborhood, saw the kids, and he goes, "All right, or should I just do this?" And he got up in full, heels and wig, went up to these guys. They went off. And he just stared at him. And I walked up to him, kind of like, "All right, well, I guess I'm gonna fight you." And he goes, "That's not your bike." And they go, "What are you gonna do about this?" And he put his hand on the middle of the bike, and they didn't do anything. And he just picked it up, and I thought, put the bike over the shoulder, door open, threw the.
Fucking story. Shout out to fucking
Yeah,
Guinness.
and he could have gotten his head. Two different.
Like,
Oh yeah, real courage.
I think that makes a kid like you feel like there's somebody on your side.
Someone's side is big. It goes a long way, especially with
Philosophical, emotional. Would you rather lose all your memories, new ones?
I know easy answer, big news. Oh, so my hard drive. I can say that. Memories or is it memory infected?
I think the reality of memories is you have whatever.
Yes.
So the thought you can have if you erase all memories, you really start with maybe the wisdom, but not so much your personality's gone. Maybe your company will change. Maybe you have a good set of time. So, like, the learning process. Maybe, but
Now you make a good point. Let me do this. One day I go to Lake Waldo with my girlfriend. I wipe the memory. Sorry, my memory. One day I go to just the name of the lady. I don't reckon that.
yeah, we can experience.
Okay.
You can enjoy it.
Can I look at a photo of it?
the existential thing, but like back what I'm really doing in this for. Like, yeah, I mean, like, there's a good option there. I think you have to really think about the fact that right shut down. There's some kind of like protective switch. Yeah, that's why it's going. But it somehow you look at it as your priorities, like shit most of the day. Yeah, it's just a place that still can't quite comprehend the end. Layover. We have like an hour. For an hour, it's like, what are you gonna do for an hour? You're gonna kill that. Let's kill. How are we gonna kill this hour? This is part of your life. You're trying to get rid of it. I always put my mind. Hey, fucking hit the airport bar. Let's get a community bar or something. And it was water. But it's just you gotta live. It's like how we don't run. Oh, there's a park in 15 minutes. We got 15 minutes. We got this whole solution. Yeah. Yeah, I heard again. The those are the same thoughts going on. The young is going to I hope it will be a look like there's a very good like content creators of like $1. I feel that it was very exactly what last year that was yeah, good way to like the company. Yeah, I like that. Well, you know, interesting to me, but the whole guy there was out there. You know, it's so true. What do you think? I like Arizona. Everybody always throws that up. You know, Arizona. I think we're here. We're lucky to be here. No, I feel like no heaven. But no, it's not feel better. And I think you gotta just. It's like saying, what is the meaning of this? Food, I think. You enjoy the food, you try to get the most out of it. You build the food, you prepared it. So you can have it. Don't die. And life is fun. Yeah, when you look at 4 billion years old, and life starts to solve that change in life. Years in, and it's like having lots of interaction, right? And it's lots of violence, and you know, just watching just the whole evolution process for animals, murder, all that stuff. There's somehow like civilization where it's trying to do things great or great, just all the time. It's not done. If you die tomorrow, you still have all these hours of time. So it's kind of you're eating death in a subconscious. You know what? Back here, now say given that really? Yes. No, I'm just saying you are very close to this answer. The limit is bring to it's not like they're going to ask you questions. You can always pretend like you're ready. Look at the short version. Yes, or make a movie with Ben Stiller that I all this based on what is that? No, War Piece. Yeah, that's what your heard of spectrum theory. There's this international theory, basically, that our natural creative versus creative conditions. The reason we're trying to keep that. We're trying to do it ourselves somehow. We can do art. That's why you go special to YouTube. Yeah, you think years from now live all civilization. You think YouTube will have all civilization. Okay, go away tomorrow. This will go away. So you would agree with Mr. Mark Norman that you would spend your $3,000 today. You could all go away. This could be the last day of our month. Won't you be on my website? This is how you spend it.
Yeah, I feel like Harvey Weinstein here. You worked me up, but now I feel fun.
What we have ready for the podcast. So, Father, thanks so much for talking today.
Thank you. It was great.
Conversation about what this podcast is doing to our sponsor. Now, more than this now. It's Twitter. You should definitely follow because the worst thing about being out you know, thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. This conversation with Brooke and this is your third time. Yes. Brooke, the Ayn Rand Institute, the Rothschild, and the co-author of Free Market Revolution and Equal Fair. Europe zoning is a national conservative thinker, chairman of the Henry Bergman Foundation, and hosted the National Conservative Conference. He's also the host of the National Talk and author of The Virtue of Nationalism and of Conservatism in Discovery. Let me say a few words on each part of the two-word title of this episode, Nationalism. First, I would like to have a few conversations here and debate with two or three people on a particular topic. We'll come to the table with respect to each other and a design art and discover something truly together with the empathetic exploration and attention to their ideas. This is not strictly a debate, it's simply conversation. There's no structure, there's no purpose, except of course, just like a trash talking. Some of these topics will be very different, and I hope you can keep an open mind and engage with me. As kind of the moderator who tries to bring out the best in each person and the idea to discuss. Okay, that's my comment on the word debate. Now on to the word mention. This debate is called nationalism versus individualism, or conservatism versus individualism, or conservatism versus individualism. These words have slightly different meanings. This is especially true words that I enjoy the discussion of the meaning of something important. I don't think it's possible to put a definition, but the process of trying to do so is interesting and productive. Times to conversation. This is what the podcast supported. Check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation. I attended the excellent debate between the two of you yesterday. The debate was between ideas of conservatism represented by and ideas of individualism represented by Group. Let's start with the topic of the debate. How do you define conservatism? You are some principle.
I'm talking about this big story regards the recovery, collaboration, and restoration of tradition is the key to maintaining connection and strengthening the bond. Okay, so this is something that if you talk about beyond the show, we can emphasize that conservatism is not like liberalism. They what's good in places. Conservatism is a bit different because we carry value in everything, in every tribe, even every family. It has somewhat different values. These loyalty groups, they compete with one another. That's the way humans work. Those two rooted in history of that particular area of land. Why would necessarily sit with forms of conservatism are trying to bring in place some of the implementation of this differ from the ideal conservative implementations you see in political conservatism in the United States. Context, as well as so people conservative in the United States, they think like the Republican Party disambiguate. Yeah, that's a really important. Usually, the word conservative is associated with the English common law tradition, going back centuries. English Fortis, Coke, Selden, Hale, Burke, Blackstone, kind of as a benchmark, and compared to things like the American Federalist Party. The American Party is, in many respects, very much that tradition. As you move forward, there's an increasing mix of liberalism and conservatism. I think by the time of the 1960s, William Buckley and Frank Meyer, it's arguable there was a very conservative liberalism and pride conservatism. So, what is the conservatism actually? On the one hand, we have to use the term, I think, properly historically to refer to common law tradition, which is both. But there are lots of people when they say conservative, they just mean liberal. And I think that I mean, it's a problem. It just happens. It's very difficult for people who are used to it.
Such idea. Time, rather than models of the universe. They don't define. Everything is a part represented fully by its current state. One state position. You're saying you're arguing. Yeah. We always do. Their time matters. History matters. You cannot separate the individual from the roots.
The parallel in theory is what's called practice. I guess we'll probably talk about that. It is kind of instantaneous time thing. Right? Liberalism, various enlightenment theories, they don't have time at all. This is universally human reason. All human beings come to the same conclusions. If that's consideration, it removes everywhere, at any time, you use reason. It comes the same about politics. So that's a theory. speech is traditional view, exactly as you say, but
So, Iran, say that it's interesting, but I'm not sure. Yeah,
I think the economy is one view that you can derive any from particular study. We know the history where we should the path is we ignore it, we ignore that. It derive some very axiom by truth. And both of those views. And I both of those views. And I think that because I think that, well, although they we already agree on one thing, and that is that we talked about that. I don't mean the con. The con is I think since Plato, who was pretty and part of the problem is the con was the reality. Was this from history, from experience? Because we have their experience of and you can't just like we are good thinking. I can only think a lot of philosophy. The arguments of but I think that's a mistake. So, they hold the mission right? If you either of those options are the right option, true reason is not reality, like reason is cool, it's a faculty, like identifying and integrating what it's identifying reality. And no the perception of study history, what actually happened. So it's the integration of those knowledge of that history. And then we do some abstract points based on that's what has all different consequences and ideas, different philosophy, abstract principles that then in the universe. How we make mistakes? It's not. If they have the whole history, why history in life, individual principles that are there. You live by them. You don't do that. That by learning, by banning, by using traditional beliefs, and then trying to do better and because constantly trying to do better based on what they know about the past and studying history, unintroduced and tradition. So we mentioned that both numbers of that reason was the difference between studying history, knowing one, and tradition, where it's it's more of a method. It's a recognition that people often and there everybody is potentially and then you can't accept anybody just because they have to come to you. That they not going to judge you from the standard of God actions with it. Because with they mistake is happening with something something good. You know, it's a standard by today that I can do I can print. Okay, if I give a solution in the future, I want to be like these guys, those guys. What is the principle? Right? That's I think just finger on the button. So what happens is people will hack conservatives, assuming that these numbers will put it on that's right. It's very difficult to find actually say something like that. Some number of things that conservative areas they're all understand that the tradition carries with the state. And this is actually, I think, part of their is this criticism society does on trial and error. What that means is that at any given moment, where comparative are true false. The job of political jurist or the philosopher is not to dig in and say, whatever it is that you hear this way. The job is to look at society is the job of personal conservation to make and second, that's a baseline for it's basically expecting that the jury is going to have laws. It was just saying the conclusion there is the clear and it will always be flawed. Try to prove it. There's perfect now or to me the way I heard it is accepting the system's flawed trial and error and we can perfect now. So it sounds to me. Yeah, I think that's right. I think the difference is that at some point, just like it's one they now see I can see that certain actions lead to bad consequences, certain actions lead to consequences. Let me try to what is bad and build this what is good and bad. I think ultimately what do we call them individuals what the founding fathers study history. They'll talk about history, they'll talk about examples of other culture to the Republican so to ancient Greeks. So they study these, they lessons from them, they try to figure out what has worked in the past and what hasn't. Now, in my view, they got pretty close to what I would consider. But they didn't get it. And here we were 200 and something years after the Declaration and after the Constitution. Okay, what did they get right? What did they get wrong? Based on how was it done? And where the flaws, where we can improve on. I think we can get close to 50 factors. And based on those kind of observations, based on that kind of abstraction, that kind of what is true, just like at some point you expect that you probably good. You come up with a principle. It is true. 100 years later, you discover that hey, I missed something, but not take the full lesson. Take the mental system, which you think it was the system. No, there's something really wrong. I mean, there's something really wrong with not having. We can go on and move too far, I think, is a mistake. And the problem with trial and error is that we're talking about human life. Right? So, with a trial, and people pay the price for the trial. As did many people.
Welcome, Zoo. How you living, family?
About other aspects.
How are you? You're good, big dog. Are you ready to play? All right, I need about 5 minutes. I'm in the middle of a game right now with someone else. I'm almost done. We've got 26 tiles left. Dog, no worries at all. Don't give it a second thought. Everybody does. Yeah, dog.
I'm going to the gym.
All right, well, just give me a moment, and I will nip you before you go. I'm in an intense. You're swole, dog. You're swole. It means like you're strong. You're big. You're getting there.
Major concern with it. Right. By I mean, that's accusation. Rational. Maybe it is a bit expensive. It's not useful for so rationalist is somebody like I'm going to try to everything and he explicitly said value the inheritance. He explicitly said take a look at the histories that we have reliably, take a look at the moral and the scientific writing. They're not very good. Very good. Right? I'm not operating it. All of these very much. So whatever I do, go out and draft. Right, and then from there that model of self-evident premises I'm calling it rational standard like jargon. It's opposed to a sector the European system.
We have 13 tiles left. Almost done with this game. We've got 13 tiles. Yeah. barely. This person, oh no, they just took the lead. Oh, I don't know if they're better. They're very good. Yeah. And they play all kinds of weird words, like really long words. We've got 7 tiles left. I retook the lead.
You're both is that is fair.
Between rational question. That's abstract. Are only we can say that some are better.
No tiles left. We should be done soon.
Conservative ineffective in economics, spiritually, and so it's easy like that.
They just played con.
What on earth? What should we learn? But conservative diversity of different kinds of society.
No, but they did okay. No, got 7 within. I mean, this is a really intense game.
Good about most
I don't know. I think
notice until
I think they played it
Have a good hearing.
to just
Supposed to
be
know
cool.
the data of the century. We go back you empathize, feel bad for yourself.
All right, so you ready?
You know, you not see it for like communism is just probably negative for mind people like
Oh, dude, this is going in the hole. Watch this shot,
I
Zoot.
mean, all of these things that come as not see.
Are you serious? Did you see it? That should keep going. Dog, that's such bullshit. Go, baby. Go, baby.
Like the actual communist state Israel. Who is social first step to say one nation, one look at industrialization. That industrialization is important to positive, but it's also doing a lot of damage to a
This
lot
is a tough shot.
of
Oh, no. I fucked you, though. Yeah, do it, baby. Do it.
actually take
You don't have the balls.
social programs, disability and training.
That's what I'm talking about.
As a rap, and they say we, the nation as a whole.
Oh, dude, what a good shot, Zoot.
We'll say that's words. Before you're on nailed into the car.
Dude, it's your favorite hole.
When you read Mark, reading like somebody who says, just oppressors and oppressed, right? And some ways over liberal thinking, seeing groups, social.
No way. It's there. No way. Oh, man, I thought it was there. Oh,
Is the foundation
oh, Zoot.
eliminate the class. You from dig everybody, you know, some.
I hate when I'm one shot away, but I don't have any left. I hate that.
And they 100 million people.
Get your hole, Zoot.
I do think like your question is good and right. Concern, but still, I think you can tell the difference.
That revolution.
And let's see you shit this shot, and don't worry about that right now.
Problem,
right?
The whole one is the problem.
Yeah, you're down 2-1. Let's see you do well.
Something that radical.
Yeah.
I think it comes from a tradition of looking.
Right, it's
measuring things. It comes from
back some people sacrifice.
No way. No way. Get in the water. No way, Zoo.
Revelation.
You're right about that. Go, 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 go. No way. Zoo, you got me. It all comes down to this.
God was
You know I'm good at this hole.
somewhere, so you need to
No, I'm good at this hole too.
the proletarian, no rationality. There is a lot of mysticism.
No, I haven't. That's impossible. 4 shots, yes. 3 shots, no. That's short. That's short. That's going to be a bad shot. Oh. Zoo. Zoo. Get it. All right, you've got a chance. If I miss the shot, you've got a chance. Too bad I don't miss, baby. Make it, big dog. That's good. I have this shot to win. I have this shot to win. I don't know how that would happen. I got you. I'm in 950th win right here. I hope you go first. Good. Oh, geez, that was almost really good. I said it was almost really good. Yeah, that does suck. Don't go in the water, Zoot. Whatever you do. Zoot, whatever you do, don't go in the water. Zoot, whatever you do, don't go in the water. Zoot, you're down 1 hole to none. Yo, Pam.
Education. Well, you think about the conservative.
Dude. discussion.
All in one, Zoot. Nice shot. Dude, do you like this hole? Zoot, what'd you think of that shot? Oh, Zoot, I messed up. Here's your chance. Great shot. I just made it. Don't miss the shot, Zoot. You did too fast. That's my 950th win. All right, you ready for literati? Are you ready for table soccer? All right. What do you want to play? Okay. Blitz League. Blitz League is fast. Okay. Blitz League, baby. Sounds like a plan, big dog. Oh, fuck. Fuck, Zoot.
For communism. I mean, the French Revolution is they tried to change it. Offense at the time. Particular suffering. Something needed to change. Egalitarian philosophy.
Yes, I am.
Motivated by
Major trouble, big dog. Major trouble. Fuck, Zoot.
destruction and death. Annihilation of class. Annihilation is never an option. That is, it's not. It never leads to that. So be good revolution. Individuals about preservation. The French Revolution. A little bit of civilization is a value.
Yeah, you did. You did really well. You did really well, Zoot.
Core of which is some fascinating, powerful idea.
I'm not looking at
Tourism. They put
Do you know about the dragon attack?
power of the
I see how you.
All right, but do you know about the dragon attack?
for Americans, very educated Americans. They talk about
Give it to me, baby. Look at this cat, dude.
with a single brain and a single,
Dude,
but the time that the way they
off of that guy. Oh no, dragon attack.
to the
Oh, no passes.
dichotomy.
Dude, you know about the dragon attack?
So on the one hand, you have
I have
real
that in the shooting formation.
You know you're the one who chooses it?
Yeah. Well, I did what you
I do the same formation every fucking time. Dude, did you know it's 2-0? You ready for this shot, dude?
age of reason and
like.
is the
That was bad.
problems.
Dude, should I go with a shot on goal?
Social
Oh, get it. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Okay, so
on Jefferson. Do you think
My formation is
in the
Oh man, that was close. Oh no, Zoot.
but it's so much fun.
Zoot, do you think I can score on this shot? Oh man, that was close. Zoot, nobody's in your goal, Zoot. Oh, what a great pass.
is with a between an executive bicameral legislature and models
Zoot. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
elected body that Congress, executive, legislative.
I don't know. That was
Zoot, you're going to have maybe the best comeback in the history of this game. Look at this pass. That was on purpose. Dude, are you proud of your defense right now? Dude, are you proud of your defense right now? What a pass. That was amazing. Oh, dude, I almost scored on that. Dude, what are you going to do here? What are you going to do here, Zoot? Dangerous. Dangerous. No goalie.
and it paid off.
Zoot. Your guy's in my way. Go. What a great play. What, Zoot? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Let's go.
Dude, you haven't scored yet. You lost 5. You lost 5-0.
Of course, Christianity, which they
But Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
these are people who are
Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Constitution.
Dude, I'm gonna destroy you.
Constitution, which technically it wasn't legal under
That was terrible.
is it said
That was terrible. That was terrible.
oh my
What are you gonna do, big dog? Dude, this is close. Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? You ready for me to score, Zoot? Zoot. Oh, you just have to get it down to your guy, and he's gonna score. No, it wasn't. Get it to your guy. Get it to your guy. Dude, you've lost 6 straight goals. Oh, dude. No one's in your goal, dude. No one is in your goal. Dude, no one's in your goal. Are you serious? That's a pass? Dude, sure. Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? Dude, you've lost 7 straight goals. That was bad. I just gave you a goal. Oh, dude, what was that? That was bad too. Dude, that was great. What are you gonna do? Don't miss. Dude, you missed. What a pass, dude. That was the. Did you see that pass? Yeah, you got one goal. Whatever. That was crazy. I did too. You could make it. Oh, that was good. A what? Yeah, I think I heard that. It is. A lot of people are getting that kind of dog. Yeah. What are you gonna do, Zoo? You're gonna take. What are you gonna do? You're gonna take your guys out of goal? Big mistake. Giant mistake. Tough shot. What are you doing, Zoo? What are you doing? You're not gonna score. Fuck, man.
I knew that was gonna work. Why would you do that?
Why not? It makes all the sense in the world. What a pass. Dude, dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? No passes.
I'll tell you something.
Dude, how didn't I score? How did you save that, dude? Dog. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. I'm not your nutritionist. Do what makes you happy, baby.
Yeah.
Don't pass it. Just don't pass it. Miss. You're gonna miss. You're gonna miss. Fuck, man.
I'll come back.
You like your defense?
Oh, that's what it was.
Zoot, open goal. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Oh, your guy's in the way. Oh no. Zoot, it's a one-on-one. What are you gonna do? What a great pass. I could take a shot on goal, or I could pass it. Got it, baby. I'm back in.
I like the conservative preamble of the Constitution, which
Hey, dude, I'm gonna have to mute you.
there are seven of the perfect union, which
Zoot, Zoot, watch this. Watch this teamwork. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is?
not only as a general,
Fuck, what a miss. Give it to me. I mean, look at the map, dude. It's like 32 cities and something like that. And it depends what you consider city. And it's not nearly as big as Los Angeles County. It's like 1/3 the size of Los Angeles County. I mean, I don't really know how. It's like the size of Connecticut. What a shot, dude! I just ended you. All right. Oh yeah, no. Orange County is like you need to take a car or public transportation or something. You can't walk anywhere. Yeah. All right, go to the gym and enjoy yourself, big dog. We'll see you later, big man.
Recognize it if there was self everybody would become work ethic to understand convincing but it's good there's been two different the influence of American living fast and
Hi, how are you, big dog? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody wants you to have a wonderful day. Everybody thinks you're having a wonderful day. Take care, big dog. You're wonderful. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you. No, dog. Everybody loves you. 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 You're wonderful. Everybody loves you. 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 Everybody loves you.
but so is the French Revolution. So is about destruction and the spirit of the French Revolution. I think the American Revolution is a complete. I think Jefferson. I don't think Jefferson is a fan. So, he certainly is. So I think that American Revolution is an individualistic revolution. It is a revolution of the rights of the individual. The French Revolution is the collectivist revolution. It's not quite the modern revolution of the proletarian, but it's defining classes, and it's rebellion against a certain class and killing off, like, off with the head. And it is an engagement about egalitarianism, essentially about outcome, not in a sense of law, right? For some sense, so it's wrong to run Jefferson into the fraternity, egalitarian of Marxism. It's individual. It's all about individual, right? And what there's certain phrases in the Declaration of Independence that I don't agree with, but you would be written in with it's often the same. I don't agree with mine. Right? These are giants, self-evident. A lot of them, I'm not particularly delve into creed now. But I like the fact that creed has a lot of specific creed those actions, I think, is the creed for the giving my thought. Nothing comes from it. It is a document that identifies all principles of political jurism that all of them and these rights, and the individual rights, that is so crucial that these rights are inalienable. John can't vote them out, Revelation can't vote them out. This is what widely the right and the sanctions we have to caution on. Right. So that is such and that to me is the philosophy. That's the beginning. It's based on it's based on a full history of what happened. Based on look at England and its practice of good things happen. So let's take that all the way. Let's not compromise that. Let's be consistent with the good and good share that. And when this is the way and the idea of right company and so on. Bad things happen. Go all in. I'm all in on the right to life that people are happy. And the thing that gets it happens around it because it's a long statement. It's a statement that says sanctions and says that ultimately people should be allowed to be guilty of their license to teach their based on how many people have been trying to regulate on the right now. If you think that what happens in jails, then you take the people who they get their lives, let them went out and unless this self-understanding model kind of ended in it. So I think that they're good. And I think it was an experiment. An experiment was in that period of before the Constitution. The experiment was let's let the states let's have a kind of the states experiment with setting up a constitution. We won't have any kind of and I think what they realized, right, and I think you too, is that that was not what we could. There was nothing unified. There was nothing exact. You needed to establish a nation. The Constitution does establish nations. But the purpose of that was everybody know one slab protect their rights. This was still intentional. I think 677. The General Law. I think the founders of but it's such an interesting maybe this those skip so I think the Constitution is going to give us particularly about anyway related. But it's a magnificent document. It doesn't quite rise to the level I think because and this is the difference I think with the difference is that the Constitution is likely to separation of powers. We have a separation of powers in order to make sure the government does what the government does. And what is the government supposed to do? Well, all of these things that all about protecting rights, about protecting someone freedom, protecting peace in the country. They were about serving rights. And why don't we have the separation? So that we make sure that no one of those executive violate rights is always something to be aware of. There's always something. And how it isn't with the network simplify the characters. And that's why I think the Bill of Rights is important. And I think clarification of what exactly what is the purpose of rights. And that's why we elaborate with those rights. And Madison's objective to rights rights. But protesting that because he was worried that other rights would not be, and his worry. It's like, no new if we got it in writing, First Amendment, we didn't have it in writing Donald Trump ago. And the reason we don't have, for example, the freedom to negotiate a contract, independent government regulations, they always listed different rights. So there was no right to cover the Ninth Amendment, but it never not in ways that in place. So I don't see this thing revolutionary. It's a law that fixed allowed the expansion of right to all states. And that's what I'm saying. States or something in a way under the Constitution or not. The sense of the Constitution says the motion and the declaration and then the Constitution says the motion. So has at the end of the day, you can't have some states with a massive like what's more from slavery and some states that recognize it not. You could have these civil war. Just other than principles about individual. I just don't think you can read it that way. The first stated purpose of the Constitution of 1787 is in order to form a more perfect what it would characteristic of the whole. It is not a characteristic of any individual. You have to I don't know. More of right? So what they're doing is they're looking at in what like the Battle of Yorktown, somebody has to write a personal check more perfect, more cohesive, the ability to get all of these different individuals to do one thing needed necessary to do. Well, it's more than that, right? So it's like, but for what purpose? And this is why, this is why documents, because there's a context, there's a thing. Write everything down. They have. What's the purpose of a more? The purpose of the more perfect union is to serve the individual in their union. How because what's the best? So what is the common defense? It's to protect the now because what the rest of the so all of the is to preserve find ways to limit the ability of government to violate the beauty of and again, in connection to the Declaration of Independence, right? What came before it? What came before it was to protect us from peace and justice within the country. That's based on law, the rule of law. So, to me, when you read the founders, when you read the Federalist Papers, when you read what they wrote, what they're trying to do is think about the right kind of political system, right kind of structure to be able to fulfill these liberties. And not all of them had a, I respect a perfect understanding what but they were all, even the conservatives, all in agreement about individual liberty and equality. Of course, because almost all of these rights, traditional rights, they exist in the English Bill of Rights, traditional rights. All of them is trying to take the system and what out. They want to be like, in that they want to have an individual liberty, independent nation. The first bring other people. We're going to take our among the nations of the earth. The purpose is to protect individual rights and collective rights. We circulated allowing there could be that great and good that you and I both admired, wanted, not because liberty of their nation, but the great good. So clearly, I don't think that that's because it's because I don't think they did. And this is why they tried so hard not to break from it. And many of them struggle, really struggle with having English is the best. And this is where we get to validate these things. Because I do think England was, and university, and absolutely the best system. And what they struggled to do because they didn't view the value of having a nation. But what they identified in England is they created situations in which there might be fire. So they figured in order to secure the I not an anarchist because we've discussed it. I believe you need to secure those rights. And the rights are not you can't secure those rights. The end is the rights, and that's this kind of that's a good place to ask about welfare and cohesion. Let me John Donne wrote that no man so man is a peace continent on any death diminishes me because I am called and therefore never said to know it was for me. So this is one individualism and cohesion, not just at the collective level, but at the philosophical human condition. What is central? What is the role of humans in our lives? What is the importance of something we talk about? So beyond that, the beauty of the founding documents is that they create cohesive individuals. You have spoken about value, the common welfare, the cohesion in itself. So can you maybe elaborate what is the goal of cohesion and the collective Sure, I keep getting the feeling that you're on a higher there is a nation under that of all stripes.